think the stream should be live. Hello, welcome. Today we are fixing up this last bit of rendering code, and then I think the inventory should actually be working. I was considering that maybe I should swap the thing, because at the moment I'm specifying a fixed number of pixels to make these cells, like with the Bevy grid layout. Like it's specifically specifying the width, but theoretically, because I know that the size. Actually, I don't think it does know the size of the inventory. Yeah, it's maybe not. I was gonna say, because I know the size of the actual inventory, I could specify a percentage. So it's like because this is 30 by 50 or something. I could say like be 1/30th of the width. The issue with that is I don't think it actually does know the width until after it's done, of being like if you had like one thing here of one type and another thing here of a different type, the one that's here would theoretically. Heyo, Turtle, it's been a while since I've seen you in chat. Yeah, so which would mean that you can't just specify that it's a percentage of this overall thing here. Theoretically, I could drop things into their respective parent, because the parent would know how big it is. But then again, you run into that same kind of annoying issue of everything being nested into everything else. But yeah, I need to fix the rendering code, because this bottle isn't supposed to be in the middle of cells like this. This is just because apparently Bevy decided that instead of rotating around 0, it rotates around the center, but then everything is fixed at the 0. So if we find that water bottle wherever it is, it's going to be the first water bottle we spawned. It's going to be the rendering item. It's going to be this one will be most likely with a bigger inventory, and then we can just go here and go like, hey, UI transform. So if we set this to 0, okay, apparently not the right one. Must be the other inventory. Exit rendering item. Not you, it must be you. No, apparently that, or I'm watering. Must be rotating a completely different water bottle. That's probably. Yeah, it's that one that I was. Okay. Don't know where it went, but. No, that doesn't make any sense. Why is 1 no rotation? Okay, whatever. Unless that water was actually upside down, that'd be kind of funny. Must be this. Yeah. Oh, that's the scale. Whoops. Well, actually, that would help, wouldn't it? Fucking with the scale. All right. 1 0. So it's actually supposed to be across here. So my thinking is it's apparently it's -1 0. So if it's supposed to be here, that means it needs to go up half of its width, half of W, and across half of. Interesting. I don't know how that kind of works. I think I've worked this out before. It's like if it was 2 by 2, it would need to. Well, I wouldn't need any. Because the 2 by 2 would rotate in place. Wait a second, no, it wouldn't. 2 by 2. Yeah. There was on the edge just above that. Yeah, so yeah, not in UI. I don't know if that's something like, and this is the annoying thing, is that 0.19 is coming out sometime soon. Like if I go to docs.rs, I'm bringing this over here. So see, like go to Bevy. We go to versions. They're doing release candidates, which means it's only like a couple of days to weeks before the next version comes out. And for all I know, they added this feature because it's missing, but you can with sprites, you can't with UI elements. So UI elements are even more confusing because they auto layout. This corner here is 0, 0, but they rotate around here, which is just a very weird, like, way of doing it. It's the same as like the whole reason I need to do this, otherwise I would just set its width to being like actually correct, is you can't rotate an image inside of a UI element. Like if I go to rendering item, go to your node, I don't know why my microphone's fucking up again. It hasn't done it for like ages, and then it just started doing it the other day. Again, like it didn't do it for like a whole week, and then it's just like 2 days ago it started again. Anyway, where we go? So, well, apparently I haven't actually specified a width. There. So its width is 100%, and its height is 400%. So I set this to 100% and this to 400%, and then if I get rid of its rotation, that UI rotation. I'm assuming it's for performance reasons that they do this cosine thing, but it's very confusing that you have a co and a sine of rotation, because it means that you can do shit like if I set these both to 1, it rotates at 45 degrees and is twice the size, which is just so unintuitive of why that would be how you rotate fucking two-dimensional objects. I think it's because it lets you do like a semi three-dimensional rotation with a 2D object. Is like it makes it look like it's spinning in the third dimension, but it's just a bit weird. Anyway, so if I set that to 1 and this back to 0, this is what it like. I would love to just be able to set the length and width the right thing, but I don't think there's any way of rotating the actual underlying image, which means you'd need like 2 copies of the image. I also don't know if you can flip the image. I should check that. In here, there's like an image node. Yeah, so I can flip it horizontally and vertically. Image mode, stretch, tile, slice to tile. Yeah, so there's no way to rotate the fucking image. Which is what I would want it to do. Like I would want to turn the image 90 degrees. Which is just, it's such a weird thing to be like, no, UI, that can't be turned. You can't rotate UI objects. Well, because like my assumption, because like you say, like, it's just like a weird quirk, is that one, you're probably not supposed to be fucking with it on this individual level, because it's actually called a rot2 or something in the actual code. It's like rot2. There. So I've got all these functions for dealing with it, but like it's called a rot2. I'm not allowed to do that because wrong place. Yeah. So it's its own type, which, you know, fair enough. It's a little bit weird, but the Bevy has like interchanges, so you can turn a rot2 into a quaternion and a quaternion into a rot2. So I assume it's a like optimization that Bevy's made, that it's like it's faster to do it this way. And so rather than storing a single float that needs to constantly be turned into a sine and cos, because that's expensive math, they're like, no, just do it once. And it's like, well, surely you could do that in the, you know, like somewhere it's got like a computed something or other, computed node, computed render target, like there's all these so why not have the fucking UI transform and then a computed UI transform, so that like unless the player is actively changing the transform, you don't recalculate the fucking sine and cos. But it doesn't have this, oh, you've got 2 numbers that just fuck with it. But I guess maybe that's the point. Maybe like there's actually a genuine reason why you'd want to rotate it to 45 degrees and make it twice the size. Because I'm assuming this needs to be normalized. So if I set this like 066, 066, it should be like, the image is also rotated 90 degrees, which is a bit weird. Let me just fix the let me fix the image so that I can work. I feel like that's about correct. 100, 400. Yeah, so it's just, it needs to normalize to 1, which is just such a weird way of going like, oh yeah. But then again, Bevy uses quaternions, and quaternions are notoriously like math bullshit. Like Oh yeah, you can't just set the rotation. Like I think this fixes it. Like the inspector specifically goes out of its way to turn quaternions back. But if you just find something just a random sprite with a transform, you know, it's turned it into 3 numbers. But that's because this UI was built by someone who was sane and went, oh yeah. Because what's the reason? Quaternions are used because rotation is order specific. So if you do XYZ, it's different to doing ZYX. So you end up with this thing of like you need a quaternion because the 4th number does something. I think it like I don't think it does what I would think it does, which my assumption would be why fucking use quaternions when you may as well just state that it's always XYZ and then the problem goes away because they're saying, oh, depending on the order at which you apply them changes the numbers. It's like, yes. But like, so you've added an entirely new dimension so that the order of applying the dimensions no longer matters, which is a bit weird for computers. But anyway. Yeah, but this is also a community-made inspector that, honestly, the UI transforms are new enough that I don't think that I don't remember who makes the Bevy inspector. Bevy inspector UI. I want to say it's Hohenheim, but no, it's a jock. Yeah, so this guy who makes the inspector, he also made the Bevy editor, please, and like maintains a whole bunch of really cool Bevy shit. So like I don't blame them for not knowing that UI transform does this weird shit and not specifically overdoing it, because as they're saying, they did it for transform. They just don't do it for the UI transform, which is relatively new. I don't know if it was 0.18 or 0.17 that they went, actually the UI should have its own transform, whereas before that, it just used the same transform as every other, like sprites and three-dimensional shit, which is even honestly even more confusing because one of the things that I keep like saw about like what's the difference between Godot and Unity, like is it like on a actual engine level? It's like, oh, Unity is a 3-dimensional game engine that you can do 2-dimensional stuff in, as in like even the 2-dimensional objects use a 3-dimensional transform. It's just that the Z is you know your depth. Like what the render layer. And then it's like, oh yeah, no, but like Godot doesn't do that. Godot has a XY and then a layer as an integer. So it's like it actually has a completely different transform struct for or like object for 2-dimension versus 3-dimensional. You can't put a 2-dimensional object in a 3-dimensional world because they actually don't share the same coordinate system. It's like, oh, Bevy went, no, that's a waste of time. Like you're spending a lot of extra development time maintaining 2 things. So they went, no, we're going to do the same thing as Unity, except they didn't do quite the same thing as Unity. They just use exactly the same transform struct, but they actually use it in a completely different way. Like the 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional, completely different coordinate systems, but they both use the same data type. So it's a bit weird. But then they went, oh, except UI. UI gets its own, which is, I guess it makes sense because I think it's more like Bevy got big enough to make sense maintaining a new data type purely for the UI. And it probably also helped a lot with the developing of the editor, is that like the UI stuff's all very different. Yeah, from what I remember, their inspector is dog-fooded. So like the entire Godot inspector is written in Godot, which is what Bevy's trying to do as well, because it results in this really cool like concept of every time you go, oh, I need this thing, and so you go and develop it for your editor, and now everyone who uses your application also has access to this new tool you built. Whereas like Unity doesn't do that. There's a bunch of things in the like Unity inspector that you can't do. Well, I think the inspector, yes, but like the actual like windowed application, because it gets confusing because there's like in Unity, from what I remember, there's the inspector over here, and then there's like the preview window and the object explorer. So it's like you can do anything that they do over in the inspector because you have access to all the base like widgets, but like everything else not so true, because it's like Unity is written and then they built the inspector and then they give access to the inspector stuff, whereas like Godot goes no like any of these windows you can also copy because we wrote the whole thing in Godot. I've actually found that Unity making good tooling is really easy. It's making that tooling accessible in the game rather than only when it's being developed. Like you can make really, like, because I've done it, like the Bevy editor, please, when it was up to date, I did it in that as well, where they had all the stuff, like they gave you the scaffolding and you could just make a window, and then you could make that window render an image, and you could just, like, you know, write any data you want onto an image, or you could write any data you want. You could have all buttons and all that do. Like, it was a little bit clunky, but that was more because, like, again, not developed by a multi-million-dollar company. This is a person copying the Unity style inspector. But like whenever I did Unity stuff, like the building the tooling was really easy. The hardest thing with it was going, I need to build the tooling, and also when you released the game or when you weren't in the editor, the tooling was all gone. Like the tooling only worked while you were developing. So building in-game stuff like Minecraft's like F3 menu, it's like you couldn't do that and make it look good. You had to do that all custom. Whereas when you're actually in the editor, Unity worked really well. I think it's when you missed 2 and 3. It's just that. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not just that the 2D and 3D are separate things. It's that the Godot, like when you're making a game with the Godot editor, that was written as a Godot application. Is what I find really cool. Definitely way easier because, yeah, it's like I'm saying, like Godot wrote an application in the application builder. Like Godot knows that you have access to all the tools because Godot used all those tools. Same thing that what Bevy's doing is like that, because they talk about it in the like blog post whenever they go, oh, we're working on an editor, is they're going like, we're releasing this thing or we're releasing that thing because when we build the editor, we'll need these things. So we're releasing them to test to make sure they're all pretty solid before we go and build the editor with them. And the idea being that, like, when Bevy builds an editor, you know that all the tools to build Bevy's editor will exist in Bevy because it was built with Bevy, as opposed to Unity, where it's like you don't actually know if you can do that because they wrote that in C#. They wrote the Unity editor in C++, but you can only ever write Unity stuff in C#, which means that you can't actually do everything you can do in the editor in your game because your game is in C# and the editor is in C++. So if they wanted to do something, they just write a function that did it, whereas you need to call into the functions that they publicly expose. Minecraft, I think, does the same thing where it was like, well, maybe not Minecraft specifically, but there was a whole like, if Mojang wanted to add a feature to the game, they could just make a new function and make it do whatever they wanted to do. If a modder wanted to add a feature to a game, they needed to work out how to hook into the Minecraft engine and make it do that. Like rendering is like that kind of thing of being like, then Minecraft added shaders, and it's like now you can just write shaders directly. But it was like for a long time, it's like you had to work out how to make your object in a way that Minecraft would render it properly. As I mean, like, so when they're doing custom stuff for performance, though, is it like they? Because I've never looked into the actual code base, but I assume that they have written custom code in an application, like in the same way that you could also do said custom stuff without needing to recompile the actual engine. It's like that custom stuff is just stuff that they've done inside the engine itself. It's hard to, like, I guess what I'm talking about. Like the idea being that, like, you know, the Bevy editor is goddamn fucking damn calls. Like Bevy, when it builds its editor, will use Bevy, but like that doesn't mean that like they're going to expose all their widgets. It just means that like they still have to write the custom code. It's the same as everyone says that Bevy's UI is really bad. Like, oh, how can you do UI in Bevy? It's like, well, no, the issue isn't actually that Bevy's UI is bad because Bevy's like layout system's all great. It's that Bevy has 0 helper functions. The issue is that helper functions are really hard to do unopinionated. That's why Bevy's got UI widgets and feathers. It's like UI widgets are like every button can be clicked. Feathers says when you click a button, this is how a button responds to being clicked, and they have to be treated as 2 separate things because like, yeah, you get opinionated. So you can do it yourself too by bypassing some of the. Oh, okay. So it's weird. Yeah, I don't know, because my assumption is also, again, like, it's the idea is you could build Godot with the Godot editor without like having to go and recompile the source code. But maybe I'm just like misinterpreting something that they were, because it was just one of those things that, like, the idea of dogfooding your own UI is the idea of you don't go, oops, we need this widget. Well, we forgot to give this widget, because it's like I did it as well with like when I develop certain crates for people, and like, this part of what this is doing is like, that's why I'm doing all the testing in the example, is that I keep finding things that I forgot to make public because I try to use it and it goes, that's private. I'm like, in my crate I would never find it because I can access private things, like, or if it's public to the crate, like as long as at some point I make it public to somehow. But it's like, no, but like these guys don't these things can't enter halfway in, so if I can't get to that point, then I can't follow the. And it's like how I know that my prelude has a lot of the stuff that it needs is because if I go to write a new module and I import the prelude and go, oh, this thing's missing, I'll add it to the prelude if it's something that I actually need like quite often. But yeah, I don't know, I haven't really looked into Godot. Someone came in the other day into the stream and was like, oh, why use something else when you could be using a real engine like Godot or Unity? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It does run on Godot, but it's also using some implementations in low level for some things to not pull in some of the overhead that would be required to make it generic. Okay, yeah, so yeah, again, it's the same as the idea being that Godot, you can write everything in Godot script, or you can import like I don't know how good it's got, but when I tried to do it, this is like before I knew about Bevy, when I very first found out Rust, I was like, oh, I want to make games, but I don't want to use Unity, because Unity was like, no, you can't use Rust at all. And Godot went, yeah, no, you can use Rust. You've just got to do some kind of weird bind glue thing where you basically export a dynamic library, and then in your Godot, you bind to the Rust function. So you write Rust code, compile it, and then go into Godot and use it. It was a horrible experience. My annoyance with that kind of like reasoning of being like, oh, why use something new is like, well, why make something better? It's like, if you don't use the new things, I keep coming across this as I'm getting older and older, and some of the projects that I had no idea were as small as they were are popping the fuck off, and I'm going, holy shit, I had no idea that this thing actually wasn't as popular. Because to me, it was, a thing like the one I recently I took around stream previously was Project Zomboid, where I found that like 2014, and I've been playing on and off for like 12 years now, and I didn't find out until it was like 2022 they added multiplayer, like proper back, like they re-added multiplayer, because the first time, from in my head I'm like, oh, it was like 2016 or something they had multiplayer. It's like, no, they took that out apparently. I just never played multiplayer, so I didn't know. And they re-added in 2022, and then the YouTubers picked it up, and it popped off and went from like having like 8,000 people at peak to like 60,000 people peak. And I had like no idea that this game was considered underground, because to me it was like, oh yeah, there's all the information, but like suddenly the game is fucking like yeah, like there's like, to me it was like, I'm like, holy fuck, because I was watching a video talking about like the troubled development stuff. I'm like, I had no idea that this game was like as small as it was and is now big, because to me it's like, no, this game has always just been like this. And there was another game that I was like very recently going like, holy shit, I didn't realize that when I was playing this game there was like maybe 20,000 other people that had played the game, and now it's got like a million copies sold kind of thing, and being like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't realize this was considered like a small undergroundy thing. That's my issue with not being like culturally tied in. But like the idea being that like there are a lot of like really cool things that like you don't realize that they're actually as small as they are, and that they need to get bigger in order to be popular. Like people, Godot was another one where it's like, when I first found Godot, it was like just before they started going big, like it was like 2 or 3 years before it became an alternative to Unity, where I kept hearing about Godot and everyone was talking about, oh, Godot's this is up and coming thing, da, da, da. And I went, oh yeah, like, you know, cool, Godot, it's an alternative engine, they had all the features. And then it was like 2 or 3 years later that everyone was going, oh, Godot, like, you know, it's an actual competitor to Unity. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, didn't this thing come? It's like, oh no, I think it was like version 1.0 or something happened. But then it was like, it started getting that attention of being like, hey, this is actually like a viable alternative. And now it's like, everyone acts like it's like, oh yeah, no, you can use Godot, Unity, Unreal. Like when I first heard about Godot, it was kind of like, oh yeah, if you want to be like, you know, pretentious, you could use Godot. It's an open source free alternative. And I actually, you know, it's probably when Unity started being a dick and started like trying to charge people retroactively to use their free application. Like, oh, you became successful, let us back charge you for all the copies you sold before you hit it off, before you succeeded, kind of thing. They wanted to charge something like 20 cents a download if you made more than $1 million. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it blowing the fuck up, because like I heard about it being like, I was watching YouTubers talking about game design and they're going, oh, this is an alternative. And I'm pretty sure it was when Unity did their like, oh, we're changing our payment structure, that Godot blew up and people started actually making games in Godot. And that's how I feel about Bevy, when everyone's like, oh, why are you using this? I'm like, because at some point it will be good enough. And if we all just kind of went, oh, but it's not good enough now, then it never would be good enough. It's the same as the idea of like, oh, but like, why would you buy anything but an iPhone? It's like, well, because if you don't buy something other than an iPhone, then no other company will ever make something as good as the iPhone, because they don't have the money. Apple keeps making a shit product because people keep buying it. It's not that I think that if you stop buying iPhones, the product would get better. It's more like if you started buying another phone, that might start to be able to compete. That would make iPhones better. Really? Oh god, that's terrible. Because I liked it because I think it pissed Steam off, because it got reversed super quickly. I remember, like it was almost immediate, like within a week it was reversed. Like they went, actually, never mind, we're not doing that. And I'm almost certain it's because Valve threatened to sue them, because they were basically saying every download of your game, no matter how it was downloaded, we want a thing, which is the equivalent of saying to Steam, give us a certain fraction of the percentage. And Steam's going, fuck no, because like half of the games that are made with Unity were free games, and you're saying we have to pay you 20 cents to let someone download a free game. And it was so fucking stupid. No, I mean the technology, not the actual fucking like interface on top. I've watched a lot of videos that talk about like the underlying tech of the iPhone, and it's like basically the iPhone, like the chip inside the iPhone. I don't know. Again, I don't know about now, but when the iPhone came out, it was leagues and bounds ahead of where like everything else was. And then up until, as far as I'm aware, at least 2018, the iPhone basically had a chip that could run a MacBook in it. Like the iPhone could be a laptop. And then we can look up when the M1 came out. Apple M1. 2020. So the M1 is their like fancy Mac, like their fancy chip, their custom, like Apple made their own silicon. This chip is the same. Like I don't know if they put it, they specifically the M1 in the iPhones, but the idea was they had a chip that was so powerful in their iPhones that they then put it in their laptops. So that's like what I'm saying is like it's apparently like compared to every other phone on the market, the iPhone is ridiculously like over-engineered and over the top. The issue is that I feel like by doing that, Apple has done the equivalent of saying, but we don't have to actually try and make good apps. Like my annoyance with Android was I have the tendency of keeping the same phone for like way too long. Like a phone, apparently the life cycle of phones like 1 to 2 years. And I used to have my phones for like 5 to 8 years. Like I got my first phone when I was like 13, and I think I was still using it when I was 18, sort of thing. Like I had that phone for a long time, like all through school. The issue is I couldn't have certain apps on it, like Snapchat, because Snapchat used more RAM than my phone had. There was a whole bunch of other apps where like they just used more processing power than more memory than my phone had. And the idea was there was no incentive to make optimized better applications, because 2 years later the new phone would come out. It's people kept accusing Apple of programming, like of designing, oh, it's planned obsolescence. It's like, no. What Apple is doing is just releasing the better, faster phone. And all the app developers are going, well, why would we spend hundreds of man hours optimizing our code when we can just like be like, oh no, this iOS version and below we don't support anymore. Because, and it just means that like you get really shit slow apps, because that's how Apple's whole thing was, is they didn't make their phones worse. They made the new phones so much better that everyone else forgot that the old phones were bad. My other one is like, I like using Bevy, because Bevy means that like, unless I'm really bad at programming, my code can almost certainly run super fast on a potato computer. Whereas if you use something like Unity, it's like, oh yeah, if the computer's more than like 5 years old, fucking may not even be able to run the app at all. But since I personally don't think that Apple ever did planned obsolescence, like in like a hardware sense. They never programmed in any kind of intentional thing, because that would be illegal. And let's face it, like when people go, oh, it's like, no, they didn't do that. They just did something very similar in that, because it's designed to be small. But like, I don't think that Apple at any point intentionally like programmed in planned obsolescence. What they did is that they went, every year we're going to release a new faster phone, and then they made their operating system for the phones worse. So they like actively that would be like, well, I don't think it was intentional. I think that Apple just had no plan of ever optimizing iOS. So they just make a faster phone and then say, hey, like if you want the newest security stuff, you've got to upgrade to the new version. Eventually, because even Google does it, where there's a sort of a threshold where it's like, hey, your phone is too old for the new Android version. And it's like, it's not because they're being malicious about it so much as like they're just being cheap. And they're going like, oh no, like your phone literally just does not have enough memory to run Android, and we're not going to make Android any more efficient. So this is the Android cutoff. We're never going to remove a feature. So here is the point where like your phone is just not good enough to run the new Android. Windows did the same thing. There's a whole bunch of computers. Like my dad had to get a new computer because Windows said, no, you can't upgrade to 11 because you don't have the hardware for it. It's like it was, I think it's the secure boot chip on the motherboard. It's like, without that, you're not allowed to upgrade to Windows 11. And so there's the idea of like, it's not planned obsolescence. It's forcing people to upgrade because, technology got better and things got cheaper, and they're just being cheap and lazy. Like it's not a... okay, yeah, that is okay. That's pretty shit. Damn, okay. I didn't know about that one. The one I remember everyone bitching about Apple was that they turned on a feature that automatically slowed down the CPU proportional to the degradation on the battery. So the idea was like, conceptually, like Apple's doing the right thing. Like, and I'm not sure if I'm on Apple's side, as in like, I think management definitely did it for planned obsolescence, but I feel like the engineers that implemented it went, oh, this is actually like a really good idea. Is that basically there's a little chip in your phone that keeps track of the battery, and as your battery gets worse, like, you charge some, well, it goes, oh, I'll just tune back the CPU. So basically what it was doing was slowing down the CPU so that you always got like 18 hours out of a battery charge. The issue was that they turned this feature on by default and didn't tell anyone that we're doing it, which meant that if you had an old phone that was, 4 or 5 years old and the battery was kind of half-life and fucked, your phone went from being like really snippy, but you needed to charge it every 4 hours, to basically grinding to a halt because it was like, oh, well, we're going to stretch out the battery to 18 years. And the issue was that it wasn't that they did it. It's that they didn't tell anyone that, because you could opt out. You could also go into the settings and turn it off. And everyone, oh, planned obsolescence. Like, well, no, like it's like they did a feature that is really good for new phones, where it's like, as the battery gets worse, your phone gets a little bit slower. You don't know. The issue is when they turned it on, everyone went, shit, my phone went from working real well to working like shit. And it's like, yeah, but your battery life also went from fucking like an hour to fucking 10. But people didn't notice that. And there was this whole thing about like when it came out. The other issue was that people said it was happening, like, doing the like reporting, oh, this, don't upgrade it to iOS version, it makes your phone really, like, it's really slow down. And then Apple denied that anything had happened. And again, I don't think it was in like a malicious way of like, I don't think the press release people went, oh no, we can't tell them. I think it's like they did not understand, they didn't realize that they'd released a feature that was intentionally slowing down the phone if the battery was fucked, because everyone kept saying it was because the phone was old. Like, oh, it's the old iPhone. It's like, no, it's the phones with fucked batteries. The new phone would also, like a brand new iPhone would get slow if the battery was fucked. Because yeah, it was just this weird thing of like, because Apple did another one where I was like, it's that idea of people go, oh no, but it's our responsibility to save the environment, but like the big companies really are the only ones that really can like make individual decisions to save the environment. Basically, Apple turned on by default their smart charge, which is that the iPhone, if you plug it into charge, it like monitors your like charging behavior. And basically builds up a profile of when it thinks you're going to be on charge, and it uses, I assume it uses the GPS. I don't actually know, like, again, what level they're fucking tracking you, but it works out when it thinks it's most likely that you will be having renewable electricity and chooses to charge your phone then. So what it does is if you plug your phone in overnight, it'll go, oh, I'll charge to 80% because that will be enough power to get you through the day. Like with your average power usage, will charge to like basically 1 day's worth of charge. It then waits and he goes, oh, like the sun's come up, the solar panels will be on, let me charge it further with green energy. So the idea was that like the phone would only charge the bare minimum when it was like, this is bad power. And then it goes, oh, it's good power. And they turned it on by default. Again, you could opt out. You could, like, it was like a setting that says, hey, phones reach like, so phones reach something charged, like, waiting until, like prime charge time or something. It was like it gave you a little notification and everything, and you could like tick a thing and say like, no, don't do that, just charge to 100% when I plug you in. And again, most people wouldn't notice because you plug your phone in during the day, it goes, hey, solar, and charges it. It's like it was purely for charging overnight. But because they turn it on by default retroactively for every iPhone, it was something like megawatts of power, of global power saved by Apple deciding that they weren't going to be like, oh, no, but 100% charge is the important thing. They were like, no, like charging at the appropriate time is more important than charging immediately. And boy, did it piss a lot of people off because they thought Apple was trying to bully them. And it's like, no, it's just a feature that they turned on by default that, yes, again, they probably should have told people they were doing it. But my phone does it too, where it's like, I'll plug it in and it'll be like, hey, I'm charging. And then my phone will like fucking... because my phone, I'm pretty sure it follows charging habits. So my phone doesn't do it as much now because I'm a night owl and it goes, oh, I'll just charge for 100% at night. But it used to be that I'd go to, because I worked, like would wake up at 6 to go to work, I'd plug my phone in and it didn't matter what charge it was on or what time I plugged it in, it would charge and tell me it was fully charged at 8 in the morning, at 5 in the morning. I'd get a notification saying, bing, like your phone is fully charged. And it was always at 5 in the morning. It didn't matter, like, charge, because it was intentionally charging the battery in a healthier way. So it basically went, oh, I've got this many hours to charge the battery because you're not likely to use it until 6. So I'm going to have it charged by 5. And then it, which again, might be a habit thing of sometimes I'd wake up before my alarm and then, touch my phone. So it's like, it was going to be fully charged by 5. So it would trickle charge the battery in the healthiest way. Yeah, well, I think that was the idea. Is I don't know how smart they made the algorithm, but theoretically, it would use your GPS. Like if they took it to the level that people like, I don't actually know how far they went because people reverse engineered some of the code when I was doing this. And again, Apple being cagey about it didn't tell anyone exactly how it decides. But if it uses your GPS or like just generally like you tell it where you are in the world, presumably it would charge off the hydropower at night. But that's again, it depends on how smart they made the algorithm. And also, like, again, people would be pissy about it because people are like that. But it may have actually been using it at the right time. It's just that, like, the people that actually looked into it lived in a sunny place and they said, oh, it uses it when it's solar. But it's like, well, if you were in a hydro place, it would use it when hydro. But I don't actually know because I'm not Apple and I haven't reverse engineered it personally myself. But I just remember it being really quite an interesting like concept that people were getting so mad at Apple for doing these horrible things. And it's like, well, Apple does a lot of shitty things, but like those aren't the shitty things. It's the equivalent of that lawsuit where they're like, oh, everyone sues for everything in America. And it's like the lady that sued McDonald's because she dropped hot coffee on herself. Like, oh, her coffee was too hot. It's like, that is propaganda by McDonald's because the coffee actually was too hot. There's people don't realize that when you boil water in a kettle, it only gets like 60 degrees because it's basically like as soon as any of it starts boiling a little bit, the steam goes up and it detects it and turns off. So your kettle is only at like 60 degrees or like maybe not even when the water like when it turns off because the water's hot enough. Like the element's boiling, but the actual water isn't boiling. Otherwise, there would be no water. If it got to 100 degrees, the fucking kettle would be empty. So if you put water in an urn, though, it's pressurized, which means that you don't have to worry about like boiling it to like and then turning it off. So it heats up to whatever temperature you set it, and it does it much slower, and it doesn't have a boiling thing. It's got an actual thermostat that measures. So what the employees at fucking McDonald's were doing was they were getting pissed off that people kept complaining that their coffee was cold because they'd buy a coffee, you know, put it in their cup holder, drive to work and go to drink their coffee, but oh, it's fucking cold. And they kept complaining to McDonald's. So the employees at McDonald's, like just like almost every McDonald's was doing this apparently. Like it was a systemic issue. We're turning up the urn from like 60 degrees, which would give you a bad burn if you spilt it on yourself, to like 70 or 80 degrees or something, which is like that is third degrees, like, you know, like permanent damage kind of burns, so that people would have hotter coffees. And then we're like doing this, and it was like, and I think it was like the big thing, the reason she won the lawsuit is management knew, they knew how dangerous this was, and they didn't stop it. It's like she didn't sue before she burnt herself on hot coffee. She sued herself because her coffee never should have been that hot. And it's one of those weird things of like people, oh, you sue for anything. It's like, no, but like that was a legitimate case. And the reason everyone brings it up all the time is because it sounds ridiculous, but it's actually like it was a legitimate, like she had a legitimate reason to sue McDonald's over this. And it's just weird because like, and I didn't say it's like an intentional choice by the corporations to be like, hey, we're going to make it out as if everyone sues over everything so that people stop taking these lawsuits seriously. Yeah, exactly. And now everyone goes, oh, well, they're just suing because they just want the money. And it's like, no, like there are legitimate. My favorite one at the moment is that there's that lady just won like $100 million suing TikTok and YouTube because they got her addicted to the app. And the reason she won is because while suing them, Facebook, it must have been Facebook and YouTube, but like they literally came out, oh yeah, your TikTok settled out of court. That's what it was, because she tried to sue all the social media companies for getting her addicted and feeding her depression. Facebook had to pay 80% of the money because they basically lost. YouTube got out of it, had to pay 20% because they claimed they're not a social media website. But Facebook got fucked over because they got pulled up onto the stand, and basically they got a bunch of memos put into public record that said, that they were intentionally targeting children because children were the thing. And their defense was, yeah, but you can't blame us because all social media networks are doing it. And so they kind of lost because they effectively had the defense of, yeah, but everyone else is doing it. Oh, yeah, it was sort of an admission of guilt, I think, was what she was after, which I think is what really pissed McDonald's off, is an admission. Because that was the thing, is as soon as she tried to sue them for medical bills, they started smearing her, saying, oh, this lady's trying to sue us because she burnt herself on our hot coffee. And so like the idea was that like she also wanted them to admit that actually it was their fault that the coffee was too hot, and they refused to do that. So she got way more money because they refused to admit that it was their fault. So like it was the idea of like, it wasn't so much that like the judge was going like, oh, she didn't like ask for more. It was, she said, you have to admit you're wrong. And they said, we will give you way more money if we don't have to admit that we did anything wrong. And hence they had to put caution hot on their coffee instead of, something along the lines of, we once burnt a woman because we made our coffee, because our staff were too lazy to make coffee. But yeah, it was really funny watching the lawsuit as the information trickled out of basically Facebook going, oh, no, we didn't do it. Oh, never mind, but everyone does that. And it's like, what the fuck, Facebook? What was the other one? Elon Musk just tried to sue OpenAI, trying to claim that because they're going for profit, they're actually like scamming him out of the money that he would have made if they'd gone for, because he was like, oh, I funded them as a non-profit and now they're trying to become a for-profit. And the judge threw it out and said, yeah, but that was like 4 years or 8 years ago that you left the company. So it's been too long, you can't sue them, which is the most funniest thing ever, because Elon Musk is coming in going, how dare you turn it into a for-profit? And all the emails come out of him. He's not pissed that they're making it a for-profit. He's pissed that he suggested it in 2018 and they didn't do it until 2026, long after he left the company. Down to the bone. I know it wasn't their face; it was their fucking genitals. It was they had it between their legs, and I assume like the driver turned or something. Because that was the other thing is they tried to claim that she was drinking the coffee while driving, but she wasn't. She was the passenger in the car. She was in her like 60s, and she when the coffee got spilt on her groin, it it like fused. It all closed, so she had to get plastic surgery to like cut it open again. And so it was pretty fucked. Like it was horrendously, like it fused all the skin together, but it wasn't like her face that she spilled it on; it was her lap. And so that not only that makes it so much worse because it did it through her clothes. But yeah, it's pretty fucking. Anyway, let's move on to the actual coding. We've been talking with politics stuff. Yeah, I do find that kind of interesting that a lot of people are like, oh, but this, but that. And it's like, yeah, I feel like you're trying to like justify, this or the other thing, like rather than like actually knowing what happened. Because let's face it, like one of the people I watch, which apparently is a bit of like controversial, like Theo, and like I like his approach of being like, you can be angry at the companies, but like actually make them genuine things to be angry at the companies. Because if you're angry at the company for something that actually like was in the community space, it's like it's where a lot of my like Facebook, Apple stuff comes from. It's like his view is like being like Apple does shitty things, so call them out when they're doing shitty things. The issue is when you call them out for shit like they're saving the batteries, what you're doing is undermining the credibility. Yeah, the emotional support clause. I don't know where it's coming from either. I thought I knew what application was causing this. I thought it was Jurassic World Evolution because it was always when I was playing that game it turned up. It's something else because it comes back when I haven't played any games on my computer. It's some other application is opening up and this close button appears and then it never goes away until I restart my computer. Presumably, if I could work out what the application was, I could get it to go away by opening and closing the application again. But I don't know what application it is because I don't notice it until like hours later, I guess, when something else does it. So it keeps turning back up. And it's obviously something I'm using. It's got to be one of these applications because I only recently restarted my computer. I haven't opened and closed anything since I restarted my computer. So it has to be one of these applications that's doing it. Yeah, emotional support close. Fucking thing. My brain is not able to read that word. I'm Googling it. Yeah, emotional support mushroom. No, that would actually be kind of funny, wouldn't it? No, supposed to be focusing on code. So the easiest thing to do would be right here when I update the transform is just purely compute what the transform should be and move it there. My issue with that is I would much rather so fucking stupid. I would much rather be able to there's gotta be a way. I can't for a second believe that that Bevy has literally no way of rotating a fucking image. It's so stupid. The handle of the image because like the other one I was thinking is well, that also probably wouldn't work. As I was thinking, if I change the sampler somehow, because like the cheaty way of doing it would be to just like every time you load an image, load a second copy of the same image. That's rotated 90 degrees. That would legitimately be the easiest way to do this in terms of like purely implementing things and not having to have like weird edge cases. But I feel like that's kind of dumb. Because that's the other thing is when you apply the transform, obviously the transform's applied after it fucking positions it, which means that like you can turn it and okay. So setting the transform correct. So we have to use where's the size coming from? So this size here is the wrong size because this is the size of the image. The issue with the size of the image is that it calculates So if I turn it 90 degrees, the size of the image is wrong. So I think it's this size. So we take the bounding box size. Fucking spam callers. I'm so sick of this shit. People selling my fucking info. Okay, so I think it's this size that we want to use, because using the bounding box size means that when we rotate it 90 degrees, the bounding box... That's actually really cool. I was working on that as like a Bevy application. Actually, I might have it. Because again, I think that'd be a really fun thing to do on stream. I actually have a list of, let's open Obsidian. I have a list of like stream ideas that I'm like currently like adding to, of things that I want to make on stream. Why can I not? Oh, what the fuck? Why did I open a second window? That's so weird. Somewhere. I don't know where I put it. Stream topics. Stream pets. Right. If I like open folder and go back to YouTube, I go with projects. I think it's Snack. Is it? Did I actually call it Snake? Oh, that's so boring. What I called it Snack. Anyway, open Snake, and then yes, I trust the author. The author is me. I mean, okay, maybe I don't trust the author, but you know. Cargo run. Wait, what? That is not the folder I told you to open. I told you to open projects. Snake. Fucking weird. All right, cargo run. It might take a second to compile because you know I haven't run it in a while. This is another thing I don't understand is why it must be that one of the crates is updated, but like this thing is using like the same lock, which means that it shouldn't need to recompile everything. This is 0.17. Ooh. Yeah, all these things are so out of date. Like, how the fuck? Why does it need to update anything? But no, it's not. Wow, it takes a second to compile. It's I haven't run this application in like a few months, but the target's still here, so it should already have all the build binary shit. Oh, you know what it is? I've updated my Rust up. I updated my Rust up, which means that technically they're outdated because they're the old compile. Not why is it compiling 3 versions of the Windows core crate? This feels like really, really inefficient code somewhere. Windows Futures, there's 2 different versions of that, 2 different versions of Windows. I feel like one of these crates may have broken something anyway. I don't know what's wrong with my computer, but I'm assuming you didn't put the Chinese. I noticed it the other day when I was streaming. Fucking the Chinese character mum, and then you've written AO. Like, apparently though, I don't know if I've got the version of the compiler. They've worked on a feature that, like, because I remember seeing it because someone was talking about it being like, hey, would this be a good thing for Bevy? Like, well, actually, I think this would definitely be a good thing for Bevy, which is you can flag a crate. It has to be a library. It can't be a binary, as mostly unused, as in it's like a flag that you put on a crate. And it means don't bother compiling this entire crate, only compile bits of the crate. I think it's trying to order. I noticed it in my last stream that I was literally talking to someone, and they kept like they occasionally send Chinese characters. I'm like, I don't know what they're like trying to say, kind of thing. It's like obviously they're doing the same thing. Of like they was typing some like symbol, some string of letters, and it was just saying, oh, that must be Chinese. I'm like, because I didn't even think about it. So it was literally just then where I was like, I went to look at it because I was like, oh, I wonder what you've written, and then it changed, and I was like, oh, okay, so it's like translating some bullshit. No, it eliminates dead code, but it compiles the code to eliminate it. So the example was the Windows crate that the person was like the RFC that they linked was the Windows crate. The idea is that the Windows crate needs to include basically an interface, like the API interface for the entire Windows platform. So what the compiler will do is only compile the modules as you use them, rather than the way it does it now, which is it goes, hey, you're using Bevy PBR, let me compile that entire crate, and then you can use, then you can call it. So the mostly unused would be that you wouldn't put it on the Bevy PBR, you'd put it on the Bevy crate, and that would mean that unless you called, so when you call Bevy, and when you call the prelude, unless you actually use Bevy PBR, it doesn't compile like the subcrate. It only compiles like the subcrates that you actually touch, basically. It was like so the idea was that you could have like the entire interface, and you're basically saying, hey, but everyone's using this crate will only use like maybe 1 or 2% of the types and function. And they're saying that the only real limitation is it doesn't do well with generics, because obviously like generics, every generic is compiled independently anyway. So that's why like they say if you want faster compile times, don't use generics, because every generic has to be compiled basically independently. You can't compile them and then use them. You have to compile them specifically for like every type that you use. And so it was the idea of like you didn't have to compile the entire crate. I assume that C does this as well, but I don't know, maybe C is just faster. Is that like it does the pre-processing pass and then works out which of the CPP files, like the .cpp, it needs to compile. So the idea being that like you can declare a signature, but unless you actually call that function, it doesn't compile it. It just has the signature. Something like that, I don't know. But that was the idea. Is it wasn't that it was eliminating dead code. It doesn't even bother compiling dead code. Whereas at the moment, Rust will compile it. It won't link it into the binary, but it won't compile it either. Yeah, I think part of the reason it fully compiles everything is it doesn't need to check anything. It literally just spits out bytecode. But I think it still does do some weird thing. Maybe the reason it does that weird thing is that's why you need header files, is because it doesn't do anything. As in, you could literally declare a signature and not give it a function body ever, and it wouldn't complain, from what I understand, because you only give it a signature. And it's like it'll throw a link error if you never give it a body, but if you never call it, it's the linker's job to catch that you didn't fucking give it a body. Yeah, C relies on the linker. That's what I mean, though. It's like, so the idea is that if you don't ever put a body on it, then C doesn't compile it. C compiles, so the header is always compiled to grab, like, it reads through the header. But I don't even know if it does that. It in the pre-processing step, when you import something, from what I remember, it literally like copy pastes the file. Like it like basically wholesale puts the text there. I don't think it does any kind of like pre-processing thing of being like, here's a bundle of bits that now exist. Like, here's a bunch of signatures or something. I don't remember how fucking headers work. They were really stupid though, because they were designed for a time before actual compilers, kind of thing. The fuck is this? This was obviously me showing something to someone, or maybe it was me like getting something for a video. It's just got the word schedule written randomly in the file. Yeah, so that's so what I mean by like not fully compiled is like, from what I understand, if you declare a signature, because I've seen people like do C++ stuff where they're like teaching a tutorial. If you declare a function signature in a header, you can just never add a body to it, and unless you call it, the compiler doesn't care. Even if you call it, the compiler doesn't care. It'll throw a link error when it tries to link, because it says, hey, that symbol doesn't exist. So the headers only declare the symbol. The body declares the compiling. So if you actually don't give it a body, it doesn't compile it. I know it's going to compile the whole thing anyway, but like the idea being that like you can, while compiling your code, put what they call like stubs or whatever, where like you don't actually have any logic, and then you link to a third-party crate. Parse, yeah, the entire text file. Well, I don't think it was designed to be dead simple and ridiculously fast. It was more like it was built fucking 60 years ago, where C was probably quite slow, but this was the only thing you could do. Like it comes from a time before. So this is my snake game, and apparently, fucking, I hate NVIDIA. I got to Google how to do this again. how to make window transparent. I feel like it's just an NVIDIA thing. Okay, let me double check that I actually have it turned on in the settings, because maybe I don't. We'll go back to main. Window plugin. Primary window. Get basic window. Maybe I needed to run it in Steam mode. Yeah, okay. So dash. Was it features? Is that how I do it? The only thing with this is you have to hold F4 it. You can't, because I think it makes it pass through, so it's always on top. It is the borderless full screen. And then once you alt tab out of it, I don't think it's clickable. Okay, so help, help, where is it? Maybe I forgot to do the thing that makes input visible. Basic cursor options, stream mode, not stream mode, none. Must be this. Oh yeah, I turned it off because hit test false means you can't click the screen anymore. But I've got to go into my NVIDIA stuff. NVIDIA. Oh no, I'm gonna have to install the NVIDIA control panel. God damn NVIDIA. This one? No, it's somewhere. Manage 3D settings. Default driver. Somewhere in here. Auto select settings, use 3D settings. No, that's sound. I don't care about sound. Display. This is all weird stuff. No, it's in here somewhere. There's like a one of these settings is like use the fucking driver instead of letting the application decide. Because if you let the application decide, it just doesn't work. Back and OpenGL, preferred mode. Prefer native? One of these things. I think that's how I do. I don't remember. It's fucking glitching the fuck out though. That's what's happening. No, wrong application, wrong application. Why is this fucking output broken? Nope, still not working. Wait, where the fuck is the... There was someone that said like, oh god, there's like a setting you change. Bevy transparent window. Window is black on Windows. Okay, wait, it's yeah. So native does not work. Okay. So, yeah, so it does say it's you got to set the Vulkan OpenGL preset, OpenGL 2 preset. Wait, what? Oh, wait, yeah, OpenGL. God, I can't read. Preset mode, yeah, and say prefer native. Okay, and I've applied that. So, oh, I think I need to restart the fucking computer. Anyway, you need to set this, otherwise the window's not transparent. But basically, what I was trying to show off is that, like, when you run it like this, it's like it's in full screen mode, but you can actually see the desktop behind this. And if you turn off the hit scan, then you can still see this. I was going to make it so that, like, people in chat could control the fucking snakes. Where is my YouTube? From what I understood, I thought C was a two-pass compiler. It ran through once, doing all the defined includes, import. Like, it did all that. Like, when you imported something, it literally, like, did, you know, it executed all the macros and then ran through and passed it again. Yeah, I need to reboot. I'm not going to bother because it's not that important. But my idea was to use YouTube's like API to, like, grab chat messages and have, like, when someone chats, they spawn a snake in, and then do something stupid like maybe hash whatever message they sent and use that as, like, the instructions to steer the snake around the screen. Because I thought that would be really funny. But YouTube, their API is a little bit weird. I've got it working before in terms of, like, messaging, like, just, like, pinging their API and getting, like descriptions. Like, I have a project at the moment where I'm trying to rewrite all my videos, and I went and got it, and it automatically downloaded all the transcripts from all my previous videos, which is cool. The only issue is that they have a really, really restrictive cap on how many messages you can send, and to get, like, an actual live thing of the chat, you have to. I haven't looked into it very far, but, like, everyone I keep seeing goes, oh, you can't do it because if you pinged requesting chat messages every, like, second, you'd get, like, 2.5 hours of stream before you ran out of messages. But from what I was reading through their documentation, there's also a much more expensive one-time request where you request a web socket, and that web socket will send new messages to you. So instead of pinging saying, are there new messages, you can say, hey, can you send me all new messages this way? And then you don't have to keep spending it. So it's like, instead of costing 1 credit, it costs, like, 500 credits once. So you can, like, just always get messages. But it had, like, certain restrictions. Like, you could configure, like, the batch size of messages, which would be, like, if you were having a really fast chat, it would send 500 messages at once. Otherwise, it would send all the messages, like, once per minute, which is kind of, like, still has that really laggy kind of thing. But as it goes, okay. Okay, I'm surprised because I would have assumed that it wouldn't have had enough memory to to do that in place. So I would have assumed what it does is it runs through writing, like, a temp.txt, and then it, like, every time it hits a macro, it, you know, writes into the temp.txt, and then once it gets to the bottom of the file, compiles the temp.txt, and then does that again to the same file. Because, like, I wouldn't have thought it would have enough RAM to be able to store, like, each header as it went. But I guess it's as it goes. Both would probably be the same. I just assumed that it copied, like, it wrote it out into, like, a temporary file. Well, one of is, like, the Twitch one apparently is way more forgiving because it's something like you can send 300 messages a minute, 300 requests a minute, rather than YouTube's one where it's like, we're going to, like, get completely sidetracked from the stream. Apparently the stream is not going to sound topic. You're terrible at this, Turtle, distracting me with everything. YouTube API. So this is the YouTube data API. I gotta be careful that I don't accidentally reveal something that's, like, me logged in. We'll just look at the quota, I guess. So the quota. Nope, I feel like this is me logged in. Yeah, so you get 10,000 units per day, and you know, the activity list. One of those is, like, there's a live stream one where you can request the chat. So the idea is that requesting the chat costs you 1 credit. So if we said, like, if you had 10,000 credits, and then we divide that by, let's say you ping once a second, that would give you 162 minutes, and then you do that, you know, So it's 2.7 hours. If you pinged once a second, obviously you can make that like 24 hours if you pinged once every 10 seconds. But that's what I'm saying. That's if you pinged it directly every 10 seconds, you get 27 hours a day. And that's the thing, is you can't do anything else but ping the chat, which is, you know, but there is like a thing, I want to say it was like the live streaming API. So one of these is like, what I like is that the API is actually free. I don't even know if there's a way to get a paid version of the API. I assume you have to contact them directly, but you can like go, hey, my application needs more, so I'm going to request more. So I assume the larger YouTubers can also just do that. They can just ask for more bandwidth, because the idea is like, I could just randomly, as a completely free, make an application that gets 10,000 credits a day. And I think it's even every application gets 10,000 credits, but obviously you can only make like 4 or 5 applications per per Google account before Google starts going like, no, you have to, I don't know if you have to upgrade, or again, you just have to like request and like justify why you need more. Yeah, there's so what I'm saying, like put it on the hard drive, like it would only be like one text file at a time. It would compile the like it would go, I'm about to compile this file, run through once, writing out the full first pass makes the full file, and then processes that and then deletes it. Like, so it just needs enough hard drive space to effectively store the full file, like with none of the derived macros completed. Like it, but I guess it does make sense to compile macros as you go, because I've also been told that like as I said, it doesn't do 2 passes, which means that the macros can only unwind in order of declaration. So you can't use a macro before you declare the macro, which is always fun. Q point videos somewhere. One of these is like must be stream. So stream has a frame rate state. Like, I like YouTube's like API in terms of like, I can understand why YouTube had to do it this way, which is like when you make a request, they give you like the bare minimum information, and then you can like request additional snips. Like, so like the idea is that you can like get the status health state, but you have to like request it. It doesn't just come with every request, because otherwise, you know, Google would just like die. Because like, so there's a whole bunch of things that's like you have to request specific information to get that information. Like if you want like the view count, you have to request the analytics when you ping the video. So I think, like, as it says, somewhere up here, it'll tell you like what you get, which I assume is you get the kind, the e-tag, the ID, the snippet. But then like if you want the published at, you have to like request this information in Tish, like when you request the snippet. Is default stream fun? There's also these e-tags. I never quite understood them. I never quite worked them out. But like the e-tag is like a unique identifier that means that like you can effectively cache versions, and then you can be like, hey, tell me everything that's changed since since this e-tag was valid, which is kind of like, it's a really cool way. Like you can really see that YouTube was going that like they were really being like, we cannot afford to bandwidth all of this information. So it's definitely a live stream. Maybe it's a live broadcast, because there's a difference between a live stream and a live broadcast. The broadcast is like what you're watching now. The stream is like the actual video stream going to the thing. It's how I don't know if they even still support it, but like Rooster Teeth used to have like all of their members would have a stream going to the same live stream. So you would hop on to the Rooster Teeth channel and they'd have one live stream. You'd go in and then you could pick which camera you wanted to look through. And it was like each of the people playing the game had their own camera, which is such a like cool feature that I don't know if YouTube still does. So there's like methods and a list and include, and then down here somewhere there's like a chat thing. Start time, end time, live chat ID. The ID for the broadcast live chat. With this ID, you can use the live chat message resource method to retrieve, insert, or delete chat messages. You can also add or remove chat moderation, ban users. Okay, so it's going to be this thing then. Yeah, so you can like list, which lists live chat messages for a specific chat. And then there's stream list, which enables a server streaming connection for receiving live chat messages from a specific chat in low latency. So if we come down to like, I think, maybe it's not going to tell me, there's like the different quota costs, and it's like list costs, so we'll go this, somewhere it tells you the quota costs. Not seeing it. This method establishes a server streaming connection that lets the received tribe with low latency. This is the most efficient way to consume live chat messages. As it pushes new messages to the client as soon as they are available, rather than requiring you to poll for updates. When you first connect, the API sends a series of messages containing recent chat history. A new message, as new messages are posted, the server will continue to send them through the open connection. Messages each server respond in order from oldest to newest. Next, each response also includes a next page token. If your client disconnects, you can use the next page token to resume the stream. To do so, provide the next. I don't know where the cost is. Somewhere it has API costs. But yeah, basically the key thing here being that max results, accept values of from 200 to 2000 includes. The default is 500 messages. Yeah, so this like lets you connect, and it costs like 500 of your quota to connect, but you can get infinite messages, I assume. Whereas the list costs like 1 quota, but has a bunch of restrictions like, you know, obviously, like as we worked out, if you pinged once a second, you'd only get about 2.5 hours before you ran out. And that also assumes that your chat is very slow, because there is a maximum number of messages it'll send back, like, you know, your 200 to 2000, which means that if you're receiving more than 2000 messages per ping, you have to like request the next page. So on a really busy chat, this would even consume messages faster. But yeah, like the assumption is like so the idea is if you were getting more than 2000 messages, you have to request multiple pages, and therefore it would be even quicker that you would consume your thing. And that's why it's like use the stream function, because the streaming function means that you don't actually have to poll. You can just sort of know that there's message there. And I don't think I'm almost certain it doesn't cost your quota, because you know, it could be kind of stupid if they were like, oh, well, we're going to stream you the messages, but we're also still going to fucking take your quota away. Because the idea is that I think it's way less compute for them to set it up and start streaming it than it is to like run all the stuff, the logic and everything to set up the thing. So it's more expensive to do a request than it would be to just send the messages down the pipe. I also assume that once you've done that, they can sort of disconnect you from the main server and put you on one of their edge servers, which would be cheaper. And then it just streams the messages as they come in. They can just like immediately forward them to you rather than having to like calculate anything. But yeah, I'd love to do that, but I just never got around to like doing it. And I vibe coded it once that actually kind of worked. But their API is incredibly hard to set up, because you have to set up OAuth. So you have to like fucking OAuth yourself. And that's a pain in the ass. To like OAuth into your own YouTube account to then fucking be able to like do stuff like that. And as I said, you only get 10,000 messages, so you only get like a half dozen fuck ups before you run out of credits for the day, and you have to like wait until tomorrow to continue testing. Like when I was doing my my like downloading all my stream subtitles, it was like 500 credits per stream, per video description to download, or like not description, per subtitle track. And so since I have like 40 videos that it was trying to scrape, it took like multiple days to be able to ping and get them all. All right, we're working on this. We're working on rotation. Don't mind that I've been distracted like this entire stream and haven't worked on this at all. Now, I'm pretty sure I worked this out before, which is this old is it slot? Apparently I've got tests written somewhere. Somewhere there's like an old function called UI underscore transform. Well, that's what if you read the section below, there's a section it talks about the number of messages it will send in like one packet, and it's like defaults to 500. And I remember reading something somewhere that was going like it will send a full packet, or like it might be once a second, like, which is, you know, plenty fast enough, really. Like if your chat's 1 second behind, that's not actually fucking that behind. But the idea was that like it wasn't as soon as a message arrived, because otherwise it would have to send every message. You couldn't queue up. So it was like once a second, it'll send you every message, unless your chat's going so fast that you're getting more than like 500 messages a second, at which point it'll send a block of 500 as soon as 500 have come in. And so like, you know, and then it'll wait 1 second before sending it. So it's like every time there's 500 or once per second, whichever is sooner, I guess, you know. I think maybe that was my interpretation of how I read it. So I've never actually managed to set up and have it working. But my understanding was that like it would not send them immediately. It would send them, it would packet them. And it was like once per second or at 500. Or at block sizes of whatever you requested from 200 to 2000. Yeah. Well, it's more, I think the idea, like, if you watch Doug's stuff, he does things like he makes, and he uses the Twitch one, which I think is much nicer. Except that I think the Twitch one has rules that, well, it's not just the Twitch one, but Twitch has rules that say really dumb shit, like you're not allowed to stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I think as a partner, I don't think they care if you're not a partner, but that you can't be you can't make the Twitch experience worse than the other live stream, which results in some of the old Doug videos being really funny, where he does something like he's got the live Twitch chat, and then YouTube live, like the live YouTube chat requested that they get one, and he said, "Oh, well, I'm not allowed to like degrade the Twitch streaming, so I'll just have one message." So the YouTube one was made so small that only ever one message could appear at a time. But it was just weird because he's talking about like that, where like their API was so much better, he had to use the Twitch one, but the Twitch one said that you're not allowed to use their API unless the experience is better for Twitch than it is for the other streams. No, it was they still have it in effect of like you've been allowed to multi-stream for ages. It was just like the rule is that the Twitch in no way can be worse. And because I was thinking of abusing the fuck out of it, because I was going to make a like effectively a live stream where it like restreams it to Twitch, but the experience is in fact just worse. Like for example, like every message sent in the Twitch chat would be like forwarded to the YouTube chat. So if you're in the YouTube stream, you can see both chats, but the YouTube chats don't go the other way. So like they're missing anything that's happening in the YouTube chat. Like, and I thought that'd be really, really funny if I just did like really dumb shit. Like the actual entire plan was for like just a really dumb stream that I was going to set up. And I haven't fucking got around to actually doing it, but I don't know why my brain thinks it'd be really funny, but I just want to live stream a banana in a box, and like no context, YouTube like title and description is just the banana emoji, if that one even exists. Is there a banana emoji? Is there a banana emoji? Yeah, there is a banana emoji. So yeah, the title and that would just be the banana emoji, and then just like live stream the banana slowly rotting in a box for like however long that takes. I don't know why that just tickles me as being quite funny. And just putting it on Twitch and like having absolutely like no interaction with it whatsoever, like put it in my cupboard so that like it's not like it's going to even be able to know if it's day or night or like have any kind of disturbances, no microphone, but like, and then just have it maybe play random sounds. And again, to fuck with the Twitch chat is like have it be like people in the YouTube chat could send like say a message, or if they said a word, it would do something on the stream. But the Twitch chat obviously can't see the YouTube chat, so it would just be like it would randomly whisper banana, and then just like, but like there's no indication of why it's doing it, because it's happening like it's someone saying something in YouTube chat that's causing it to happen on the Twitch stream. So I don't know why my brain has been saying do this for ages, of just like literally having a banana rot in a box. And I cannot explain why my brain thinks that would be funny, but it does. And I still want to do it. I don't know how to set up a live stream. And I also feel like the live stream would fail like really quickly, of like just technically. I can't even get my own fucking live stream when I'm actively monitoring it to fucking stream consistently to YouTube. So, but then the other idea would be to do really dumb shit, like after the first banana rots, put another banana in a box, but like airtight seal the box, and then fill it with argon, and see if I can make the banana like not rot as quickly, so that people think that like it's not a real banana, and just like dumb shit like that. And have like no real like affiliation with this banana, and just have it rotting in a box for months at a time. Yeah, but that's how my brain thinks is funny. I literally like wrote like a whole document about how I was gonna like what I would do about making the banana funny, and like a bunch of like different like interactions that people could have by saying certain things in chat. And I don't think it would work because my YouTube's not big enough. Like, whereas someone like Doug has like thousands of messages being sent at a time, so you could hide little things and they would actually be found. I just think it'd be really funny to do it on Twitch with no affiliation to me, but also have the YouTube thing with my affiliation. So like people in my chat know what to do to trigger certain like things. Like I could tell people to like, oh, maybe try this. And like, but like the Twitch chat has no idea what the fuck's going on. So they're all like screaming in chat trying to work out what triggers it, but it's not actually got anything to do with Twitch. But again, I think that it violates their terms of service because it would actively make the Twitch experience worse because you can only control it from YouTube. And I think that would, but maybe you're right. Maybe they've removed that restriction. But from what I remember, it was like you could multi-stream, but the Twitch experience had to be on par or better than the other stream. Now I gotta remember where things come from. I'm also really annoyed because my headphones keep making this clicking noise, and I think I'm gonna need to get new headphones. I don't know where the noise is coming from. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the Geiger counter would be a really funny thing because I've actually got a radio code Geiger counter, so it'd be really funny if you had the Geiger counter sitting next to it. But then, like, I really want to fuck with the audience by like intentionally doing something that doesn't make any sense, like putting I've got thorium welding rods because it was like that's how you calibrate the Geiger counter. Is the thorium puts out a high, a medium, and a low energy gamma bit thing in its decay chain. So if you have thorium, you can calibrate it because you know where those 3 peaks will be, and you can then get a curve that matches those 3 peaks. So I've got these thorium rods, and I thought it'd be really funny. Like it's like the same concept as if you put the Geiger counter and like had the radio code Geiger counter sitting next to the banana, and then have that like because I think you can set that up to like automatically upload to a server, so I can have that rendering like the Geiger counter results on the stream, but then put the thorium welding rods underneath, like out of sight, so that while people are watching this Geiger counter measuring the banana, the Geiger counter is reading like really radioactive shit because it's literally sitting next to or the other ones are the americium, the smoke alarms. I've discovered that your smoke alarm must have shielding in it, and ironically, the shielding's on the wrong side because I was trying to calibrate it with the shield with the smoke alarm, and it put on one side where I would be like, hey, this would be where it's unshielded because this points up to the roof. So like nope, doesn't read anything. If you put it on the side that points down at the people, fuck me, does the radio code not like that. It goes ballistic about the fucking radiation level on the side that points at the humans. Which I guess kind of makes sense because it must be the side where the smoke's coming in, but I just find it really funny that it reads almost 0 radiation, and it's only reading gamma, which is not even blocked by the plastic, so you would assume that like it shouldn't actually, but like it must be, it's probably the circuit board that's blocking it. But anyway, if you put it on the back, it reads like basically nothing. You have to leave it there for hours. You put it on the front and it gets like 400 or 500 counts per second. So like, it's really funny that it was like radioactive on the side that points at the people. But again, it's probably more to do with like there being a circuit board. And again, it's not at all like radioactive, like health wise, it's not dangerous levels of radiation. It's just kind of funny that like the side that I thought would be the radioactive side is the side that's actually like barely registerable as radioactive. Ironically, like you actually read higher radiation doses, leaving the radio code in the house where there's multiple smoke alarms that it can see, rather than putting it directly on top of like directly underneath the smoke alarm. Because again, like the circuit board is obviously absorbing the electromagnetic radiation, so it's shielding the detector by being directly like blocked from the radiation source. Whereas if it's underneath the detector, like where the humans are, it gets a higher dose even when it's further away. Yeah, but that'd be life. What was I doing? Shape needs a UI transform. Okay. So I'm gonna say, hey, orientation. I don't know what this UI offset was even doing. So I need to calculate something. So I think we just call like self.rotation. We get rid of this bit. Say like da 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 15 da 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 15. I don't know what that was about. I don't think we need the self-dot position either. Like again, the UI transform is just about repositioning it, I guess. And because we're using Bevy's layout to work out where it's going to put things, we don't need to actually offset the position except to correct for the rotation, because as we've concluded, it rotates around the center, which is so fucking stupid. Now, my annoyance with it rotating around the center is I actually I did a bunch of math with this. I think I've actually even got the tests for it. I accept those tests no, this is the occupation test. To reorientate it, the annoying thing is that you need to offset it by like half of the X and half of the Y or some stupid shit. So you need the cell size because you need to multiply by the cell size. I really wish my headphones would stop clicking. I don't know what is causing it. It's driving me insane. I also have no idea if it's turning up in in the like, because you told me before that you can hear that like when my microphone glitches, but there's this constant clicking that's happening. Just like whenever I'm quiet, I can just hear this like once per second tick, 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 tick noise, and I don't know if it's coming through on the stream, and it's just driving me spare. Oh no, it may not worse. So yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking buy new headphones. Well, that's telling me. Let offset equal. So from what I remember, it's because I've done this again. I've done this calculation before. Actually, it's probably in that fucking thing. It's not the microphone now, it's the headphones. I suspect, because I've looked at the cable, there's like a twist in the cable where it's like got caught on something and like the wire's twisted inside. So it's like something is causing like a little pulse that's then feeding back on itself. So I can hear it, and so you guys can't. Yeah, not... So that means that it's not the microphone that's sending something up, like it's not interfering somewhere else. It's got to be within the cable that links the microphone to the headphones. Otherwise, you'd be able to hear this like very faint pulsing noise. It's gone away now, probably because I started talking about it. But like it was there for fucking ages. Where it's like every time I stopped talking, and then it went crackle and then stopped. Anyway, so the offset, I was trying to track that down as like shape somewhere collision. I don't remember where. UI transform in here. Yeah. So this is called UI offset, and I think it was the UI offset because then we say like, hey, your transform. So you were self-dot position. You took the position, and then we added the so it's this self-dot orientation UI offset. Yes. So it's these. Let's just copy this magical code. This code is the code that I was using for some reason. This rotates. This corrects for rotation. So I couldn't tell you why. Well, I could tell you why because I think I know like when I start to read this again. So obviously, if it's at rotation 0, it needs no offset. And then it's like at 90 degrees. Which I feel like I need to change this because the Bevy isn't going to let me render things upside down. You can't give them... Maybe you can give something a negative size. Never mind. Can you give it a negative... No, you can't give it a negative span. So rotation 90 takes... It sets the X to half of the height. Negative half of the height. Plus oh, so this is why the UI transform needed to be its own thing, because you can do percentage in pixels as well. You can negative size in like the sense that like I could calculate where to put it to give it a negative size, but I'm saying I don't think. Wait a second, maybe I can. No, you can do a negative size, but you can't do a negative span. So negative size, and this is again like that weird thing of like the issue isn't actually anything about the squeezing and the twisting. It's that if you make it wide, it makes it wide. I can't rotate the image, which means I'd have to make it tall and then change the shape of the. No, yeah, basically without rotating, without using the rotation of the transform, there is no way to rotate the image. And if there's no way to rotate the image, it doesn't matter how I fucking wiggle with the size. But you'll see here that I'm setting its width to percentage size times 100. I could say size times negative. Actually, probably not, because this is a U size. Anyway, we could set it to negative. I'll fucking do it in the actual application because then you'll see it. So which one of these was the water bottle? It's kind of weird that I have to like track down the water bottle like this and then be like here, and then like it was this one, and then we go okay. So if I go to your node, let's make it a little bit wider so I can read you. If I find its size, which is probably up here somewhere, if I set it's like negative 400%, well, apparently that didn't work. Negative. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe if I fix its rotation first, because I feel like its rotation not being square is probably fucking with it a little bit. But set that to 1 and that to 0. I'm fairly sure, but maybe I'm just misremembering. But from what I remember, you can like set like a negative size. Apparently not. Maybe it has to be pixels. Hey, never mind. Bevy doesn't do negative. You can definitely do negative in terms of placement, but apparently you can't have a negative height, which is a bit weird. Because you can set like a negative scale. You could just scale it by -1 and it will invert it. But anyway, weird. Onward. What was it? Besides, this is the transform. You can, that's what I say, you can transform by negative percentage because it means like move backwards. Reopen that. I have to like make this not do that. Can we just say 0? And like 0. Does this work now? It should go. Yeah. All right. So since we're offsetting by 0 and 0, it's going to probably tell me that this doesn't work. It's because it's item. And then we don't have the style. What do we do with the style? Oh, style, where did you go? Wait, what did I do with the style? What the fuck? I mean, surely I can just offset by percentage, but anyway. Yeah, if we're going to size everything by percentage, we might as well just do that. So we're just going to say a percent. Percent. That's the fun thing about the cell size stuff, is because I'm doing by percentage, I don't actually need to do that conversion. Which means we don't need this bit, which means we can say, hey, item UI transform. Okay. Yeah, so negative size, it appears you can't do, but you can, like, I'm not actually doing negative size, I'm doing negative transform, which is the idea of, you know, I can place it some. I'm also getting somewhat annoyed that the inspector can sometimes fucking render behind the UI. Like, surely you would think the person that made the inspector would somehow enforce that the inspector's like always on top of fucking the UI, but anyway. I don't know how it's determining that. It's very weird. Especially because it's inconsistent. You'd think if it was like the order the applications were added or the plugins were added, it would all actually always end up the same way. So we want this water bottle, and then we're here, we go, hello. Like the same as like these are always in the same order because I spawn them with the same logic, and there's only like one function, so there's no indeterminism. But a little about the order things spawn in. Where is it? U. So I can say that its left is make 100% of the left, 100% of the right. So we can move it by percentages, which is even more confusing, honestly, because it's in node layout, which means that its 0th position. Wait, what? It's not cell aligned anymore. I break it? How did I break it? Oops. Wait a second, what is the other water bottle? How did I break it? Excuse me? Oh, I think I said it's transformed to 0%. Is probably how I broke it. Hello? No? Was it me touching it that broke it, or did something else break it? What the fuck are you sideways? Wait, no, you're supposed to be sideways. Why? Okay. Never mind, it's been rotated. That's what the problem is. Which means you're actually the right thing. I need to... Wait a second. What is your problem? Oh, it's because I'm using this sign. Yeah. Think. So I think what's happening here is that I'm using the size of the bounding box to set its size, not the size of the image, and then we're rotating it. So if I do that, wow, actually that yeah. So setting the span is what makes the actual width of the thing for the layout, which is kind of weird, but you know. So I'm just gonna be lazy, but like because I'm using the rotated bounding box, it's why it suddenly became wide, is because that's the rotated bounding box, which is incorrect. Anyway, there we go. Right, so now, as you see, it is behind that other bottle, but that's actually because it's supposed to be here. Like if we find it again, this is the inventories. We don't care about the inventories on this thing. If I find it again, a water bottle. That's this water bottle. We go here, and go. Okay, so if I like rotate it back to 0, 0. So not 0, 0, 1, 0. That's the wrong water bottle. Wait, how did the ordering get flipped then? That's like the first time that it's flipped the ordering on me. Maybe it's not deterministic. What the fuck? Anyway, UA transform. 1, 0. So you can see the bottle is actually here, and then when we set this to 0, -1. Oh, not -10. Somewhat confusing that. Why give us a scale if this can also be used? I guess because this is an independent, like this scale, it will be X and it will be Y, whereas this one is like depending on whether you've rotated or not. Anyway, so not -10, so top -10. So the idea is that like the backpack's on top of it. It's actually because it's supposed to be up here. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be from here across. Which is we need to go up 2 and across 2, which is that weird Y thing that it's doing. Yeah, it can scale. So there's the scale, which is this one. This one is axis aligned, so, well, like just from my rudimentary thing here. So scale on, and this is scale on the X. This is scale on the Y, and then this is rotated. Right, but the way that the rotation seems to work, like I guess this is like one of those fancy math things, is that the cos and the sine need to be normalized. They need to sum to 1 in the imaginary plane. Basically, like, or in polar coordinates, basically. When you sum them together, their magnitude needs to be 1, like as a vector. Because if you set their magnitude to something other than 1, so let's give it a magnitude of 2, it's twice the size, because we're rotating it to a unit circle of 2, which makes it twice the size and no rotation, because a cos of 2. This is the funny thing. It's not set it to the cos of 2. It's the cos of its angle is 2. And as we all know, no angle causes to 2, because sine and cosine output between -1 and 1. So a cosine of 2, if the answer is 2, then the answer is that it's twice the size. How is Bevy not enforcing it? Because I don't think you're supposed to be doing this. Which personally I think is a bit of a, like, I'm on Bevy's side here of like, Bevy's just doing the math. What throws me is that Bevy gives you a scale and a rotation, but the rotation can be used to scale. Like, surely you would think that they would go, fuck it, why put the extra math in of scaling it and then rotating it if you could do the fancy math and then you could make UI transform much harder to poke. Well, let's see. Did they actually do that here? They have a matrix. And they have a thing. The issue with this matrix, I'm not allowed to touch it, is that usually what Bevy ends up doing, in fact, that's 1-1 is kind of fun. Wait a second. That's so weird. So that's what it's doing, is that so the matrix is calculated being was it cos sine, right? Yeah. So it's cos sine multiply this by here and this by here. So matrix multiplication to get that matrix, and then you multiply. It's so fucking weird. It does. That's what I'm saying. Is this is a community made inspector, and as you can see, if I go to a normal transform, like not a UI transform, I need to find something that actually has a fucking normal transform on it. The issue is that these are all fucking UI nodes. It's the camera. If I go to a normal transform, the normal transform is 3 rotation. You know, X Y Z. Bevy uses quaternions, so it should have X Y Z W. And have all those fancy rules. And if I go to the global transform, I think it does. The global transform is actually the matrix. It's just that the creator of this community plugin hasn't explicitly added an override for the UI node. And because they haven't added a custom interface, it uses Bevy's reflect crate to automatically derive an interface. So you'll notice the same thing with Node. If I open up Node, I open like, no, the player is a player. These are items. Node here. So if I go into, wrong node. So it's got all these things with these drop downs. These are all automatically generated. And the way you know they're automatically generated is if I scroll down here, it says, hey, this type doesn't reflect. Wait, so it says non-zero U16 is reflect opaque, which is Bevy's way of saying, don't fucking make a type to reflect this. This type is so simple that storing metadata about it would be stupid. So it's all the like built-in primitive types being like int, float, bool are all what they consider opaque, and things like zero size types are considered opaque, as in there's no additional information that reflect is actually going to give you. So they're just opaque. But what it's saying is that the person that made this plugin hasn't explicitly added a inspector EGUI implementation, which is their like custom renderer. So it's saying, hey, with Bevy reflect opaque, I can't derive an implementation automatically, and I haven't specified one manually, so you have to actually actively go and specify one, which I could do, but I also can't be fucked. Try implementing inspector primitive for non-zero U16 and core app register app type data U16 inspector G. I'm just gonna like copy this and maybe I'll be lazy. Non-zero U16. I'm just gonna copy that. Like they tell you what to do. I'm just yeah, but I don't blame the person. Like I don't blame the inspector. Like only because like again I've been doing this for years and I don't know this person personally, but I know this person at the level of like they've made a lot of really cool plugins. The inspector seems to be about the only one that they're actively maintaining. Like they made an entire editor for Bevy, which I feel like the fact that the editor stopped getting maintained the second that Bevy said, hey, we're going to build our own in-house editor, so we're going to start releasing bits and pieces, tells me that this person is probably the person building the in-house one, so they stopped wasting their time, like, or not wasting, but they stopped dedicating time to maintaining their community one when they could be spending that time actually building the Bevy one. Like, I don't think they went, oh, Bevy's going to do it, I'm going to stop. It's more like they went, I could develop the Bevy one or I could develop my community one, so they stopped developing the community one. I managed to update it for like 2 versions before I kind of went, fuck, this thing's so broken because it's the same thing like when I was updating Belly. Is like I didn't know what I was doing, so I was bypassing all the shit was broken because the fucking person that made it was doing some wizardry, and so that when I kept going like this compiles, but I don't actually know if it's doing everything because I had to bypass a bunch of shit because I couldn't work out what the fuck it was doing. Anyway, back to our percentages. So we need to work out the percentage of U is the negative Y of the size, and that size is your bounding box size, maybe. So bounding box size. Okay, so we need like let size equals self dot bounding dot size. My issue with this is that because of the way that the rotation works, which is this whole like negative thing, positive thing, we need to offset U to a certain position, which is negative size dot Y times times 50. And then we're going to convert the whole thing. This is one of those, I don't actually know how it works. This is in terms of which is faster to do in like, obviously the faster thing is integer math. That's why I'm doing integer math. But like, I don't know if it's faster to convert a number to a float, and then do the math on the float, or if it's faster to do all the integer math and then convert it to a float. Like, I don't know if larger numbers are more hard to convert to floats. I assume not, because I assume this is just some tweaks that you do, and then suddenly it's a float. So, like, presumably, because I've already got, and this has to be as I32. Wait, what? Oh. Interesting. Okay, so then now we can say negative Y times 50 plus size times 50 as a float. I'm assuming this is faster. Yeah, obviously it's faster to stay in a single type, but I'm saying, would it be faster to convert, like instead here I'm calling as IVEC2, which I believe is a no-op, at least in release, because it's converting from a UVEC2 to an IVEC2, and that's the same number. Like computer representation, the negative, an unsigned number to a signed number is a no-op, because it can't be negative, and negative is the only time you have to do anything. And from what I understand, when you have -1 and you call as U32, it becomes U32 max. Like, it doesn't actually check to see if the number was negative. I would have assumed that it would check to see if the first bit is set and then mask the rest out, but it doesn't. It literally, like, I've fucked up before because I've had negative numbers and then converted them to unsigned, and then they become really big. But that might be because I was in release. Like, maybe it's only in release builds that it does that. But like, it's really annoying that it does that. But anyway, so this should be a no-op. My thing is, should I convert to a float here and then say that it's size.y times 50 point, or is it faster to do all the integer math and then convert to a float at the end? Is it? Okay. Well, but Rust doesn't have a 2. Because that's the thing, is Rust as is only allowed on primitive types, but obviously calling as on a float does more than just turn the bits. It doesn't just flip the bits. Presumably it could, actually, if I remember. I don't remember well enough, but something tells me that a float below a certain number is just its binary representation. Like, that was like an intentional thing. Like float bit visualizer. There's like a little website that I found. It's really cool. Like, it lets you like fuck around with the floats. But like, the idea is that, like, if I set this bit, nope, apparently not. Okay, fine. How do I decimal representation 1? Right. So my assumption is that when you call as, it just ands all these bits. Because that would make it infinity. So like, effectively, as long as the number is below this certain amount, so it'll check if less than whatever this happens to be. Wait, this is just making the number smaller. How do I represent? Okay, fine. Let's represent 2 then. Okay, 2 is somehow special. 2 to the 1. Yeah. Okay. Right. Nope. This still isn't working. What the fuck? There's a way to like represent like the maximum number that you can represent without losing any precision. Presumably it's like 2 to the 24. The 17 to the 9, 25, 9. One of these doesn't lose any precision. The 6. What is that? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. So it's 2 to the 24 that I need to get to. You're 10, 16, 32, 26. No, that's negative. 25, 25, 27, 11. What the fuck am I even doing? 26, 28, 24. All right. So every number smaller than this can be represented perfectly in float. So I would assume that it just sort of ANDs these bits and keeps that. If the number is less than that, that'd be the fastest way. But anyway. It has to IVEC2 as well. That's what I'm using, IVEC2. So I'm saying I was going like, would it be better? Would it be faster to convert to a vector? Because I'm currently converting to an IVEC. It's like, would it be faster to convert to a vector and then do floating math? Or is it, I'm assuming because I'm doing integer math, it's faster to multiply by 50 than it would be to convert this to a float and multiply by a 50 as a float. But again, it's also because I never intend to have fractional percentages, which I guess is kind of good that I guess, yeah. So here I'm almost certain this is faster because of the fact that I never do anything but this. But I guess the more genuine case would be Bevy represents percentage as like 100 is 100%, like an actual percentage, whereas a lot of CPU, a lot of float stuff, 1 is 100%. And 0.5 is 50%. Bevy, 50 is 50%. So I can multiply by 50 to get the same effect as multiplying by 0.5. In terms of like, as a, to get half, I would multiply by 50 because, but if percentage was 1 was 100%, would it be faster to make it a float here and multiply by 0.5 and multiply by 0.5 and add those together than to do this and then multiply by 0.01? I don't know because I don't understand float well enough to know if that would be faster. Like, would it be faster to do most of them, to do 2, is it faster to do 2 integer operations and then 1 not integer operation, 1 float operation, or would it be faster to do 2 float operations and not cast something? I don't know. Honestly, I actually have forgotten what I'm trying to work out. So your X is this and this, and your Y is this and this, which this is going to fuck up everything else, but theoretically should fix the 1 because I didn't actually. I'm not checking everything else, which is fun. I don't think it would actually. I think, again, because this is that like C versus Rust. Rust spends so much time optimizing. Like, part of why its compile times are so fucking long is because of how much time it spends like optimizing stuff. I bet that Rust would notice if you're doing floating point math on purely integers, and if those integers are all below a certain threshold, it'll do it all as integer math and cast it to a float at the end. Because as I said, if the float is below a certain number, or between a certain range, because it's like negative to positive a certain number, it's perfectly representable in float by literally just ANDing it with like 4-byte bits. So that would be so much faster to do a bunch of integer math and then AND it than it would be to do all float math. Because Yeah, but I don't. That's where I'm confused, because like, isn't multiplication also super optimized for integers? So doing so what I would think is like, even if I made these all floats, I would think, though I guess that here the compiler wouldn't know, but like I would think if I actively wrote the code that was like integer, so if I said like like I said, exactly this code. So I am taking, if I change this to like as f32 and then multiplied by 50, I would think that the optimizer would be good enough to go, hey, you just turned an integer into a float and then multiplied it by an integer. So I would think that the optimizer would at some point go, actually, this is faster, because multiplying by an integer is faster than multiplying by a float. So I would think that would be the case, but I don't actually know, because I don't know if that is a more optimized, because as you're saying, like it has dedicated hardware for doing floating point math, but I would still think integer math is faster. Like I've done it before with I wrote like a greedy meshing algorithm that turned, not greedy meshing, waveform collapse algorithm that took in like mesh segments and baked a larger mesh. And part of the issue I was having is when you bake a float mesh together, there's like lots of little situations where they're just close enough together that they don't collapse into being the same vertex. So I used floating point math, not floating point, fixed point math. So I was basically saying, like, you as the user of my crate get to specify basically how many points of precision you want your mesh to go down to, so that you could like lay out your prefab little bits of mesh, so that like if the two vertexes are within 0.001 of each other, they're the same point. And it was something like 100 times faster to do it with fixed point math than it was to do it with floating point math. And you effectively kept the only issue with floating point math is you had like a mesh limitation of like your mesh couldn't be bigger than a certain size. But because I was also converting it back to floats to go onto the GPU, you could in theory bake a mesh, then offset that mesh once it was back at being a float, and then bake a new mesh into the middle and then offset. So it's like the idea was like you could only bake them when they were near zero, because you had to be within the range of the fixed point number. But then once you were outside that range, because they were already baked to share the same vertex, the floating point errors didn't matter anymore, because it didn't open seams, because they were the same point, so they had the same error. I never did that, but like theoretically you could do that. You could just like bake multiple together. Instead, I just used Bevy to position the meshes in different places, because at a certain point it was like, do you really need to bake a single mesh that's more than like 32,000 units wide? At that point, you probably shouldn't be using a single mesh, because there's going to be so many like triangles in it that it's going to be slow anyway. Anyway, everything's broken because I'm now offsetting everything, not just the rotated thing. But the real question is the water bottle in the right place? I don't think so. Okay. The answer is fuck you. Right, fine. We will turn this on. Don't match self. Bring this down. And then we match self dot orientation. And then we say let t equal I'm trying to like get slightly back on track. All I hear is gunshots. That's fun. I'm in Australia. Yeah. Someone down the road must be shooting something. It's a very strange experience living in Australia, where everyone's kind of scared of guns, but my brother owns guns, so he's getting really angry that the government keeps trying to ban guns. I don't know what I did. I'm gonna just undo, because I fucked up this so bad. Oh, I copied that. No, I want to copy that. There we go. Can we put T there, and then paste you there, and paste you there, and go, okay. So you should all be the same. I don't know where it thinks it's getting size from. That, right. Yeah, maybe declare that before you do that. Theoretically, you'd only want to do this inside of there, but anyway. And I've also called them something different. Yeah, different, thank you. Thank you, Mr. AI. Also, not a float. -1. Why am I minusing 1 from you? These are supposed to be vowels. Thank you. Yeah, 0, yeah, cool. And then you would be vowel percent 0, vowel percent. Well, it'd be more like size minus 1 times by 100. As at 32. And then put that there. Yeah. So the thing with that is, I mean, technically, he's within a thing because he's like, it only uses blanks for everything I've seen. I did a thing. Like everything's like, oh, I made it's a hammer that uses blanks, and it's like, well, yeah. Now our gun laws effectively boiled down to, we had a mass shooting and we said, fuck it, who needs automatics? Like give me a genuine use case for an automatic weapon, and so we banned all automatic and semi-automatic weapons back in the 80s. We basically said there is legitimately no situation where a normal person, so the military still has them, but no normal individual, there is no way to get a license to own a fully automatic or a semi-automatic rifle. So everything has to be some kind of mechanism. And the idea being that, like, if you try and shoot someone and you go to like lever action your rifle, it's much easier for someone to fucking, slam you aside. You can't just bang, bang, bang. So like we banned all those guns. But we kind of went, we have a lot of farmers, we have a lot of fucking kangaroos, which are, pests to all hell. And we lost the war to the emus. So, they kind of realized that you can't just tell people they can't have guns because they kind of need guns to kill these pests. So you're still allowed to get a gun license. And for a long time, it was, you were allowed 10 rifles and 10 pistols. But if you wanted pistols, you had to be a member of a gun club. Because again, it's that idea of like, there's no legitimate reason to own a pistol, but like sort of grandfathery thing. It's like, if you're in a gun club, then that's a recreation is a genuine reason to own a pistol. The pistols, I think, are the only thing allowed to be semi-automatic. There's no reason to have an automatic rifle. And then now they've kind of turned around and said, oh, actually, we think that the gun regulations are too loose. And from what I can gather about like the way the politicians talk about it, is just, it's politically popular to say, let's ban. It's politically popular to say, let's ban guns, because my brother who owns guns, oh, but it's so stupid because it's not doing anything. All it's doing is pissing everyone off. I'm like, yeah, but the issue is that like there's 100,000 people that go, I'll vote for this person because they're about protecting the children, gun control. And there's like 1,000 people that are like, oh, they're banning my guns. And then like everyone else doesn't care. So like Western Australia, which is where I'm from, we have 2.2 million people. 2 million of them live in the capital city. And I doubt basically anyone in the capital city owns guns. So it's like, at worst, 200,000 people are going to be pissed, and just about everyone in the city would be going, oh, wow, they're saving us, because they don't actually understand. It's that I am like sort of that, how a lot of like racism and shit like that appears, where it's like, it's not that people are actually evil, it's that they don't understand. Like they're like, oh, guns are scary because they see all this American news, and so they think banning guns in Australia will make Australia safer, despite the fact that none of the guns we have in Australia, none of the legal guns in Australia are actually able to do that kind of thing. And then ironically, just as they passed these laws, so they tried to pass these laws and it didn't happen. Or it did kind of happen, but it's like each state was doing it on their own. And then the government passed a really controversial law banning 16-year-olds. And as the controversy started to spark up about that, and people started going like, wait a second, this doesn't just ban 16-year-olds, it bans anyone anonymous on the internet, because it was like, well, we had to prove you weren't 16, so you have to tell us who you are. Google got around that by saying, hey, we already know who you are, so like if you've been using Google for years, we can already say that you're over 16. You don't have to actually give us any information. We can just prove that you've owned an account for fucking 16 years. You must be older than 16. And also, like, we can track all your habits and all that kind of thing. It's like, we don't actually need you to upload your ID. We will vouch for you. That's not the point. When that started getting really controversial, and it's like, we happen to have a mass shooting, that we haven't had a mass shooting in 20 years, and somehow this person had a mass shooting. And me being super conspiratorial, it was just kind of odd that they were trying to lower the number of, because it used to be that you were allowed 10 guns, 10 rifles. Now they're trying to make it 10 guns total, and they're trying to make it like 10 pistols and 10 rifles. 5 pistols, 5 rifles, and like no more than 10 guns. And there's no like, you can, if you already own 10 guns, you can keep your 10 guns, but you can't buy new guns. But I just find it really odd that the mass shooting that happened, he used exactly 5 guns, but he happened to own 6 guns. So they're saying that if they managed to get this law passed where they tried to pass it, this wouldn't have happened. And it's like, well, he didn't even fucking bring the 6th gun, so I don't know what you fucking... But yeah, it's kind of odd. And it was also the fact that, like, the guy didn't have a gun license. The guy was not eligible for a gun license, and the guy didn't buy the gun through legal means. So changing the gun laws would have not actually stopped the mass shooting. I just thought it was really odd that it happened like literally a day after the controversy of a different law getting passed, and suddenly everyone forgot about the other law. So yeah, it's all very, very strange that, and you know, I'm not necessarily saying that it's a intentional thing, but I feel like they're trying to ban guns because it's politically popular. It's the same as like Trump keeps going on about all this shit, where it's like you can tell that Trump doesn't care, but Trump knows that people care. So when my brother's going, oh, but why are they targeting guns? I'm like, well, because it's you gain 200,000 votes at the cost of 1,000 votes. It's pretty easy math to do. Because he's gone, but like they're not that dangerous. Yeah, he doesn't understand that most people in Perth, which is the capital city, do not care about whether guns are actually useful or actually safe. They're scared of guns, and a politician saying they're going to ban guns means that politician wins. Even if the politician has no intention of banning guns, they say they're going to ban guns because saying they're going to ban guns is popular. And the issue with my brother is he doesn't understand that idea of an echo chamber very well, where he goes, but everyone I know is like cool with guns. I'm like, yes, but everyone you know, they're friends with you and therefore are more likely to be the kind of people that have been exposed to guns and therefore are okay with guns. Like it's that weird thing that he just doesn't understand, that just because he and everyone around him, like I keep trying to point out to him that we have the massive housing crisis. Like it's technically ours is worse than America's in that we are not nearly as strong of an economy. We are very much a developing economy, acting like a developed economy. So all of our money comes from mining. And I keep trying to point out to my brother that it's a bit stupid that you can't buy a house on minimum wage in Australia. I mean, you couldn't do it in America either, but like our minimum wage is fucking like $25 an hour, and you still can't buy a house on it. And he keeps pointing out, but everyone he knows is earning enough to buy a house. And it's like, yes, but that's because everyone you know works in the mines or works at these places that are extremely profitable. And one time he got so angry because he was talking about someone that worked in childcare and goes, oh, I don't know how they could possibly plan to afford a house. I'm like, yes. And that's most people. And he didn't like that because he just has this thing about like everyone should be able to do it because he could do it when he took a loan from mum and dad for like $200,000 to get his first home. They paid like the deposit and then they said, oh, but it went 10% when you sell it. And he doesn't realize that he was paying less. Well, he realizes, but like not on an academic level. Like he knows, as in if you tell him, he goes, yeah, but he doesn't think that it made a difference, that he was paying less in rent, less on his mortgage than most people were paying in rent. And he seems to think that anyone that doesn't own a house is just because they didn't want to, or they didn't work hard enough, or they were. So it drives me spad because it's that idea of I'm not saying he shouldn't have taken the advantages that he was given, but it annoys me that he seems to think that everyone else is worse or some kind of a failure because they didn't have the opportunities that he had. And it drives me spare because he acts like he's top shit for advantages that, because then he tries to say like, but I had the same advantages. Mum and dad told me that if I want to buy a house, they'll do it. But it's like, it's that weird thing of he tries to think that like me saying that the system's fucked and I don't want to take advantage of it is the same thing as like me trying to demean like his achievements. When like one time at a party, he tried to claim that anyone that has an addiction is just because they're too weak-willed, I guess, to not be addicted, and that didn't go over well with some of the people at the party because he was trying to claim that like if you took everything off him, he would build himself back up. And I'm like, yeah, but the issue with that is because you've already established all those good habits. You've already like we cannot take everything off of you because we cannot go back in time and remove the fact that you always had a meal, you always felt safe, you could actually study at school rather than like having to worry about how you're going to feed yourself and your siblings. We can't take that off of you. So yes, if we took all your assets away and made you homeless, you would be able to, pull yourself together and go get a job. But you've also got a plumbing qualification. So even if we took all your assets away from you, you're still qualified, which means you can just go walk in and get a job. Like it's one of the most desirable and well-paid jobs that you can do that's not the mines. And he's trying to claim that like, oh, but if you took it all, I'd do it again. And it's like, well, we can't take it from you because part of my point is that you develop these habits because of your opportunity. like, because my thing is like I have this issue of talking quite academically, and in the same way that my brother offends people by not realizing that him saying anyone that doesn't own a home that's the same age as him is a failure because they should have just worked harder or should have wanted it more. I say dumb shit in that, like, I you know, my brother gets really pissy at me because I go, hey, I think the government should step in and stop housing prices going up. And he goes, oh, no, they can't do that because I don't want to have to have wasted $600,000. You know, like, he doesn't want his house's value to drop and be paying a mortgage on a house that's no longer worth that much. And, like, he gets really annoyed when I point out, it's like, oh, so you don't think your house is actually worth $600,000? Oh, no, it is. It's definitely worth, like, I didn't overpay for my, like, well, so then why are you worried that if the government bursts the bubble, your house's price would go down? That would imply that you think that your house's bubble is part of the bubble, and that, like, oh, no, but it's like, but that's the whole point, is if you think your house is worth what you paid for it, then why are you saying that the government can't fix the problem? It's just weird because, like, I don't think he's necessarily doing what he. But this is maybe just an issue with me. I don't think people are being malicious. I try to assign ignorance. He can't admit that other people have had it harder than him because he thinks admitting other people had it harder than him would somehow devalue the achievements that he has achieved. I know lots of people like this. It's apparently like a trauma response, and it's the same as, like, I try to point out to my mum and she gets really upset, is that, like, I have weird abandonment issues, and she goes, oh, you tell me I'm abandoning you. I'm like, no, my abandonment issues aren't that you abandoned me. It's that, like, every time that I try to reach out for support, you tell me how you're so overwhelmed and you can't deal with my mental health right now, and then you shut down and abandon me. And it's like, so it's this idea of, like, my abandonment issues aren't that I was abandoned. My abandonment issues are I don't feel like I can reach out to people because everyone tells me how I'm ruining their mental health when I ask for help. So, like, my mum doesn't understand what I mean when she goes on holidays and I say, hey, like, I can't. She goes, oh, you should have told me before it got really bad. I'm like, but every time I've reached out to you while you've been on holidays about, like, how I'm struggling, you get upset and tell me how now you can't enjoy your holiday because you're thinking about and worrying about me. So it's like this idea of, like, I don't want to ruin your holiday, so I am not going to tell you about my mental health shit. And it's this thing of, like, she can't see the connection, I guess, between the two, of being like, I'm not saying she's responsible. I'm trying to explain how in my head I feel like I'm not allowed to do these things because it makes me feel like a terrible person. Anyway, let's find this water bottle. Yeah, my brother's the same thing. When I try to point out to him, because he's investing at the moment on the stock market, he seems to think that investing on the stock market is using insider information that he's got from his girlfriend's dad about what stocks are going to go up, which is not actual insider information. It's more like they've got rumors and shit. But he thinks that the way you make money on the stock market and, like, investing is to bet on shares that will move by 20% overnight and basically day trading. And I said, no, that's not investing. That's gambling on the stock market. But he's, I don't think it's being selfish. That's what I mean. Like, that's what I'm trying to explain. Is it's not necessarily being selfish, because I don't think he necessarily is being selfish about it. Or the same with my mum, is they're having an issue and they just, like, they don't understand what I'm trying to say. It's like an autism thing on my behalf, but it's really hard to explain to someone. Like, I have a friend at the moment that's been doing my head in because they appear to have some kind of narcissism issue. Like, they are narcissistic, and they don't realize that they accuse everyone around them of being narcissistic. They keep accusing me of being narcissistic. And I'm like, I am, like, the least narcissistic person ever. I will perfectly admit that I am an arrogant prick. I fucking am maybe an egotist, but I am not narcissistic. And they cannot comprehend that I do not like talking about myself. And that would be what makes you a narcissist. A narcissist loves themselves, and they think they are not necessarily better than everyone else, but, like, everything has to be about them. And, like, that's what makes you a narcissist, is that everything. I sometimes feel like a narcissist because I'm doing things like streaming, whereas, like, I like streaming because I am the center of attention, and I always cut people off. But I don't cut people off, like, to be like, I have something more important to say. It's more like I struggle to know when there's a break in the conversation, so I've learned over years to just sort of say the thing, because if I wait for a break, I just never get to say anything. But, like, sometimes I feel like I'm being narcissistic because I'm like, I make myself the center of attention. But, like, they get, like, unreasonably upset when you talk about other people's mental health struggles. As in, they've told me to stop talking about one of my other friends that I'm trying to help because talking about my other friends' mental health issues makes them feel invalidated, that they should be doing better, and that their mental health, they feel like they've achieved less if someone else has struggled more than them. They got hospitalized because they kept self-harming, and they were talking to me and then said they're going to go self-harm so the doctors know that they're serious. And I'm like, or you could go like talk to a doctor about how you feel right now, instead of going, I'm going to hurt myself because that's going to prove that I actually am in pain. And it's like, well, okay, so that tells me that you're not in pain and that you feel that you need to be in pain. Another friend just got hospitalized last night because they effectively decided they would rather be dead than my friend, is what it boils down to, of this idea of like, they can't understand why I hang out with them, like that I actually enjoy spending time with them. So they are effectively making themselves mentally unwell so that they can tell themselves that the reason I'm hanging out with them is because they're suicidal. And it's this weird fucked up thing of being like, hey, I want to hang out with you, I want to talk to you, but every time you message me, it's because you're going, hey, like I need to talk to you because otherwise I'm going to go kill myself. And it's like, well, that really doesn't want to make me want to talk to you. And every time I give them any kind of advice, it's like, no, that won't work. Like they're going on about like how they were really tired and couldn't get out of bed. I'm going, okay, so go for a walk. Oh no, that won't help. And I'm like, so you're going like, oh, I'm so tired, I'm stuck in bed. And I'm saying, what you've got to do is get yourself out of bed, get out of that routine. It'll help. And you're telling me that you're not even going to fucking try. And yeah, so it's this weird thing of like, they don't necessarily know that they're doing it. I just find it weird. My hardest thing is like trying to explain to the friend that's being a narcissist, because they basically stopped wanting to be my friend because I was too narcissistic. And I'm going like, that the reason they think everyone around them is narcissistic is because they are narcissistic. Like they're seeing their own traits and they fucking hate it. It's that self-reflection thing. But the big thing that like made me fucking really sick of them was that they keep accusing everyone around them of being sexist. And I tried to point out to them that you can't call someone sexist unless it's actually your gender that is what's being discriminated against, because they call everyone sexist and everyone ableist because they are a woman and disabled. Like they have autism and ADHD. And I'm going, but unless it's specifically your that they're targeting, you can't call them those, because all you're doing is saying you can't be mean to me because I'm a woman. And it's like, no, he's just a fucking arsehole. Honestly, I'm feeling quite all right at the moment, mostly because a few weeks ago, like just before this set of like I've been streaming basically every day, I started taking my ADHD meds again, because I was doing the same thing of laying in bed being like, I just can't do anything. And I started having these like anxiety things of just wanting to curl up to a ball. And I went, fuck it, I'm going to take my ADHD meds to like see, because the whole thing is I stopped to get back to my baseline and feel like, and I started going like, it's so hard to think and focus and be productive. And the issue with that is that like, it's that reinforcing thing of like, I know myself very well that like once I get on my computer, once I start the stream, I can stream all fucking day. But if I don't go up to my computer, I will do nothing all day. And it's this, hooray for meds. Well, that's my biggest issue is I don't actually think it's the meds. Like to a certain extent, yes, because what the meds do is they let me not. I have really bad issues sleeping. Like I don't think my ADHD is like the ADHD like most of the people. Like, the issue with ADHD is it's like there's like 6 different things I think that cause ADHD. I however many there are, but they all cause the same symptoms. And my ADHD, from like my understanding of like all the stuff that I've read and like the weird connections that my brain has made, is that my ADHD is that I am genetically a night owl. My mum goes about like how she used to be a night owl and how basically me and my brother ruined her life by being born because she needed to get us to go to school, which means that she couldn't do her night owl thing anymore because she had to be up in the morning. And somehow seems to make it like as if like I'm the bad guy for saying that like she grew up in a time where her habits that she's developed worked and her habits don't work anymore. So she keeps trying to tell me to find a system. And I'm like, okay, but like help me find a system. Instead, she just tells me that she found a system. I'm like, yeah, but like that's not helpful that you've succeeded and I haven't. That doesn't, but anyway, besides the point. I think my ADHD comes from I'm a night owl genetically. Like there's been all this science done that proves that genetically some people are just night owls, and I'm forced to be up during the day. Like my issue is that I don't sleep like at a regular time, and everyone forces me to be up early to do things. Like when I was going to work, I had to be up at 6. And it's like the issue is that no matter what time I go to bed, I have to be up at 6, and my body doesn't want to go to sleep until like midnight to 3 a.m. kind of thing. So the meds let me deal with my chronic fatigue. And the irony is that chronic sleep deprivation causes ADHD symptoms. And so I think that like a lot of the ADHD isn't necessarily like as connected as people think. Like it's not you have ADHD, it's you have some kind of set of environmental and genetic quirks that mean that you're getting chronically sleep deprived for whatever reason that is, whether like me, it's a night owl that's forced to be up at the day. Maybe you're just a person that needs more than 6 hours sleep a night, all those kinds of things. And these present as ADHD symptoms. But that's why some people don't get like have like treatment resistant. My thing was that like when I take the ADHD meds, really easy to focus, really easy to concentrate, but I slowly stop sleeping at all, and I have to stop taking the meds for a while, and then I start sleeping again. So the idea is that like when I take the meds and I haven't taken them for a while, they work really well because they make me no longer tired and I can think clearly. But they also make it harder to maintain that like level, and so eventually I get more and more tired until I have to either up the dose or stop taking them so I can sleep. I have learned over like the last bit that like how to actually choose to do that, but a lot of people don't learn that. I guess is like there's that idea of like I need the meds to function into normal society. I take the meds to get myself up. I don't need the meds to function, but so many people think they need the meds. Like again, both of the two fucking mentally unstable people that I know right now have that issue of I think it's BPD is like what their underlying condition is, where they have this need for certain types of affection and validation. And it does my head in because they tell me not to talk to them a certain way, and then they start talking in that way, and I'm like, but like, am I supposed to respect that you told me not to say these things, or am I supposed to like they said don't deny their diagnosis, and then they told me that all I'm doing is giving them diagnosis. I'm like, no, I'm saying that these traits you're presenting and they could be this thing. I am not. I multiple times said go fucking see a professional, and then I keep saying, hey, these things will help, and they say, oh no, but they won't help, and then they say something. I'm like, oh, so your therapist did tell you to do these things that you're telling me that aren't fucking things. Well, so from my understanding, like at least from like how I feel with ADHD meds, is that it's the part of your brain that does all the thinking is running too fast. So the stimulants let the rest of your brain catch up. The idea being that like effectively I see like at twice the frame rate of everyone else kind of thing. Like not in a like, oh, I'm so superior, but like that's what the ADHD is for me, is that I see and hear and experience twice the stimuli as everyone else. And so without the meds, I can't process it all. So I get stuck processing, all the extra sensory information rather than thinking about what that means. So with the meds, it speeds up my ability to process information, but it doesn't speed up my ability to intake information. So my eyes still send the same amount of information to my brain, but I'm able to process twice as much. So like the idea is that the sleep deprivation just lowers my ability to process the information normally. And therefore, like I start getting overwhelmed by like, sometimes it's just like bright lights and I just can't think, flashing lights, and my brain just goes, yeah, flashing lights. What else? Like certain sounds, it's like an autism thing, but it's like, that's the thing, is like at certain frequencies, my brain just shuts down. And I think it's because it like causes like internal looping in terms of my brain starts trying to pass one signal, but then by the time it's worked out, that it's like if you get the fucking signal loops back on itself and it just gets stuck. And it's not like an epilepsy level thing of like my brain, short circuits. I legitimately just cannot have a thought while certain tones are running. My brain is almost always running an internal monologue, and it literally just shuts the fuck up when it's like I can't think, and it's so weird. But that's to say, it's all. Everyone's different. I just think that like at the moment, the meds for a lot of people are a way of not dealing with the actual underlying issue. That's what I was trying to go with that conversation. It's like I feel like there's a lot of people, like everyone keeps telling me to take meds to sleep, and I'm like, but I've been told by like numerous sources that if you start taking meds to sleep, you lose the ability to sleep without the meds. Like your body just stops being able to sleep without the meds. And it's the same thing with the Dexies is if I take the Dexies, it's really hard to sleep. But eventually I get tired enough that I could sleep even on the Dexies. But the issue is that like that results in my ADHD symptoms get worse as I get more and more tired, but I am able to sleep more. So it's more like eventually I hit an equilibrium again where I'm so tired that I can get to sleep and get the 6 hours of sleep a night. But yeah, I just know a lot of people that like they want to get given a drug to fix them. And I've learned over the years that getting given a drug to fix you is never going to happen because what's the example? Limitless is the example that I saw one guy talking about where he's saying how like the TV show ruined the drug because the movie like really captured the idea of like he could do anything with this drug. Like it's like what they promise ADHD meds will do. And you know, it's what Dexies do when I first start taking them. But then like the TV show like kind of, you know, completely obviously it needs to be able to make drama between episodes. So if they made him as smart, then it would undercut it. But like the person was basically going like, but that's what we all want is that idea of this drug that will fix me. And it doesn't. Dimensional turns start creeping in. Yeah, exactly. It's eventually eventually you end up back at that like level. And then my issue with it is that you have to stop the meds entirely and then you crash out. Because that was my I got really annoyed when I was working because I would take the meds all week and then not take them over the weekend so that I could get some sleep and they'd be more effective. And this translated to I felt like I was giving up my weekend so that I could work. And I fucking hated it, mentally speaking. Like my brain was like, fuck that. They don't even appreciate that I'm doing this extra. Like it's the equivalent of I went home and did another 12 hours of work in that. Like I was not doing projects because I was trying to rest so that I could function at work. And then work started telling me that I was doing everything wrong and like they refused to explain what I was doing wrong as much as my boss couldn't understand the concept of me saying, hey, but like I thought I was doing what you said. He kept telling me that I was teaching myself. And I'm like, but I don't actually know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, so that was fun. Wait, so where the fuck is this supposed to be percentage-wise? It's supposed to be like here, right? Wait, what? All right, so that's 150%. But you're only supposed to be like 10%? 20%? I need to reset this back to 1. Yeah, and it's just this weird thing about like I said, my main thing with it is like, everyone around me is doing my head in with this idea of they want a diagnosis. Like that was the big thing that like makes me go that these two people have the same condition, but neither of them refuse to admit that they both are so desperate to have a doctor tell them what's wrong so that they can be fixed. And I'm like, that's not how it works. One of them, she's a nurse and she does like sporadic shifts, like where, she'll do like one shift because she's mentally healthy enough. The issue is that as soon as she's healthy enough to do one shift, she does as many shifts as she can and then spirals and gets fucking hospitalized again because she refuses to admit that she's not actually healthy. So for her, as soon as she goes back to work, she has to prove that she's healthy enough. And so she goes and fucking works until she gets ill again. Yeah, so my thing is apparently that's how the meds are supposed to work, is that you're supposed to get the meds so that you can put systems in place that let you function normally. Like that's the idea. It's like you're on the Dexies until you can put the systems in place that let you function. And it's and like lots of people like it's like the idea of like it's like sort of an autism-y thing. Certain stimulation is so overwhelming that you just can't do it. But the drugs let you be able to deal with it enough to fucking get it out of your life so that thing doesn't stimulate anymore. Like the example I like, because this video like really like resonated with Hank Green released a video saying apparently he does have autism. Not autism, ADHD. So when he was a kid, he was diagnosed with sensory disorder, which is what we would now call autism, and got a bunch of physical therapy about his handwriting. But he only found out, like, I think he's in his 40s now, that he got an ADHD diagnosis as well. Because he's always been telling people, I don't have ADHD. I never got diagnosed. Like but it's like, turns out he did have a diagnosis. He was diagnosed when he was in like, I don't know if it's second grade or if he was, but as a child, he was diagnosed. He asked his mum about it. She said, there was so much else going on. I just didn't think it was worth pursuing. But he was basically unmedicated, diagnosed with ADHD, and he didn't even know. But the thing that I find really funny is I was reading through the comments and everyone in the comments was going, yeah, it's really funny. Hank Green because they told me like the how come the adult test doesn't work very well. And it's like, oh yeah, Hank Green, when they ask him the question, do you have any sensory issues? And he goes, no, I just started my own company that sells socks that feel nice. And it's like, it's that idea of like, you get the drugs so that you can deal with the fact that there are certain sensations that you don't like and you can cut them out of your life. It's why the adult ADHD tests and autism tests are so difficult, is because it's really hard to find an adult that when you ask them, do you have certain textures you don't like, that says yes, because they've intentionally removed everything they dislike from their life. And my advantage is that my memory is fucking phenomenal, so I can actually remember things. Like I despise wool, like when you have like a jacket with a wool lining. I don't like it. It's fucking horrible. Wool feels like really it's like scratchy. It's like the equivalent of oily. Like if you rubbed an oily rag across itself, like there's that, like it catches and slips and catches and slips. I despise that texture. I despise the feeling of like a knife on a porcelain plate, like that scratch of like the knife like gritting through the ceramic. It's the same as like nails on a chalkboard. The noise doesn't bother me. But if I was to run my nails on a chalkboard, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm not doing that. Like, it's, yeah, and that's what a lot of people like. And I keep trying to explain to these friends that that's their issue, is they keep going about how overwhelmed they are by everything. And I'm like, yeah, but the issue is that I'm giving you this opportunity to not get overwhelmed. As in, I will do the work that you're going, hey, these things are overwhelming me. The issue is that as soon as I lift that load off you, you fucking go find something else to pick up. Like, it's that idea of like, you keep saying how much you need to rest, and then as soon as you're given a chance to rest, you complain about the study guilt, where it's like, oh, I need to rest because, you know, studying's not good for you. Like, it's too much. I'm overwhelmed. It's like, okay, so rest. And then, oh, but now I feel so stressed that I'm not studying. And I'm like, well, I had to on multiple occasions tell them to go to bed, because staying up late studying is going to result in like less effective studying, as in you're better off going to bed 2 hours earlier. You will study better the next day. It's not even muscle memory. It's as I'm saying, from my perspective again, which is like sometimes it's a little bit of like, I'm an asshole because I'm taking like the human out of it. But like, it feels to me like they need to feel like they're busy, or they feel like they're being lazy. Like, it's the same thing. I've been told my entire life that I'm lazy, so I feel horrendous when I'm laying around doing nothing. I cannot take a day off and relax. Yeah. Like, because it's the same as like someone came into the chat, I think it was yesterday, and said like they went, oh, you know, I had a great day hanging out with friends, but I feel like I wasn't very productive. I'm like, yeah, but that's fine. Like, the idea is like, you had a great day hanging out with friends. Yeah, it's the being told growing up thing. Yeah. So they were going like, oh, you know, like, I'm like, but hanging out with friends is fine. Like, that's and not being productive because you were hanging out with friends is an oxymoron, because you were being productive in that you looked after your mental health. The only time I would say that is a problem is if you were like, hey, I hung out with friends all day and didn't do the things that I needed to do. Like, it's only an issue if you were like, hey, I need to do this thing and I didn't, because I would rather be hanging out with my friends. Like, I have this person that's like, mental health is fucking in the toilet, and they keep accusing me of being the one that's got issues. They will do shitloads of drugs and then complain about the drugs, like the side effects of the drugs, not realizing it's the side effects of the drugs. Like, I was trying to point out to them that they were taking an antidepressant that makes you drowsy, and then they were complaining about how tired they are all the time. And I tried to point out, like, no, but it's this medication. And, oh, no, it's not how that. I'm like, but it is, because I've been on that medication, and I noticed the same thing, where every morning I'd wake up going, fuck, why am I so tired until I take my Dexies? Like, I would wake up and I would feel absolutely shattered without my Dexies and my caffeine and everything. And then I stopped taking the fucking antidepressant. I started waking up and being like, oh, and then I'd be like, I noticed it more, and I'd forget a day, and then I'd wake up the next morning and go, man, I feel fucking great. And it took ages for me to realize it was every night I took the antidepressant, because it was like, I take it before you go to sleep. I wouldn't be able to wake up. I had to wake up on my alarm. If I didn't take the antidepressant, I would wake up on my own. So it was that idea of like, the antidepressant was making me so tired. They're on the same antidepressant, and they kept going, no, it's not the drug that's making me fucking feel so tired all the time. And it's just like, what do you fucking mean? Yeah, anyway. If you're able, this huge thing she's worried about, so is lost until she's able to locate a new thing. Yeah. Well, it's that like my mum is annoying with. She keeps getting angry at everyone around her because she spends all day cleaning, and then we come home without from work and mess the floor up. I'm like, yeah, but you're choosing to sweep and mop in front of the door, and then get upset that we make the same mess every day. The idea is just if we keep messing up the same fucking square meter, stop cleaning it. Like, sure, clean it when someone's coming over, but you're cleaning it every day and then complaining that it's getting messy. Clearly, it's something that shouldn't be cleaned. She also does an annoying thing that she gets angry at me for pointing it out, is she'll move something so she can sweep under it, and then move like something else into the spot she just swept so she can sweep under that, and then she'll move it back, and then she'll have to sweep under it again because she moved something into the space, like so it's got dirty. Like she's doing this thing about like she moved something and then clean and then put it back and then clean where she just. And I was like, but you're making the job so much harder. Like, or I have like the 80-20 rule where I'm like, I start something and I do like all the easy shit first, like the stuff that will take very little work but make a big impact. As opposed to this annoying thing, because it's like the idea of sweeping the floor is it's really easy to go around and sweep like up all the mess that you can see. But then I don't go and sweep everywhere, because the idea is that like it will take 10 times as much work to sweep all of the floor versus sweeping up just the bits of mess that I can see. And the end result is that the floor looks the same. So I can put a hell of a lot more work in and not really tell the difference. And I used to do it at work as well. Like we're doing machining. It's like there was no point sweeping the floor spotless, because as soon as anyone turned on a machine and did any kind of reasonable cut, there was shit on the ground. Like there was little, like, there'd be 15, 20 little pieces on the ground, and it doesn't look like you cleaned it all. So what you do is you fucking get the shovel and you dig up the piles of fucking shit that were building up where you were standing. And once a week, maybe once a month, the boss would go, okay, today we're completely sweeping and cleaning everything. Like nobody is working until the place is spotless, and then we go back to working. But the idea was not to get the space spotless. It was like, if we only shovel away the mess, it's like shit just doesn't get done because it doesn't build up quick enough. So we're going to clean everything, and then the shit that gets dirty quickly. But we don't keep cleaning everything back to spotless. And it was one of the things that annoyed me is my boss would be like, oh, but like you've got to clean out this because you got to charge that to the job. And I'm like, yeah, but like I can also do like 3 or 4 jobs and clean it out, and it will take me the same amount of time as if I do one job and clean it out. So the idea is that those other 3 jobs are getting charged for work that didn't need to be done, because the idea is that when the swarf tray is full, you grab the shovel and you can dig it out. But when it's basically got a little spattering on it, you've got to get the brush and sweep it all into the corner. So it takes longer to clean it when it's almost empty. Like if it's full, it takes like 20% of the work to get down to 20% full, and then 80% of the work to take that last 20% out. So it's like as long as you like make sure it never gets dangerous, and when you go to empty it, you can either do it like I usually like would empty it all the way when I empty it, but sometimes I just shovel it out because I'm like, fuck, I need to finish this job and it's getting full. The only time I ever emptied it out, like per job coming, like to charge the job, is if the job itself was filled the tray. Like sometimes we'd clean, I'd start a job and the tray would need emptying like at the end of the job. Then I'd do it because it's like, well, the fucking tray was full. And now, well, the tray was empty and now it's full. That means that all of the mess came from this job. But like there'd be a bunch of little jobs. I'm like, it's not fair on these little jobs for me to clean every time that I've done them. But yeah. The number of fucking times that people judge me for putting on the to-do thing. Yeah, my thing that's interesting as well is a lot of people don't realize that socializing can actually be quite difficult. Like as someone, I don't like people. I love hanging out with an individual and doing like the conversation, which is why this streaming works kind of well, is because like technically I'm not even really talking to like the chat, like as in like the whole stream idea of what I'm doing, or I'm talking to a specific person in chat who's answering questions. And also the other fun thing is if you say messages while I'm talking, it doesn't cut me off. But like when I talk to another person, I don't have a problem. But as soon as there's 2 or 3 other people, it becomes that either I'm talking and they're both listening, or they're talking to each other. Like there's no, like I struggle to have that 3-way conversation that doesn't just, oh, fuck my headphones. That doesn't feel like either I'm getting dropped out of the conversation or I'm dominating the conversation. Like I feel like they're the only 2 options. And I know it's not like actually the case, but like that's how it feels. And it's really hard to do that like concept, I guess. Whereas like streaming, it feels like I can do that because I'm the host, so I'm allowed to be in charge, kind of thing. I don't know, but yeah, it's the same thing. It's me dealing with the guilt of I don't feel like I don't like dominating, like, or I often dominate a conversation, but I don't like feeling like I'm like taking control of the conversation. I want other people to, yeah. Is the Roomba rule? It's good enough to progress daily, even if the mess go. Well, the fun thing about the Roomba is also the Roomba just runs continuously, so it's always just sort of sweeping everywhere. Eventually, and also I think they keep an internal map, so like it actually knows where it hasn't been in a while, so it tries to get there. That's what I'm saying. I don't even try and do everything. Like I was trying to explain to my mum because we're doing bees and like robbing the bees, and I was like, oh, when the spinner needs cleaning, and so there's these 2 cages that hold the frames, and she went through and was like, you know, with a rag and scrubbing each like bar on one of the cages. And I came over and went, what the fuck are you doing? Grabbed the brush, knocked off all the big chunks of honeycomb off both cages, and just went and used it. Because it's like, well, fucking, we're going to make it messy again. I just needed those chunks to be gone because the chunks, you know, you don't want to fucking have them fall into the honey. So, like, the stuff that isn't going to come off, even with a rag, isn't going to fall off. So, like, why are you spending, like, so much longer? The idea being that, like, the first thing you do is the easy shit. And then you spend the rest of the time doing the rest of the shit. It's the idea of, I'm really bad at it when I'm programming, but it's like, don't start polishing a feature if you haven't even fucking implemented the rest of the game. And it's that, like, my mum feels like that she's doing that all the fucking time. Where, my room's name is Ike. I love that. It's that idea of spending so long, like, getting it to perfection. And it's like, no, but like, get it functional. Then continue working on it if you've got extra time. Like that was always my annoyance at work when we were cleaning, is there's a whole like, oh, but everyone cleans. It's like, yes, but the issue is that everyone goes and grabs the bit of cleaning that they don't mind doing. And I go, this is the most productive shit. So I would go be the one that got fucking sweaty as I fucking shoveled all this shit because it was the most efficient, like time-wise, the amount of time and effort to the amount of progress. Whereas they would all go, I'm going to go clean, like I'm going to go sweep over here, or I'm going to go, you know, clean this thing. I'm going to do that. It's like, so by time they'd finished cleaning whatever they'd picked first, I had fucking cleaned up like 80% of the mess. And then they'd help me sweep it up. And I didn't mind because I actually, you know, doing the grunt, like get it done wasn't bad. But it meant that I would cop shit because I'm like, fuck, I'm drenched with sweat and I've done like the bulk of the work. But because they were sweeping the whole time then they're still sweeping now, I look like I'm slacking off because I went like, hey, like, you guys good to keep going while I fucking catch my breath. Yeah, we had I don't know if it was a Roomba, it was like just like one of the robot vacuums. It had the issue that we've got a fireplace, and whether around the fireplace the tiles are slightly different. I don't know if they're more heat resistant or if it's just like for an aesthetics reason. Like the tiles around the fireplace are black and they're about a ½ inch higher. They used to have like a bit of flashing around them so that like, you know, they had like a ramp up onto the issue is that the fucking Roomba doesn't see the ½ inch step as an actual step. Like it can't sense it. So it would drive up onto it, and it could do it. I think if it hit it square, it would go up because like it would, you know, climb up the wheels. But what it would do is it would try and cut the corner because again, it didn't seem to notice that this thing existed. And when it cuts the corner, like the wheel would go up and then it would bottom out on the corner and it would just get stuck. Or if it hit like if it was going like a car hitting a curb, if it hit it square, it would go up. But if it hit it on the side, the wheel would go up and then it would bottom out, and then neither of the wheels would touch the fucking ground. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't necessarily think I was going harder. It's more like I was doing the effective stuff. So it's like I was digging with a shovel because to me it was the easier work. Like I don't blame them. I blame my boss for being a prick and coming out there saying, well, nobody else has finished cleaning yet. I'm like, yeah, but I've fucking drenched myself with sweat because I was shoveling the hard shit. And that like they might end up doing the same amount of work, but it was that idea of my issue was like my boss was great when I first started working there and he respected me, and then he started stopping respecting me because the other apprentices like finished their apprenticeship and left. So he stopped having the point of comparison that I actually was a pretty good employee. Like I was
very rarely late unless I actually had a reason. I didn't call in sick unless I was actually sick, as opposed to the other person who was like, oh, I need a football game, so I'm going to call in sick, or was taking unpaid leave like within like a week of being there. And he was always breaking his limbs, but that's on him, I guess, for constantly breaking his arms. But it was that idea of like, once my boss stopped having someone to compare me to and stopped being out in the workshop, he just started telling me that I was doing shit on purpose, like intentionally doing things wrong and breaking shit. And I was like, no, I think he just forgot how bad everyone else was. Like, it was accused me of like doing things on purpose. Like I dropped something and it broke. And he goes, well, that's what happens when you throw things on the ground. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? I caught on my shirt when I turned around. Like, I was not being careless. Like, it wasn't being clumsy, but I wasn't being careless. It wasn't like I was doing something particularly risky. I just turned and my shirt caught something that was only stuck on by a magnet, and it just ripped it off, and then it broke. It's like, but he's acting like I was doing it on fucking purpose. I forgot where I was going with it. Yeah. So it's like my issue was the kind of thing of like, towards the end, I think because it was a small business, work was starting to become a bit like light, like as in there was less work to do, not like work with. And the issue was that like they're paying me the same rate whether I'm on a paid job or not on a paid job, they're still paying me the same amount per hour. And it became that thing of, I think my boss was getting stressed about work, so he kept fucking lashing out at me about how I was costing him $150 an hour when I wasn't working, like if I was getting distracted or was talking to someone or I was redoing something because I fucked up. And I'm like, but I'm not costing you $150 an hour because I'm not doing paid work. You're not charging me out, which means I'm actually only costing you my pay per hour because you're only paying me. Whereas he was seeing it as the opportunity cost of I could be doing paid work. And it's like, but you fucking told me there is no paid work to be doing, so I would be sweeping the floor if I wasn't redoing this bit of a job. But yeah, it annoyed me because what I noticed was that because by the time I left, there was I was the most senior apprentice. There was another apprentice who was there for had been there about 6 months. A new apprentice had been there about 3 weeks, and then 2 part-timers who had been there for like 10 years plus each. They started telling me shit that was wrong, like, hey, that light's out on that machine and this and that, which to a certain extent, like, sure, I did the maintenance, and so like letting me know, but it wasn't, hey, like, you want to fix that? It was, hey, do you want to go talk to the boss? Because we fucking don't. Because the issue with my boss, and like, I don't think he's, again, not doing it on purpose, he just didn't conceive of the idea that because I found the broken thing does not mean I broke it. Like the number of times where I bring him something during maintenance, and again, when the other apprentices was there, or just after one of the other apprentices left, it was fine because I bring him something. He goes, "Oh, that's because the other apprentice didn't know what he was doing." So like there was like all these fucking grooves because something hadn't been cleaned properly. So over years it had grown. Like, and I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." Like, but then one time I was like feeding something through a hole, and it bumped something on the other side, and it broke the switch. And he fucking accused me of being too rough with it. I'm like, I'm almost certain, because like I looked at the switch, and my very first instinct was to push the thing back on, like it was like a cover over a limit switch. Just pushed it back on, and I went, no, I should report that because that like it went back on so easily and it came off so easily. That's like it's going to do it again. And he accused me, but oh, you shouldn't have been so rough. You should have broken it. And I was like, look, I looked at it and I went, I didn't break it though. Like, it wasn't me. Like the bit of plastic that had broken was covered in like coolant and slime, which meant that it had been broken for years, or like at the very least months, because of like the thickness and the color of it. It's like it wasn't just that it got wet. It had been broken for at least months, and I suspect years, because I bet the last person who broke it did the same thing I did, went back on, and it's only because I went, hey, that's way too loose, I'm going to report that. Whereas I bet they pushed it back on and went, yep, good as new. So someone else had broken it. But I reported it, so I got told that I broke it, and it did my fucking head in, where I was like trying to explain that, like, hey, I love doing maintenance, but what I don't like is reporting something because I'm like, hey, this thing's a little bit like it doesn't feel right, and being told that I'm the one that fucking broke it. The other one was I would often like bring up things because like I'm particularly pedantic because I need to know what the rules are. In that, like, once I know the rules, I can follow the rules. And it was like I asked about a specific thing, saying, hey, like the insert that does the cutting is moving on this tool. Oh, that's because it's like, oh, how much is it moving? It's like, oh, like 0.3 of a millimeter. Oh, that's nothing. It's fine. And then I was doing a different job, like fucking 3 months later or something, and he was fucking up and it was doing this shit. And I told boss, he goes, oh yeah, da da da. And he goes, oh, this is what's wrong. I'm like, oh, right. Is that right? He goes, oh, you should have told me about this. Like, I did ask you like about the fact the insert was moving. Oh, but like sometimes you're just so pedantic about things. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I came and asked you, going like, hey, is this a problem? And you said no, and now you're telling me that I should have asked you if this was a fucking problem. It's wild up. It's fucking, but yeah, it would do my head in of this idea of like, apparently, because it was a job that I used to do all the time, and then apparently I didn't know that he'd stopped giving me this job because I was apparently asking for new inserts too often. Because he told me when I first started, these inserts are like $200 each. So as soon as they start getting blunt, bring them to me because we can get them resharpened and recoded. But if you chip them, then like you basically effective, like, so when you get it reground and recoded, you get like 20 or 30 before we have to buy a new insert. But if you chip it, then it's like, well, now you lost like 5 or 6 of those resharpenings because they have to sharpen, like they have to grind the entire chip out. And so it was this whole thing of like, he told me when I first started that, you know, as soon as it starts getting blunt, bring it to me. And then he later on was going, oh no, this is the, and so it's like every time he gave me a new metric, I'd start using the new metric. The issue is he wasn't telling me the new metric. He was just getting pissed that I kept asking. And I was like, well, just tell me that, like, actually, no, this is what you should be looking for instead. One time I brought the thing, oh, it's like chipped really bad here. And he goes, oh, yeah. And I'm like, oh, yeah, but the chip was already there, like from when they reground it, because like I took a photo and it's got a chip. And he goes, oh, why didn't you tell me that? I was like, oh, I didn't think anything of it. He goes, well, clearly you did. You took a photo of it. I'm like, actually, and it's like, I took the photo 2 days earlier when I used the same insert, but I was using it for finishing. So I was only using the corners, and I was actually taking a photo of something else and happened to go, oh, that's kind of funny. Like, you know, like it took the photo of the insert. I didn't think it was anything of it because I'd even showed him the insert at the time, and he said, yeah, that's all good. So I had a photo. I didn't take the photo because I went, I just chipped, like this is going to be a problem. He'd already signed the insert off. I just happened to have a photo. But it, yeah, did my head in that he was like accusing me of knowing that something was wrong, because otherwise why would I have taken the photo? I'm like, because the number of fucking times that you've told me something was okay and then told me that I should have asked about it. So I took a photo of like the thing after you signed it off, and I just happened to know that the chip was there because my memory is good. And I went, hey, did I happen to get a photo of this? There's a bunch of other things, and I had photos of them because I was like, wow, this is really cool. I'm going to take a photo of it. And then later on it turned into a problem, and it was like, oh, this. I'm like, yeah, but like, here's my proof. And he didn't like that at all. I think that's part of the reason that he was starting to like not respect my like calling him out on stuff, is because he started to feel like I was intentionally trying to prove him wrong, kind of thing. So it was like he started to feel attacked when I was confused. And yeah, so anyway, so let's move back onto the something focus. To the fact that inflow. Yeah, no, that's my issue at the moment. Is I want to find a new job, like actually, like my biggest annoyance is the fact that I want a job that will take advantage of my skills. The issue is that like I need a job that will take advantage of my skills without taking advantage of me. And that's how it kind of felt like at my other work, is that, oh, wait, you're so quick, you're so good. And when I was talking about the fact that like, it's kind of stupid that they basically pay me less for being good because I can do the job in half the time that someone else could do the job. And they're like, oh, we also charge the customer less. I'm like, yeah, but that is you making a marketing decision of being like, hey, we're cheap. But like, it feels pretty shit when your response to me being good is to fucking give me more work. Or to make me sweep the floors and pay me the same. They thought it was some kind of preposterous idea when I proposed that. It wasn't even for them, because I kept going like, I know you're a small business and you can't do this, but like what I would like is that, yeah, exactly. The word for fast work is more work. And it wasn't even like I was going fast and like, because it was one of the things he went like, he said, oh, it's okay to go slower because it's better to get it right the first time than do it twice. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but I can also go fast and get it right. Because like you only ever tell me to not do these things when I fuck up, but you have no idea how many times I've done these things before I fucked up. And you're telling me that the reason I fucked up is because I did it this way, and I'm telling you that I've done it 10 times that way and it didn't fuck up. Something else is the reason it fucked up. But no, apparently that doesn't count because and it was that annoying thing is it started to become that like don't ask for help, because if you ask for help, he'll tell you the reason you got it wrong is the thing that you did 10 times before that he didn't know you were doing, and not the actual thing that went wrong. The number of times that I've had to do something that I knew was going to make something worse, because otherwise I was told that I didn't do what I was told. So I'm like, hey, this is not the solution. this will not work, but I'm going to have to do it because if I don't do it exactly the way you told me to do it, you're going to tell me that's why I went wrong. Yeah, well, my issue with that is I don't know what my time is worth because I've had a few people reach out and be like, hey, can you teach me coding? Like, how much would it cost? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Because the issue is that you might get me rambling about something and then I feel really bad charging you fucking like $150 an hour for me to ramble on about fucking politics. Yeah, like it's that hard thing, but I don't know how much to charge. And I, like, what, yeah, back to my analogy I was talking about, is that I was saying to them, like, hey, when I finish here, I want to go find something that's like equivalent to contract work. Because they were going, oh, you want to like a, you know, paid per item made. I'm like, well, no, it's not paid per item made because that still feels like shit. It's more like I want someone to say, hey, this is how much work needs to be done. And once that's done, you're free to go. Because, you know, like, it's what my dad was doing. He worked at the TAFE, which is like a tertiary education for like trades. And his thing was he had to be at work for the full like 8 hours a day. But it was like, this is how much, this is the shit that you're in charge of. And if that shit's done, you can sit in your office. My dad despised not doing anything. So he would fucking go and organize like storage rooms and he would redraw the drawings and he would do all this stuff that made his job easier. And the irony is that making his job easier meant that there were less hours of work that he needed to do, which meant that he was spending more time trying to fill time. He got in trouble a few times because they kept telling him it wasn't his fucking job. So he stopped talking to his supervisors about certain things because they would be like, no, but that's not your job. And it's like, well, but I'm not doing it as my job. I'm doing it because I've got fucking 4 hours to kill and the lecturer asked for help. Like I made like all these prizes and awards and like medals, like little like statue things. He taught himself how to use the new tools because he was kind of effectively bored. And then he taught the lecturers how to use the new tools, which is the thing, like they're supposed to be teaching the students. They should know how to use these things. But yeah, it's just one of those strange things about life of being like, yeah, no. So this needs to be 150%. Honestly, I actually don't remember what the numbers are. So it's there, right? It's not even necessarily neurodivergence. That one I feel like is more like a generational thing. My dad's a boomer, and first off, it annoys me to no end that he does that. Oh, it's just because you guys don't want to. And I'm like, no, it's because my lecturer at TAFE did the same thing where he's going, oh, well, we didn't have these mental disability, like all these mental problems when I was fucking your age. I was like, no, but like you did. The difference is that ADHD when you work on the farm isn't a fucking problem. You know, you wake up when you wake up and you get the jobs that need doing done and then you get paid. There's no, oh, you need to work fucking 6 hours or you need to work 8 hours a day or you're not getting paid 8 hours. It was that, hey, as long as you weren't fucking not, you know, my neighbor did landscaping, he's self-employed, and when he had 10 employees, he was really, really good because he would start all these jobs. He could do the work of 10 men, but he couldn't finish any of the fucking jobs. So having 10 men follow him around just to finish these fucking jobs worked really well because you got fucking 20 men's work done kind of thing. But as soon as he became like self-employed to the level of only having himself and like one other person, he just kept starting shit and not finishing it. And like there's all these fucking projects he'd get like most of the way through, or he'd start it up and fucking get everything out and then like leave all the fucking like shit out in the weather, which I do the same thing. Where it's like he would probably put the tools away, but he'd like get all the materials out and leave them out. Well, it's not even necessarily self-employment because the more I learn about like how things used to be back when the boomers were like in tech and stuff like that, like the Silicon Valley back before the internet sort of thing, or like back when transistors were the thing and you were selling computers, not selling software, is that basically when you got to a certain point in the company, they gave you a budget and told you what they wanted to do. And you worked as many fucking hours as you wanted as long as you hit the milestone that you hit. They weren't self-employed. They were employees that were told, we're paying you this much a year. We're giving you this much budget. If you succeed, if you like make us lots of money, we'll give you a bigger budget. We'll pay you a bonus. But there was this whole thing about like, you were expected to work as many hours as was necessary to get it done. Because it's not it's like it's the difference between being paid a wage and being paid a salary. It's like they were paid the same amount, regardless if they fucking stayed till midnight. The issue with that kind of payment as well is that you end up getting guilted into working way more hours. Like if they're like, hey, we're going to give you $100,000 a year as long as you meet the quota, we're happy. It's like, well, then they start trying to say, well, actually, maybe keep, do more. Japan has that issue of being like, it's like a cultural taboo to leave work before your boss. So the thing is the boss get a lot more work out of an employee by effectively sitting in his office doing nothing for 3 hours because nobody was going to leave until he decided he was going home. And so it didn't actually matter if the boss was working. Everyone was sort of sitting there starting tomorrow's work because they're like, well, we can't leave until the boss goes, because culturally it was like a very, like, you'd get shunned and all your friends would not want to hang out with you because you go home early. Yeah, but that's what I mean is the issue is that, like, I don't think it was even that high of a level thing. It was like, because of the way the structure worked, the project manager could apply the same logic to the people below them. And so the issue being, yeah, it was not even no more, no less. It's if you get it done in less, then do more work, and we're not going to pay you for it. Like, it was my thing of, like, at school, I learned the habit of, I would talk to all my friends. It's kind of bad because, like, I would distract them, but, like, I would finish the paperwork. Like, I was really good at math, so the math teacher would give me the question sheet for the day. I would finish in about 15 minutes, and then turn around and talk to my friends. Teacher would see me talking to my friends, come over, go, oh, fucking get back to work. I'm done. He goes, oh, okay, here's the next one, and then finish that in fucking 5 minutes because he wasn't expecting it. Like, he gave it a work that was supposed to take the entire hour, and I did it in 15 minutes. And so the next thing is just whatever he had. So I do that in about 5 minutes and go back to my friends. He goes, oh, you're back, fucking, it's like, we're done. You know, oh, well, here's the next one. It's like, so what you're saying is that, like, I should just stop telling you I'm done. Go, oh, sorry, so I'll go back to work and fucking then turn around again. Because every time I fucking said I was done, you didn't go, oh, cool, like, chat then. You fucking told me off. By the time I got to, like, year 11 and 12, like, senior school, the teacher stopped fucking doing that because they kind of went, like, my math teacher said to me once, I hate that I can't use you as an example because you pay the least attention in class and get the highest grades. So it was that idea of, she couldn't look at me and be like, this is why you need to pay attention, because I paid zero fucking attention and just acing the fucking class. And I was like, no, but that's the point, is you are actually teaching me. Like, I pointed out to her one time, the only time I scored second in the class on a test was because I was sick for a week and I literally scored zero in the entire section. I said, hey, look, you are teaching me because I don't just know this shit. I just learn, as she said. She started saying I learned through osmosis. So the idea was that I would sit on my laptop playing Cookie Clicker or doing something else and listening to what she was saying, because in my memory, the way my brain organizes information means it's, like, extremely associative. I can recall something by effectively going, what was I doing at the time when I learned this information? And then I can recall what she was teaching. So I could learn. I learned better with the laptop in front of me, because that meant that I had something that was effectively the ability to tie things together. Like, it would be like the equivalent of being like, if I was playing a very linear game, I could scrub through the game level and be like, oh, here's where I was taught this information. Not directly, like, it's not like a perfect mind palace like that, but it was the idea of, like, I would learn better playing Cookie Clicker in class and sort of half paying attention to the teacher, half paying attention to Cookie Clicker, than I would like directly paying attention to the teacher. Because my brain is so associative that if I just pay attention to the teacher, there's nothing that hooks in. There's no way to pull, like, that memory out, because there's nothing that points to it. I can't jump there because nothing goes in, nothing comes out. It's a block of, what did I learn? So unless I knew what day it was or what class it was. Yeah, and I bet when you learn better when you're doodling is because when you go to recall the information, you can remember what you were drawing. Like, it'll be like a level of, you are better at remembering your drawings, and so you're, like, mentally attaching information to different drawings. So each doodle effectively represents a piece of information that you learned. I did the same thing with, like, movies and video games and stuff like that. Is I will play Minecraft even now and be like, oh, I remember what movie I was the first time I was, like, interacting with this feature. Like, it's like, I'll play, like, Sky Factory, and I'll, like, get to a certain quest and be like, oh, I know what movie I was watching last time I started this quest. Or the more fun one, because it's, like, rarely do I restart, like, Minecraft and start it from the beginning kind of thing. I'll be watching a movie and be like, oh, I remember what quest I was doing while watching this movie. Because it's also like the bigger scope of like, I was probably watching multiple movies while doing that quest. So there's this thing of being like, oh, I know what I was building or what I was doing or what I was trying to do while I was watching this movie, usually for the first time, because you don't pin more than one thing to that thing. But it was interesting because there's a whole bunch of movies that I keep watching and be like, oh, I remember what I was doing in Minecraft when I watched this. Yeah, we're also, again, not being very productive. So apparently, so it's 1 across, 2 across, 1 down. I keep trying to work out like where the fuck does this bottle need to go? The issue is it's 0 and it was -1. I think this is the orientation that it's supposed to be in. Wait a second. No, it has to be the other way because it wouldn't fit. Yeah, okay. So it's supposed to be here. So 150% makes the most sense. Like that feels correct that 150% is what the number's supposed to be. And then it was here. So what the fuck is -30? It's not -0.5. What the fuck is the number that it needs to be? If it's smaller than 40. What the fuck is -36 though? What the fuck is that? Yeah, no, hanging out. No, it's not that it's productive directly. It's that I wouldn't say you had an unproductive day if you spent the day socializing with friends. It's the difference, because that's the issue. People go too far in the other direction where, again, like person that's mentally unwell and keeps doing all this shit that makes their life worse, keeps basically doing dumb shit like doing drugs, partying, and staying out late with the excuse of being, but I'm looking after my mental health, or I'm trying not to burn out. And it's like, that is not like a productive call. Like the issue is that they would be guilty if they did these things. And when you say, hey, maybe you should focus on this other thing, they would do the opposite, where they guilt into why they should be allowed to do these things. Oh, I'm taking weekend, because they came down and visited us. They live like 2 hours away. And so they came down and visited, and then there was a whole time they were visiting. I was like, oh, you know, maybe this and that. Oh no, but I'm relaxing. I'm allowed to have the weekend. I'm like, yeah, you are. But like, you're making your relaxing weekend quite stressful. And I'm saying like, maybe, but no, I'm like, I can do this. And I'm like, yeah, but the issue is that concept of, don't feel bad that you didn't do anything this weekend, but don't justify not doing something you have to because you're doing something you want to. It's the idea of, as I was saying, like when that person came in and said, oh, I feel like I hung out with friends today, it was great, but I didn't feel very productive. It's like, unless you were hanging out with friends to avoid doing something else, that's a bad mindset. But it also means it's in the same thing. If you had something else to be doing, you probably should have done that first. It's purely based on the context of, are you avoiding doing something else by hanging out with friends? Then that's bad. Are you feeling bad because you feel like you should have been doing something else, but you don't actually have something else you were supposed to be doing? And then at that point, then you're being unhealthy, because you're basically saying, I feel bad for relaxing and doing something that I, was actually healthy. Yeah. It's unhealthy to avoid your problems. And I would say the unhealthiness of avoiding your problems outweighs the healthiness of hanging out with friends. So as long as you're not avoiding things, then it's healthy. Do you think it's -35? No. What the fuck? Calculator. What is like? No, it's not 2/6. Like 3/8. Yeah, 3 divided by 8. Do you reckon it's 375? What the fuck is? I've got too much shit on my desk. -37.5. Okay. -3/5. 3/8. Which means that's what is that math? The math is 150 it's got to be 1 divided by the other, I reckon, which is where we get our 400. And then it's half 200 minus a half. Half of that number. So you'd be 400. Whereas you're the other way. You're so you'd be 400, and then you'd be a quarter, I think. So it's like 1 by 4. So then now x equals 400 divided by 2 minus 50. Right, which is the equivalent of 4 divided by 2 minus a half. Right, and then I think the other one is, well, okay, so this would be okay, maybe write it next to it, so it's like 400. So I reckon it's x equals 400 divided by 2 minus 50, which is actually x equals, and I think it's going to be y divided by x divided by 2 minus 50. Okay, so I guess this would be 100, 400. Wow. Fine. Point. Right. Except it's not that. It's u divided by u minus 1 divided by 2. It's that, which should give you the same number, which is, yeah. Right, so this would be, wait, what? No, 4 divided by 1 minus 1. X minus divided by y divided by x minus 1.5 divided by 2, which is then 4 divided by 2 minus 1 x. Because that's why the other one, so when they say y, goddamn fucking cables, y would be x divided by y minus 1 divided by 2, which so this one equals 0.5, and then this one equals Does that seem like valid math? It feels like valid math. The issue is I need to make something like a battery, and we need to insert a battery. In our example, we need to find the wherever the fucking phone battery is. Well, actually, we'll do the phone. No, we can do the phone without actually doing anything because we just know where it should be. So let's find this phone, wherever that phone happens to be. That's going to be like the very first mobile phone. Phone on. All right, yeah, that phone's fine. So let's find this item. This item. Nope, this is the wrong item then because it didn't rotate this one, which means we want this item. Oh, apparently we're rotating that phone. That's fine. Yeah. It literally doesn't matter what phone because, ironically, I'm putting in the right locations. That's the wrong way. Anyway, So you need to go like here, which is apparently 14. I don't know if that's correct, but it's going to be close to 14. And then you're negative 14. Negative 14. Oh, that's pixels. Sorry. We need to be percent, which is 50% and negative 50%. No, negative 25%. Okay. They're gonna work, maybe. So 0.5 and negative 0.25. We have to check our math. Where the hell was that? It's in like where is it? Is it in shape? Yep. Okay. So I'm just gonna put this up here. And this up here. So these are my two formulas that I want to try. So that works for that. And I'm going to say here, I'm going to go 1 by 2. So x is 2 divided by 1 minus 1. So 2 divided by 1 is 2, minus 1 is 1 divided by 2 is a half. And then you reckon that this is this. So 1 divided by 2, 1 divided by 2 is 0.5, minus this is negative 0.5, divided by 2 is negative 1.25. And those are the two numbers we wanted to get? Correct. Okay, that seems correct. I guess next we need to rotate the battery. We need to find that phone battery. Cool. So if I said that this is 0, negative 1, well, see, that would be a much nicer way of being able to do it because it's square, but technically it's not the right location. So this is 0. And then this goes up here. Wait a second. No. You are negative 2.5, but you're also negative 2.5, I think. No, you're more than that. Here? Here? Which way did I rotate it? Forward. Something makes me think it's actually like this. Which is this corner, which is this corner, which means it's this and this. So it's somewhere around negative 30. I reckon it's negative 33 if I was to guess. I guess we then test the code. We work out what number it thinks it should be. Would it be negative? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so next is to say 2 by 2, right? Which is 2 by 2 is 1 minus 1 divided by 2 equals 0, 0. Wait a second. So the answer is
But the answer is 0, apparently. That is actually just correct. I think we encode more items and render more items to test it further, but that seems like it's actually the right logic, which worries me. All right, so it's x divided by y minus 1 divided by 2. Well, that would be a reason to turn them into floats. And I don't need to make them negative or anything. Well, actually, no, I probably do, but other positions. So this is for 90-degree rotation. Well, the issue is that like Bevy's doing all the layout, which means that I don't actually have any sort of any control, I guess, over where things are placed. That makes sense. Like it's I know everything is fucking broken. Just turn these all into floats. So like what I'm trying to do is make it so that I don't have to force things to be in a certain location. I just want to be able to just set the rotation and leave Bevy in control. My biggest concern at the moment is the way that I'm doing something is probably not going to work in that if you rotate something 180 degrees, like a water bottle 180 degrees, in the game that I'm copying, it does what I think Bevy's going to do, which is basically you can put it upside down and you can see they can be opposite, but like the point that it's rotating around doesn't change. It's always, this corner is always 0, so this just flips. Whereas mine at the moment does effectively this. So it's like we'll make this the right way up. So if this is like this, when you flip it 180 degrees, it's actually like this in my code, but I think it's still going to render like this, which is not the best, but honestly, it's can't bother dealing with it right now. So we need to say size dot y divided by size dot x divided by 2. How do I divide by 2 while simultaneously multiplying by 100? Do I divide by 0.02? Oh wait, no. We multiply by 50. Other way, thank you. Okay. And then minus 50. Floating point math. I don't actually, I'm curious if the compiler would ever actually optimize that. So then you'd be like size dot y divided by, no, size dot x divided by size dot y times x minus 50. Okay. I'm curious if there's a better way of doing this, but I don't think there is. I don't think there's any way to turn unknown multiplication. It's only because I'm effectively multiplying by the reciprocal. So instead of dividing by 200, instead of dividing by 2, I'm just only increasing it by half. Like only multiplying by half that, half the amount I would otherwise. Instead of going 100, and dividing by 2 and timesing by 100, I'm just timesing by half of 100. So that should fix the 90-degree rotation. The other issue is that because I've changed the size of the backpack, the actual test bottle isn't working anymore. Because originally I was trying to spawn it in, respawn in this 1x8 bottle, which was supposed to fail. The 1x8 bottle is supposed to be too close to the top to fit. You were also very much in the wrong location. How did I fuck that up again? Wait, am I not supposed to be multiplying by 100? Maybe it's multiplied by 5? Maybe it's multiplied by 5. Where are you? Water bottle. No, it's this one. Not that. Your choice. First off, apparently your Y is in the wrong location. Clearly this is wrong. Okay, yeah. See, did I get it backwards? You're supposed to be negative 37.5. And you're 150. Hey, look, the bottle's the wrong way. Wait a second. No, it's definitely there. I was just trying to think. I think the issue, right? So what happens is it should be rotating from here, and then it rotates 150 degrees, which is to here. The thing is that when I place it, I guess yeah, you place the bottom of the bottle, so that is correct. So why did this become wrong? It was like flipped. I think well, it's probably just that. It's probably just flipped. The same math. It's just the order of operations that's reversed. I think so. Test. I gotta somehow remember where the fuck I am all the time. Is it in shape? Yeah. All right. So it's the other way. X equals. Like what? Wait a second. Does that mean that the rotation doesn't matter? No. I think what's happening here. Why did my brain pull Z up? That was a bit weird. Alright, so my suspicion of what's happening here is when I do size, I say self.bounds.size, which calling bounds rotates the bounds applies the rotation and orientation, which effectively means that when I call this, it's not one. It's no longer 1 high and 4 wide. It's 4 wide and 1 high. I did the put the Z. Why does my brain want to put the Z's everywhere? All right. Okay. Well, you're in the right place now. My big concern is that I am doing something wrong math-wise. That annoyingly, there should be a bottle beneath you pointing in the other direction, but it doesn't spawn because this bottle's actually not supposed to be there. That bottle's supposed to fail. So, because we're supposed to spawn like 1 at 90 degrees and then 1. Because it's supposed to be testing to see if I spawn a bottle that goes over the edge. So I guess the way to test that one would be to go, so this is an empty bottle, and then we spawn an item at, with, this one needs to be at, oh, would you know? No, wait, you're the 271. Where's the other bottle? You're not the bottle that fails, unless, water bottle. Here's the one that's supposed to fail. So you're supposed to spawn at like 270 degrees. That should make you stick out the edge, and then you should fail. And then, well, the other one's going to fail too. This one, yes, okay. So this one would be at 90 degrees, right? Because now we hold the bottom. before we were holding the top. Wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, this bottle's definitely failing. That's good. Good to know. This is 1 by 8. So 1 by 8, 90 degrees, should be 8 down and then 1 in from the edge. And that should make it point off to the right. I should probably, you know, fix some of the error the messages. All right, so you know, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, you're in the right spot, 1 by 8. And you've pointed in the direction that I would think you would point. So basically, my concern is when it was spawned here and at 0, it was actually going this way. Which is somewhat concerning. Because it makes me wonder if it was actually going this way? Probably. And then if I did 180, it would go that way. I guess the thing to test then would be to spawn that bottle in, and then spawn another bottle 1y higher. 9? No, 7. 1y higher, but at 180 degrees. So that should be upside down. So then it's going to be 90, 180. So then you should spawn, and then I actually want to be at 270. Because if my numbers are still correct, this position is basically one lower than the bottom of the other end of that bottle, which would imply that putting it in with a 190 puts it facing the other way. And assuming I've got all the math correct, because that's what I'm worried about, is that Alright, so the 180 degree bottle looks like it's in very much the wrong spot. So you spawned correctly. You and you. You are like most certainly not at 1 by 7. Now, is that because I fucked up and your offset is very wrong? Probably. Where is your what do you'd be the second water bottle I spawned? So if I set you back to 0. So you should be here. Negative 75. So you should be there. This one should be there. So interesting. I need to track down that code again. So this is //90. Right. Maybe like //180. The issue with that is that it kind of implies that 180 is going the other way. Actually, no, that makes sense. So this, and then it's upside down. So this one was pointing here, and then you turned it 90 degrees. No, okay, so that means that 0 would be here. So weirdly, it's actually turning counterclockwise. Honestly, fine for now. I can fix that later. So you're at So it's here, and then it goes to there, and then you're here, and you go that way. So you're supposed to be so who knows what this is supposed to be? What the fuck? So wait, your x is 0 minus 1 divided by 2. No. Who fucking knows what this is? I don't know what this is. Well, what's the A? I guess it is. Fuck it, get rid of that. So we say slash, and then we say 1 by 4. So we're going to say that is x equals something equals 0.75, right? Negative. All right, so how do we get to negative 75? So the answer would be 1. And then, wait, the y is negative 75. Right? The y is negative 75. And the x is equal to something, which is equal to 0. Okay, so how do I get something that's negative 75? So the answer to that one would probably be like y minus x. So y minus x would give us 3. And it's like negative 1. I don't think that's right, but because it still needs to cancel out to 0. So x minus y is 0, and then 1 divided by 0 is not allowed. So x cancels out to 0. I reckon it would be probably something along the lines of. So in this case, it'd be like negative y plus x It would be x divided by negative y. X 1 divided by no, x divided by y, and then minus x divided by y. All right, so you need something like this. Paste this in. That would be negative 1. So it's x divided by y divided by y. That'd give me negative 0.75, right? No. Negative 1. X. So x, which is 1 divided by y, would be negative
-2.5 times by y minus x. So more likely to be like that would become 1. Oh, then it's just -1, right? -1 divided by y, 0.25 times by y minus 1. I think it's y minus x, actually. Okay, so plus. Right. I'm going to go with, I'm going to trust you on this one because you're always much better at this math than I am. Plus y divided by 2. Okay. Which is just y minus x divided by 2. No, see, that doesn't work, I don't think. So minus x divided by 2. So the AI is trying to say that minus x divided by 2 plus y divided by 2 is the same as y minus x divided by 2. The issue with that is that we can say 4 minus 2 is going to give us 3, and then we divide by 2, which is going to give us 1.5. The answer is 0 for x. All right, let's just saying like the 90 should be that, because that actually does make a lot more sense. Especially because I'm pretty sure that this one's actually supposed to be somewhere else. Like when I think you're actually it's supposed to be up here. Like Look, I feel like if you rotate the battery by 90 degrees, the battery's supposed to be somewhere else. So you might be right. This might actually be y minus x divided by 2. And what's the other one? So because the plus 1 could just be purely that I was using 1. Put a semicolon. So was it y minus x divided by 2? I wonder if that checks out for all the math. We'll check that in a second. And then y is equal to negative y. So it's x minus y divided by 2. Okay. So 4 divided by 1. All right, so 3 divided by 2 is 1.5, and then x minus, no, so that doesn't work for this because this needs to be that. So it's -3/8, which is this doubled, and then this plus a half. So x. It could be that it's x minus, it could be x divided by y minus x. That's the issue with doing, we should just make some more items actually for testing purposes. I suspect that we're going to have issues with certain items in the general sense of so we should probably make some small items like a lighter, and then what I'll do is I'll spawn in a whole bunch of rotated items, assets, items. Probably have to fucking run to the toilet in a bit. I'm gonna say new. So we're gonna say torch. Now some of these things is because I know that in the game there are certain shape, so I can say you're 1 by 3. Actually, probably have to find the image to know what shape the image is, but anyway, 1 by 3. So we'll find the torch. So all right, so the flashlight, and then I want the lighter. So no, we'll just copy the torch and paste and rename. So the lighter is 1 by 1. The idea being to give me a variety of different sized items. And then I want to say it's like the new file. Oh, no, again, just copy paste. Rename. I'm just going to call it can. Tin can. And that one is, I think the tin can is 2 by 3. And now I have to find the fucking assets, which is going to be a pain. The plus y divided by 2 plus it brings that back onto out to the new axis. It might be doing the negative, the point, it makes sense in my head. So what's happening is so when the bottle's here, like with this rotation, what it's doing is the bottle is here and going down. So it's rotating it around this point, which means that you need to move, it's around the center. So you need to move like up a whole cell and then a thing here. But from Bevy's perspective, because I'm moving a percentage, it's actually 4 cells high. So we're moving 1.5 quarters. Like we're moving 1.5 out of 4. Does that make sense? So like, according to Bevy, and this is the thing that worries me with the like this rotation, because it's just graphical, it shouldn't matter because like my code does the actual shape. But this here, according to Bevy, is actually 4 high, 4 units, 400% high. And so I'm saying I want to offset it by 1.5 out of 4. I should write that down because they sort of clicked in my head that makes a lot of sense. That what it's doing. I guess that's why I do the streaming, because when I try to explain it to people, it clicks in my head. Where the fuck is the code? Just gonna write that down. X equals 1.5 out of 4 divided by 4, which is x equals y divided by 2 minus 0.5 divided by y. Now, I think the 0.5 here is actually, so it's y times 0.5 minus x times 0.5 divided by y. I think that's what it's doing. That's why it's giving that wonky number, is because the other one's by 4, which means that y is equal. It might be the other way around. That's why it's negative that amount. So it's x minus this, and then the y is 1.5, which is the height times by times 0.5 minus x times 0.5 divided by x. I think that's actually the math. Because we want to move 1.5 units, which is the y, half the y, minus half the x, and then we want to move it of proportion y, which is just such a fucking weird way of doing it. Anyway, because what I remember is we're moving even if you do pixels, it's the same thing. What the issue is that we are rotating and moving it around proportional to but like Bevy's still doing the math where it is. So when it rotates, it needs to move up. But Bevy is still, from Bevy's perspective, like when this bottle from Bevy's perspective is here. And we have to reposition it so that it's up here. Like if I go up here and I reset this is what it looks like. Wait, no, it's 1 here, isn't it? 1. Actually, that makes this much easier to demonstrate. This is what it looks like from Bevy's perspective. So Bevy thinks that 0, 0 is here. So when I do this, actually no, Bevy thinks it's 0. Oh no, 0. Yeah, Bevy thinks that 0, 0 is here. So when I do this, right? So this is what Bevy's trying to render, and then we flip it upside down without -1, and then we need to move this corner to being here, which in this case is the y minus the height. Or it's just, I guess it's because it's here. It's always going to be out by 1. We just need to add. We just add y minus 1. Maybe that's how this is supposed to work. No, because it definitely needs to add like the x and stuff. Because if this was actually too wide, it would be it would need to move this way as well. I think that's why we're adding more different size stuff. Because I feel like there's a whole bunch of things we're not seeing because we keep getting a bunch of 1s in our formula, and the 1s in our formula are actually coming from the fact that our bottle is only 1 wide. So I'm going to finish making these items quickly. So we're going to say the can. Right, that's what we're doing. We're looking for images. I know what they're called. So we go to items because these ones are named much more nicely. We're going to go Reveal and Explorer. Please give me extra large icons. Thank you. Go like this. So we're going to go light. So there's a lighter. So paste the lighter in there. Flashlight. And then I don't know what the other one's called, but we'll find it quickly. So it's going to be, let's like try tin. Can open. Oh, I forget you have to fucking like wildcard it, don't it? So fucking stupid. So no. Can. There it is. Soup can. Okay. So paste this. Soup can PNG. All right, then we have to go back to here and go, hey, torch. Torch is icons. Flashlight. Next is lighter, which is lighter. And then the can is soup can. Okay. Then we have to go back to this. So what I'm thinking, because this would tell us like really obviously if a bunch of things are fucked up, is that we can whatever my test is. I also like really need to run to the fucking bathroom, but I just want to set this up and make sure it's working first. So when we spawn in our loot table, we want to say, right, we should probably also make these slightly more rare to spawn because we don't really need lots of big stuff. We're going to go here. We're going to say asset server dot load. We need the can. The oh, we have the ketchup pack anyway.
catch up packet. Bottle, torch. So the can, lighter. I spelled it wrong. L-I-G-H-T-R. Okay. Copy that down. So where the backpack, battery, phone, bottle, water bottle, can, ketchup packet, lighter, torch. So can, torch, lighter, ketchup packet. Cool. So I'm going to put the lighter at that position where I can find it easily. So there's a lighter. What we need to do is when we spawn our random items in here, we need to say let item loot choose RNG at least one item. Yes, loot. Fine. Let rotations equal. Sure. We want to say that orientation equal rotations choose RNG at least one rotation exists. Let spawned equals 0. New while spawned is less than 15. Why they put the 4 backwards? Okay. While spawned is less than 15, spawn item at vec2 RNG dot random range between 0 and what's the x 30, and you are between RNG dot what no yeah no you're RNG 50 and then orientation. You are yelling at me because I don't think I imported this one. Why are you complaining? Oh no, because you need the item. So item. Something like that. So test inventory, spawn item at spawn this item at this position with an orientation. Keep going until you spawned spawn plus equals 1. So just randomly try and spawn 15 items, and then we're going to say for 0 dot dot for underscore in 0 dot dot like I don't know like 25. Let item equal loot dot items. I want to say it was 3 dot clone. And then be like, I mean, fuck it, we can just give them random orientations. That'd be funny. Oh wait, no, to give them random orientations would require giving them fixed positions. We don't want that. We just want to copy this, paste this, say fuck that. Say don't fucking randomize it, please. Just spawn. So this should then fill the first like 15 spots of the inventory. 25. So let's go like 60. So this will guarantee the first 2 rows are filled with lighters. if they're like, you know, at the very least 2 rows will be filled with lighters plus 15 random other items we spawned in. So I am going to say go away, and I'm going to run this. I'm going to see if this spawns a bunch of people. But the actual rotation value is passed in. Okay, so first off, I fucked something up because it spawned nothing but phone batteries. Fucked up them.
Look at the math. It's nothing but phone batteries. The lighter is 2. Sorry, I spawned nothing but phone batteries. This is kind of funny. The function is called on the shape itself, which means that it knows its orientation and position. I believe, unless I'm calling it in the wrong place. Match test item spawn item. So it already knows how tall it is. The thing that's throwing it off, I think, a little bit is that it's rotating it. So they have to flip the X and the Y because I've already rotated it when I calculate. When I calculate its size, it's after it's been rotated. So it means that the X and the Y have already been flipped. So match test spawn item. So this will spawn lighters again. So we spawned 15 random items with random orientations. Now, the concerning, sorry, what is wrong with this poor flashlight? Mr. Flashlight, please explain to me why you are at 0 rotation, but you're actually tall. Okay. Oh, because I don't think I updated the fucking thing. I probably didn't update the flashlights. No, the flashlight's 1/3. Which implies that I'm not actually passing the correct information at the flashlight. So yeah, 1/2, 1/2. I'm making sure. This is why I feel like the image should probably be tweaked a little bit. Can is 2/. We also may need to spawn more random items just for the sake of actually having more stuff spawn in. They should be lighters this time, which should then make it like a little bit less. So the biggest issue I've been thinking is that the other option is also we should probably make the inventory a little bit smaller. Something's here. You're upside down. Something tells me you're supposed to be here. Let me guess. Nope, X is 7, Y is 3. So you're supposed to be like here. 0, 1. No, you're supposed to be like here. Unsure the fuck is going on with these flashlights. They're definitely getting the wrong sizes passed into them, which is interesting. I don't know how I'm getting the wrong size for the flashlight. All right, Total, I'm going to leave it up to you to think about for a minute. I really need to pee. Okay, so part of our issue may be like related to how the flashlights are kind of fucked at the moment, because I was just thinking about the fact that the flashlights are scuffed like that implies something is going wrong somewhere. If that makes sense. As in, like, the flashlight is it's upside down for one thing, but it's tall too. So that means that the flashlight's just actually the wrong shape. This bag over here is really funny. I also did think that what we can do is instead of spawning in that many lighters, we can while loop the lighters spawning in. And if we while loop the lighters spawning, then there'll be really obvious holes because the lighters should be in the right spot. Like as we can see, like none of the lighters are like looking like they're in the wrong spot, and the 2x2 items in the right spot, which makes me go, if we just spawn in like lighters with no rotation, which means that they will definitely be in the right location, like 2220. So these will all be in exactly the right spot. So that's what makes me think this is supposed to go here. It's not, because apparently it's actually supposed to be at, with 180 degree rotation. So it's supposed to be like an x of 7, which would be, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a y of 3. So it's actually supposed to be here. So there's a really obvious hole in the lighters, which was the whole point of the lighters, is they really make it really obvious where things are supposed to be. So I mean, the obvious solution for that is, first off, we can probably go into our example and remove 0 rotation as an option. So this means that everything that we spawn in, all the like random... The issue is that the little fucky wucky isn't actually like that much of a fucky wucky. I don't know what's wrong with the torch. That throws me. But but like it's all off by a consistent factor is I think what's happening. Anyway, so we're gonna say instead of doing a for, we're gonna do and spawning like an unknown number of lighters in, we're gonna do a while let okay. So first off, grab this item out. And then we just say underscore equals spawn test item clone. We're going to say spawned plus equals. And then we're going to say if spawned is greater than, was it like 30 times 50? Panic. Too many items spawned, something is wrong. Okay. Let me just come down here. I'm apparently missing a closing curly brace somewhere. There we go. So running this will then like spawn in 15 random items and then proceed to fill every remaining space with a ladder, which will make it really obvious where the items are supposed to be, because there'll be holes where like there won't be lighters there. Because that's kind of the issue I'm having at the moment, is I actually don't know when I've got it right, because I'm assuming based on where I think the item is being placed, but I don't actually know that the item is placing the way that I think it's placing, which is kind of funny. This is taking a little while. Okay. Well, this is taking a lot of while. Question is that slow code? Almost certainly. And it's getting slower as it fills more and more and more space. There we go. My question is it because I'm printing out, or is it my code is actually so atrocious that okay. So you're in the right spot. For some reason we always spawn that battery in. You appear to be in the right spot. I think anything with a 90-degree rotation is probably in the right spot, which is good to know. But as you can see, the battery is actually in the wrong spot with a 270-degree rotation. Actually, that makes sense. I really want to like fish out why the fucking flashlights are in the wrong spot. This flashlight's supposed to be up there, so yeah. Yeah, it isn't helping, but I've definitely had it spam faster than that. That felt really slow. Like it was, admittedly, it was... The lighters are the worst possible item to be using for that, but I need something that will fill every single space. So what I could do is try and fill every single space with like the battery, because that'll fill the space 4 times faster, and then try and fill the space with the lighters, because then the lighters learn. Because the issue is that every new item you add has to check every previous item to see if it collides. And that results
Apparently, in a lag. I don't know where this bottle's supposed to be. Up here somewhere. All right. So that's apparently correct. That apparently not correct. This is apparently correct. This is apparently correct. My concern with this is I don't actually think that math is correct. I mean, we could give them all 90-degree rotations. All right, let's give them all 90-degree rotations. Well, it's not random. It's proportional to the size of the object. Because, and that's why I'm tweaking to only spawn 90-degree rotation. Because I'm curious if the backpacks are spawning wrong. And the only way to know that was to go, because that backpack's for 270, which I know the math for 270 is wrong. So I need to know, are the backpacks wrong? Because I'm subtracting 1. And this is what I hate about doing this kind of working out the math this way, is it 1 because 1 is an important number? Oh yeah, I was going to tweak it. So, yeah, well, okay. So first up, part of what I want to do is I'm going to rename you to like known. So the fixed items I'm going to be done with this. Just because I need to be like, hey, I need the lighter. The bigger the item I spawn in, the less I need to worry about like it checking items. Because the idea is that every battery, wherever the fucking battery is, phone battery, for every phone battery it spawns in, is 4 lighters it doesn't need to spawn in. So what we're going to do is we're going to spawn in effectively as many I added a random S in there. So we're going to spawn in as many phone batteries as we can, and then as many lighters as we can, which should cut down 4x the number of items that need to be spawned. Not quite, because like again, these won't be able to fill the space as efficiently. We have the tarp as well. That's 3x3. The idea is that we're basically going to go fill every 2x2 space you can, and then fill all the 1x1 spaces. Just because the less items, it should be faster. Also, it probably doesn't need to print out found fit for lighter in inventory every single time. But you know. So then we go down to here and we say, hey, item, and so item is going to be fixed. Okay, so we're going to fixed 0. And then again, and say fixed 1. My concern is that my code is incredibly slow. I'm going to found fit. Can you not? See, yeah, effectively it'll be 4 times faster. Well, not even, again, I keep going off 4 times faster, but it's going to be like way more than 4 times faster, because not only is it going to try and spawn 4 times less lighters, each object it tries to spawn will effectively have to check 4 times less spaces. Okay, so here's the proof that I was trying to look for. The water bottle is correct at 90-degree rotation, right? But the water bottle is correct only because it is 1. Also, these water bottles not correct at all. Wait, how did you end up at a 270-degree rotation? Oh, because these are random. These are water bottles I'm forcing in. So the fact that these water bottles look correct is not actually correct. It's only because they happen to be 1, which means that the code is what I wrote earlier. Like I wrote in a comment above, not the actual code that I'm using. Because as I said, we need to offset by x, not 1. It's just that when I was testing it with something that happened to have an x of 1. So I went, oh yeah, subtracting 1 makes sense, but it's not subtract 1, it's subtract half the height. I also have no idea where this code is. It's in shape there. So it's this. So where's down here, I said y divided by x minus 1. It's not. It's y divided by x minus x. And then it's x divided by y minus x. That doesn't make sense. This one I'm not sure.
Honestly, unclear why the y is wrong. Because as you can see, the x is correct. Wait, the x is correct. So I'm thinking you're minus x, and then the y is supposed to be way more, which would make sense of minusing y. Because if the y is much bigger, then minusing y. But I actually think it's this. It's half x, y divided by y. All right, have fun, sleep well. I will probably be streaming tomorrow, hopefully with this code working properly. So I want to see, so x, right. If I said that x is equal to this, let's ignore that. So that would be, copy this down here. And then we got to copy this down here. So the x in this particular case is 1 minus the minus 4 divided by 4, which equals so you are 0.5 minus 2, which is 1. Yeah, okay. So minus 0.375. And then u equal 4, 1, 1. Which equals 1.5. So 4 would be 2 minus. This feels wrong. Because I think this one this is also probably wrong. So this is 1 minus 1. So this would be negative. This would be negative 3. Yeah, okay. So that is incorrect. This is probably this. Right. So it's x minus y or was it x? That's the next big question. Oh god, there's so many fucking things. Need to find the water bottle. X is 150. Is that the right bottle is the question. $150. I don't know which bottle I'm moving is the concern. Ah, that one. Okay. 150. All right. So that's correct. It's 150. So y is 125. 150. Make 135. other way. So x equals 1.5. Y equals negative 375, which is equal to 1.5 divided by 4. Correct? 1.5 divided by 4. Yeah, okay, wait, negative. And this is equal to 1.5 divided by 1. Okay. So to get this, wait a second, yeah, so it's so 1.5. And then you'd be negative 0.375. Right. So this is 2 minus a half divided by 4. So 2 minus divided by y, which makes you right, to get to 1.5, you become 0.1 times 0.5 minus 4 times 0.5 divided by 1. So that would be the wrong number. I feel like these are the other way around. So I reckon it would be 1 minus half minus 2 is negative 1.5 divided by 4, which would make you by 1. So your y minus x, and then your x minus y. So now the issue is, again, we end up flipping them here because of the fact that we apply the rotation. But 90 degrees, you become because then we take the size. So you become 4 by 1. Right, which means I need to flip these. Go 1. Wait, no. You need to stay 4 and 1. So these numbers are correct. So it's 2 minus a half divided by 1. All right, what if I did it this way? So it's 3. And then we did this, which is also 3. No, wait, this is negative 3. Negative 3. Right, negative 3 divided by 4 times by 0.5. Right. Okay, so now we have to work out what the letters are, because this is the correct math. So when it's 1 by 4, and then when we rotate it 90 degrees, it becomes 4 by 1. So 4 in this particular situation is the x. So x is equal to x minus the y divided by y. So it's x minus y divided by y. There goes this. Now, I don't know where the 2 times is coming from. This is my concern, is that I feel like it might actually be 2 times something. Wait, that gives me a different number, doesn't it? It's divided by this number times 2. See, that is a different number, apparently. And this is another one that it's throwing me off because when it's 1, is that the correct way of doing it? Possibly. Which means that you become, okay, so it's x minus y divided by 2y. And then you are y minus x divided by 2x. Maybe. I guess we put the 90 degrees in and we find out. I'm still confused about how some of these end up with not 90-degree rotations. Oh, right, that's right. Because these ones are hard-coded. So 90 degrees. Calculate the 90 degrees. 90 degrees is x minus x minus y divided by 2y times 100. I feel like I can do that with a multiplication somewhere else to save the division somewhere. Not entirely sure. Right, so this maybe checks out. So this is 90. X minus y divided by 2y. So the answer is no, but the x is correct. Something's off by some amount somewhere. Key thing is that the lighters are still in the right orientation, which implies that it's not. And this bottle's still in the right spot. So something is wrong here because these are moving far too far. So we need to find one of the backpacks and say, hey, don't move so far. Because the backpack doing it implies that it's when it's not 1, it doesn't work. Also, I don't know how I end up spawning. I thought remove the lighter as an option that can be spawned sideways. Anyway, you come into you and find one of the backpacks. Either of them will do because we can just move it until it fits. My annoyance is the sheer amount of lighters that I apparently need to spawn. I think we might need to move on to adding a tarp and also maybe sticking them inside of something. Anyway, small pocket. I don't even see the small pocket. Oh, it's down here. Yeah, so the small pocket's the same. All right, so where's the backpack? Big pocket? Oh, they're big pockets. They're big pockets. Okay. So, effective item, probably one of these ones. So there's you. Okay. So that's where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to get something like -70. The 20 was correct. It's somewhere around -70. So what is your size? Your 2, 4, 6, 7, 7 by 5. So like, so 5 by 7, and you're 20 and -70. Right. So up here, we need to write some numbers down, I guess. So da 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 da. Get rid of these comments and go, okay. So this is the combination I'm using for this. Apparently is incorrect. So is it 5 by 7 becomes 7 by 5. Right. So it reckons it gets this number, which it should be getting approximately -7. So it should get -0.7. Right. 2. So first I've subbed this in properly. So yep, 7, 7, 7. Okay, that is correct. Now, -0.7. The issue is that I don't actually know if that's the close enough. Could be 7.2, could be something else. It needs to be close to that. So it's probably approximately approximately -0.7. Please go away. Can I just go 0 and 0? Right. Okay, so your 7 minus 5 gives me 2, and then divide by 10, which gives me 0.2, which is correct. So that makes me think that this math is nearly perfect. My curiosity here is that you give me 5 minus 7, which should give me -2. How do I turn -2 into 7? Calculator. -2. -2 times by 0.7. So 1.4, which is 14, isn't it? So -2 divided by, I hate that this calculator doesn't fucking let you put negative numbers in. -2 divided by 14. Okay, sorry. -2 divided by 1.4. No. That's the wrong way of doing it then. -2 divided by -2.8. Okay. -2 divided by 2.8. There it is. 174. Seven, 1, 4, which is so unbelievably close. That is definitely correct. So go like dash dash. It should be 5 minus 7 divided by something that gets 2.8. To get rid of the approximately, I'm almost certain it's negative 1.24. So how the fuck do I get 2.8? So the annoying thing with this, 2.8. So what do you become? You're negative 3. Is negative 3 divided by 8. You equal 3 divided by 2. You equal 2 divided by 10. You equal negative 2. What would be negative? What is negative 3 times a quarter? Negative 3 times 0.25. Not. Negative 3 times an eighth. Negative 3 times by negative 3 times by 1 over 8. Right, so this is also equal to negative 3 times by 1 over 0.5 over 4. Yeah, I don't know how to get 2.8 out of 7. Because doubling it it's 2.8. Okay. What is it? It's negative 2 divided by 2.8. Wait, 2 divided by 2.8. And how do I turn 7 into 2.8? Is this another one of those because it was 1 I didn't notice? So it's actually divided by 1, which would mean it's x divided by y but times by It's odd that this number is correct. Hmm. Oh, what do we did? So 7 divided by 5, which is interesting. What is 7 times by 0.714? 5. So wait. 5 divided by 7? Okay. 5 divided by 7? What would the other one be? The other one would be 5 gives 7. But 1 divided by 4 is clearly not correct. Five divided by 7. So this would be closer, but I don't know if this is actually correct. And this feels like a lot of wasted compute fucking calculating something. Hmm. Yeah, I know, right? It's mostly because I need to double check my thing, and I'd need to recompile things if I wanted to do it with the compiler. I could ask the AI. I could, but then like the issue with that is that first off, I've done it in other places, and then I don't know what it's doing, and I don't know why it works. I probably should ask it what the answer is, because it can probably do the actual math, but then I would not be as good next time. Sometimes I do ask the AI, but I would rather like I want to know why this doesn't work. This is just weird though. It doesn't feel very generic. Y minus X. X divided by Y. Hmm. So X divided by Y. I don't remember how to do it. It's like rearranging stuff. Y times by 2 yx. Y times 2x divided by 2y. Well, then that still needs to be wrapped in parentheses. Equals We put that there, then we can go y minus x divided by y equals 2x divided by 2y. I feel like this is bad math, but 2 times x divided by y. So I'm pretty sure I can expand that and say like 2x divided by 2y. No, it's got to be xy times 2. X divided by y times 2. Is it still the same math? I'm going to do this. So my brain is saying that for some reason moving the parentheses in there is not the same as 2x divided by 2y, because that would imply that the 2x, doubling x and then doubling y would mean that the doublings cancel out and it's just x times y. But 2 times x divided by y is not the same thing as x divided by y, so that doesn't work. Well, that's kind of the point. Is this is the stuff that I want to, because I'd like to understand this rather than just asking something else to do it and then be like, next time I run into this and be like, why are these bugs happening? It's like, well, at least now I'll be like, oh, I can think why this bug would be happening is because I know what the math is doing. Like at a certain point, yeah, you just chuck it at something else. But I would like to understand it. And obviously, like if I just asked AI, then it would kind of like negate the whole interesting side of it, you know. All right, so we have y times 2. That's the same. So right. So we're dividing by this. Then we move that to that side, which is then this is equal to this. I reordered it because I don't think reordering multiplication matters. Then we can say divide both sides by y. Right. I don't think this is great. So we're going to divide both sides by y, which is to say that 2x divided by y, which equals x minus y divided by 2. Well, the whole project is really just to like stream and teach coding. But the like thing that I'm currently working on is there's an old game called Neo Scavenger, and I'm basically trying to re-implement it, like the mechanics in Bevy and Rust, and like do it in like an open source way, so that like I'm going to release like a library crate that is the like the inventory system, and then one that's like the hex map system, and then I'll build the game out of that. So the idea is to like build the game. Like I'm trying to build something, but like it's more about learning than it is about building something specific. So like I probably should ask the LLM what the answer is and then try and work out what like how it got the answer. But the point is like if you just ask the LLM every time it gets difficult, then you end up with a bunch of code that you don't understand. Which, again, if the goal is to ship a game, 100% do that. But my goal is to learn and teach, which means that asking the robot every time I don't know something undermines that idea of like, I won't actually learn. The number of times that I've been explaining something to someone in chat and being like, oh, I get like why it's doing this. Or like, I'll be going like, it's doing this. And like, I can't think why it's doing this. And then go, oh, in my code, there's only sort of like one place or like this is one of the places where I do that kind of math. And therefore it has to be here where it's going wrong because, like I know where in my math it would be trying to do something. Like part of why I know that this is what's wrong is because I'm going like, hey, it's doing this, but it's not doing this, which means I know that this is the wrong formula. And if I ask the AI, like to vibe code this, I would have no idea how to like interpret that this is the kind of math that was going wrong because I wouldn't have any understanding. Like part of what I've worked out that I was doing wrong is I was testing it. Like originally when I do this kind of thing is I'll test one and then I'll put it in the right position and then I'll write those numbers down of where I tested and what the actual answer was and then try and do the math to work out what it should have been. But the big thing I picked up on when I was doing that is that we have 4 times 1, which means that a bunch of my math was working on a 4 by 1 because somewhere it was dividing by x, which when you divide by 1, you just get the same answer, which means it didn't work on anything that wasn't exactly 1 wide. Whereas the y, because it was 4, it's like I could see the places where it was doing it. You know, like when it's 2y, because when it comes to here, it goes 4 times 1. I worked it as 2y because as soon as you were no longer only 1 tall, this broke. Whereas when it was, you know, when it's 1 tall, you're dividing by 2 times 1. And 2 times 1 is 1. And then the same thing happens again where it's like, because you're dividing by 1, and 1 is the only number that you can double and then still get the same answer, which is why, like, at the moment, you can see the backpack math is broken, but these bottles are correct. These are different. These are in different rotation. They don't do anything. Ignore them. But like these bottles are correct. The phones are correct. The lighter over here is correct. Anything that's only 1 Y is correct. And it's because 2 times Y is 2 times 1 is still 1. So the issue is that like, but like I knew to look for that because I was, you know, I do this kind of thing. Yeah, so like that's the point. It's like it doesn't necessarily fuck you every time because like I've vibe coded some projects and I'm still doing some projects that I'm vibe coding. But like what I tend to do is fuck around like this for like an hour, going fuck I can't work it out, and then you go like then you go to the chat and you go can you work out the correct way to convert a rotation into a like transform offset. Part of this also works better because of the fact that I've got all these numbers where I'm like, this has to turn into this, which turns into this something. Like again, I'll put like another thing down here and be like, it turned out that it was 5 divided by 7. I don't know where the -2 came from. I guess it's -2 times what? So it's like 5 divided by 7. Is that how I was doing it? No, it's a 7 divided by 5 divided by 2. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, like the idea is that it should work better because it has some numbers to work off, but I don't actually know. Sometimes AI just does weird shit, and like. I guess the idea is like I want to know what the correct formula is because the issue is I don't actually know if this formula is correct. I literally just wrote over my EFI. I don't what it, oh is EFI that's the is it like the boot sector of your hard drive? I don't know. I can't.
I am curious what it's going to write in here, but I feel like just by reading its reasoning, it's going to just fucking get this completely wrong because it doesn't know what it's doing. Yeah, I've done that before. My suggestion is just to reinstall your operating system on top. You can reinstall it somehow. I don't remember how, but I've done it before where I like installed Linux on a thumb drive, and when you do that, it overrides the thing and replaces it with a new one that lets you like dual boot, and then it's like whenever the thumb drive wasn't in, you couldn't boot at all, just because of how it worked. So it says how. So here's the thing: is again, it's deleting. I don't like that the fucking AI does this. It deletes all my comments. And it's like, no, I need the comments because I'm going to fuck something up and I want to keep that. Like, it's still fucking relevant. So what is it saying? So it reckons that it's half delta divided by size x minus half delta size y, half delta times x and half delta y. I mean, we can keep it and see what it does, but I despise that it. Sorry, I deleted. I undid your commit, but like what the hell was the half delta? Oops. I would have never in a million years. I would want to program things, but yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like that, I always think is like I've always enjoyed programming, but it's weird. Like especially when you watch like YouTubers that talk about it, where they're like, oh, like people don't realize that programming isn't programming. Programming is like saying it's like if you said to someone like I like speaking, it's like no, programming isn't something you do. So programming is a skill that like, means to an end kind of thing. I do not remember what the half delta was. I accidentally undid the piece of code because I wanted to keep my fucking comments and it deleted the piece of code that it wrote. Can I get you to stop, please? What was the half delta? Well, no, I mean like as like I understand like programming is like I was saying like people confuse like oh I'm programming like it's like it's the synonymous with saying I'm reading like I can program is like saying I can read but like or I can write I guess more accurately but the idea is that like people go and seem to think that programming is a means in its end like people like I have a friend who keeps asking me like oh like programming and it's like that's not how it works like they go oh I'm too stupid to program like but like it doesn't work that way. Like you may be too stupid to solve a particular type of problem, but like it's not. What did you say? It's size.x minus size.y times 0.5. Apparently. People being like, "Oh, I learned to program," is like saying I learned to read, like, or I learned to write. It's that level of thing. Like, people, oh, well, what do you do with it? And it's like, well, whatever you want to do. Like, it's a skill, a means to an end. You don't program for the sake of, like, technically, worst example, because I am programming for the sake of programming. But, like, very few people program because they like programming. People program because they like problem solving. And a lot of people go, oh, I don't want to learn to program because I'm not interested in numbers and math. I was like, well, it's not about numbers and math. It's about solving a problem that doesn't require you to do it tediously by hand. Delta means difference. So what it's saying is the half delta is the half the difference. So it's size y minus size x times a half. So it's half the difference. Honestly, no idea if the math is correct. The AI is apparently miles off, and the AI has fucked my code entirely. See what I mean? Like, the AI has no idea what it was doing, so it just made up some shit and it didn't work. Can we please restore the checkpoint before I ask the AI to do anything? Yes. Yep, the AI just completely got it wrong. Yeah, that's cause like what a lot of people, and I think it's like partly because of how we teach programming. Because I watch a few YouTubers that are like, oh, you know, I do this, I do that, or like, and they solve problems with programming, and it's so much more interesting to solve problems with programming. And the issue is that when you like get taught programming in school, it's like, hey, solve this thing that you didn't want to fucking do anyway. It's the equivalent of saying, man, I hate, you know, paper because in math class they made me do math. And it's like, well, the issue is that you don't like programming because like you were taught to program by being told to solve problems that you didn't actually want to solve. It's not like they went, hey, like, let's build a really cool robot. And then you like, you know, they teach you the things you need to know to build a robot. They said, no, solve these math problems. And the easiest way to solve math problems without actually doing the math is to write programming. And it's like, well, it's not fun, but people seem to think that that's all programming is solving other people's problems. And it's like, well, no, but it's when it's your problem, it's a lot more fun. And hence you're saying, like, once you effectively had a reason to learn to program, like once you started doing it for other reasons, you started to recognize things, you started to learn. It's like very few people learn another language to know another language. They learn another language because they want to go to the country that language is spoken, or they want to talk to people that also speak that language, or they just want to like learn the culture. Like, you know, like there are people out there that learn the language for the sake of just like, I want to know the language. But like most people that learn a language is because they want to use the language. Yeah, it's kind of like when I was at school, I had a bunch of people that thought they were smartasses. Like they thought they were clever and were just being idiots when they would like go to the math teacher. Oh, why don't you like teach us something we'll actually use, like how to do our taxes? And it's like, because they're going, oh, you know, when will we ever use algebra? And it's like, you do realize that every time you go to the supermarket and you look at an item on the shelf and there's like 5 in a packet, and you take the price and you work out how much each thing costs when you only know the cost of the set. And it's like that is algebra. That is using the math they are teaching you. The issue is that it's really hard to make people realize that they use that math all the fucking time. And honestly, most people just don't use that math and then they end up buying things that are more expensive because the big number was smaller. And it's like, yes, but there was less in the packet. So it's actually more expensive. Depends on where you are in the world, whether taxes are easy or not. In Australia, they're pretty easy because you like, unless you actually want to go like file the extra things, you literally just be like, yes, my taxes are correct, because each of the companies has to already file it online, which means you're just basically confirming that in fact they were done properly. But like they thought they were being a smartass because they were basically saying math is useless, teach an actual useful skill. But it's like it's like you really think that the teacher can teach you taxes when they can't even teach you the numbers, like without the complexity of legal on top. Yeah, I thought it was one of those interesting things that they thought they'd got the teacher because the teacher's not teaching you something we'll actually use. And it's like, you know that this is what you would need to know to do taxes. Like, if you wanted to do the math, not the legal side. Like if you're actually trying to calculate something, it's like knowing the math is more important. And the idea is that they teach you the math in a generic sense that can be applied to everything. Otherwise, you don't understand that you can apply like algebra, A, B, you know, or this, that equals that, like this kind of math, like rearranging this. You don't, they teach you this rather than saying, well, if you have a bundle of bananas and there's 5 in a packet and they cost $1 each, how much is each banana? Because if they teach you that way, then you don't learn how to apply it, I guess. Like it's a, people struggle with applying given information. Like if they just tell you an exact example, you don't generalize. Whereas this is like, hey, X can be literally anything because it actually doesn't fucking matter if you're doing bananas, grapes, fucking DVDs, anything where the actual thing doesn't actually be like, isn't a number. And so like the idea is like, oh, there's 10 DVDs in a packet. Well, then how much is a single DVD? And it's like, well, then DVDs are substitutes in, and it's because you don't actually know. And so like there's all this like math that goes into it. But like people don't do that. Right, yeah. Well, that's fun. Yeah, and well, that's the thing though, is also they when you do the test is framed as this many apples, that many apples, how many apples do that, but like when they're teaching it to you, it's A, B, and C, and it's like, but like what are the letters? And it's like, well, the letters mean like we don't know what the number is. But what is the number? It's like, well, that's you're trying to work out. It's a hard thing to like articulate to people, is that like you actually use this math, or it's because people go, I'll never use this in the real world. It's like, well, unless you're doing like advanced math, obviously like this certain math, like yes, you will never use it in the real world. But most of the math that people say we'll never use this is like the kind of math where it's like, but you will use this, or you won't use this, in which case you kind of fucked, because like you're at that level of people go, the companies, they're taking advantage of us. It's like, well, are the companies taking advantage of us, or do you just not want to do math? I don't know, like again in the different parts of the world, but like in Australia it's like legally required that they tell you the per portion, or like a standardized unit, so like per 100 grams or per liter or per 100 mils or per they have to tell you that on the price tag kind of thing. So like if it's $10 for a box, it also has to tell you how much per 100 grams or how much per kilo, or how, like depending on what it is, like it has to be a reasonable unit. And the idea is because everyone hates math so much that the fucking supermarkets had to be told that they had to actually tell people the number so that people didn't have to work it out. Because people just wouldn't. People would just buy the one that was cheaper, not the one that was best value, because people just did not like to do, like, it's not even didn't like math. People couldn't do the math, I think is more what it was. People didn't realize that just because it's low, it may be more expensive. And so like the supermarkets just actually have it written on it now. Because a lot of people are I can just use my phone for the calculator. And it's like, yes, but you still need to know how to do the math. You need to know what numbers to put in the calculator. And that's what they were trying to teach you. And now you don't even need to know that, because ChatGPT will do it for you. And just watch, it's like Elon Musk tells Grok to lie to people in order to make him sell more money. So yeah, it's all just a kind of a spiral in there. Yeah, it's the same as I don't know how it works entirely, but like from what I've watched of like, I didn't realize how different it was. America has a really, really good health system, like where they tell you like the ingredients. And that, like, because the FDA came in and then put a bunch of things in saying, like, this is how it has to be laid out and this is how it has to be written, so that you couldn't just lie. Except that the FDA came in and did a bunch of stupid shit. Like, if it's less than 1 gram, you get to say 0, which means that Tic Tacs have 0 grams of sugar in them, despite, or 0 calories, despite them being 95% sugar, because they're less than the threshold. Well, each serve, which is 1 Tic Tac, is less than the threshold that they need to report, so they can claim that the entire packet effectively doesn't exist. Because even though it's 25 grams of sugar, because no one serve is more than 1 gram of sugar, they get to round down. And they get to round down on every serve. Same as, I think it's like the spraying oil. It's like they get to claim that that's got 0 calories, because each their claim of how much you would spray, like 1 serve, is like you tap the button for like half a second, which is like half a gram of oil, which is less than so many calories. So they get to report that as 0. So they get to claim that the entire can is effectively no calories, despite nobody ever being able to coat a can with 1 serve worth of, coat a tray with 1 serve worth of stuff. But the point I'm getting is Australia took like the layout of the American one, where like everything's really clearly laid out of you have to have like the entire packet, or no, it's a per serve and per 100 grams, so that you can't do that fucky thing where you go actually a grams. 1 serve is so small that because we have the same issue, but you can, if you know how to read the packet, get around it. Is like a packet of jelly beans will have like really low calories, because they claim that a serve of jelly beans is like 5 grams. 5 jelly beans. But the thing is you can still compare it, because it also has to tell you how much per 100 grams, which means that like, it doesn't matter what the serve size is. You can still go, is this better or worse than something else? Because they will both have per 100 grams on them, or per 100 mils if they're liquids. And England apparently is the worst of both, because England has that same
concept of you have to have a like per serve and a per 100, but they didn't standardize what it had to look like. So the companies all like come up with these fancy ways of basically hiding their nutritional value somewhere on the packet. It's like it has to be somewhere, but they get to decide where and how, and then they hide the fuck out of it. And Australia just took the both. They said you have to use the American layout, but you have to provide the British information, and we got like a much better like. You can just like you can look on the back of like any packet and know like how good for you it is or how bad for you it is. We still have really dumb shit that gets abused. Like when you like look at food, they'll have a like a health food rating and like out of 5 stars. The issue is that the 5 stars is based on foods of the same category, which means that soft drinks are like half a star. And it's like, oh no, they're absolutely terrible. But then you'll have other things that are like 5 stars, but they're 5 stars in their category, which makes them they could be really unhealthy. Like you can have energy drinks sort of thing. Like they're like 3 stars because they're in the soft drink category, which means that they're basically middle of the road in terms of there are way worse soft drinks, but there are also better soft drinks, which I think the better soft drinks are basically like flavored sparkling water. Like they're 5 stars. But it also means that theoretically you can get a bottle of like a bottled water that's like 2 stars because it's in the bottled water category, which means it's compared to every other bottle of water, not to like. So you can have unhealthy water because it's compared to water. Usually it's in breakfast cereals that you see it, where it's like it becomes really obviously stupid. Is because it's compared to every other breakfast cereal. You have things like Wheat Bix, which are just like basically oats, but like wheat, and then crushed into a brick. So it's like ground up and crushed into a brick. That's 5 stars because it's like it's basically just bread but in a different form. It's like if it's good for you. It's like whole grain as well. And then you end up with like Fruit Loops, are like a 3 or a 4 or something because maybe not Fruit Loops, but like there's some breakfast cereals. Maybe it's Cocoa Puffs. One of them is like 4 stars, despite being like really really unhealthy, because a lot of breakfast cereals are basically just pure sugar, which means that the pure sugar ones get the half star, which means that everything that isn't just pure sugar gets a much higher rating because it's compared to effectively just having sugar for breakfast, which results in weird shit. There was one, a company got really annoyed because they were actually quite healthy for you, but because everything, like it was a health food and everything in that category meant that like they got like a 2-star rating and they're like, but we're not unhealthy. And it's like, no, but out of all the healthy food, you're on the lower end of healthy, and so it results in this weird situation where you don't only have to compare the star rating, you have to think about what category the star rating's into, whether it's not whether it's good for you, it's whether there's a better alternative, sort of thing. That makes sense. Now I have to go back to trying to work out these numbers. I mean, I could just do this, which is all right. That's what we were doing. We were rearranging this. So we say divide by y. Well, actually, we leave the y on that side. We can remove the parentheses, and then we can say like negative x minus y minus 1. I don't know why we would want to do that. Yeah, that seems dumb. So y minus x. I think I can rearrange it though. So negative x minus y maybe? Minus x. No. Wait, we have to plus x. Is that where I started? Well, that seems like an improvement. So first off, rearrange this to y equals. The y equals times y plus x. No, I don't mind. I like getting distracted. It's fun. I'm just more going about like I wish your suggestion of AI would actually help, but as you saw, it just overwrote things and just got the math completely wrong. It just did not do it right. So somehow, so it's y equals. I'm trying to mentally remember how to do this. I don't even know if this math is correct anymore. So it's y minus x divided by xy. Right, let's start again. So, so then we can get rid of the parentheses, right? And then we go y times 2x divided by y plus x equals y. Oh, put it outside. And then we say y equals y. Y equals y times 2x. Okay. I don't remember how to unpack this, because I feel like if I unpack this, somehow I can get this y to cancel that y. So it would be like 2x divided by y plus x. Right, this is when you do it with solid numbers. So you say that we check our numbers. So we say 7. Wait, no. 0.714 is equal to, right, because this was definitely right, which is y. Wait, what? 5, yeah, y. Y minus x divided by x divided by y times 2. Okay. So we'll double check that with a calculator. We'll say 7 divided by 5 times 2. And then we say negative 2 divided by 2.8. Negative 2 divided by 2.8. I don't like this calculator doesn't let you just enter negative numbers. Anyway, so that is definitely the correct, this formula is 100% correct. Which means that if I've rearranged this correctly, then we can put in the correct numbers, which is to say 5 times 2 7 divided by 5 plus 5. Right. So get our calculator and we say, okay, 7 divided by 5. Wait, that doesn't make sense. One of these is y. One of these is not y. This all needs to be done together. This is equal to y minus x. So this should be equal to negative 2. Right. Right. So 7 divided by 5 times 2. What is y? Y is 5. plus 7. That's interesting. The plus 7's what's throwing me. You know what probably is that they're not the same y. Right, it's y prime. Because then as I rearrange, different numbers come up. Okay. Then your y prime is equal to y minus x, which means that, and then when I flipped it, it's y prime, which means that y here is this y. Yeah, so 5 equals this times this plus this. Okay. I think it's only multiply the denominator and don't multiply the... Right. That might work. So it's negative 0.71114 times by 2 times by 7 divided by 5 equals plus 7. Hey, okay. Like a web-based game, what program would you recommend to use? Glues. When you say glues, David, you mean like, so you're saying like glues people to a website? You mean like a game that plays in the browser, or like a game that's online where you play like a... I honestly, just for everything, I'd recommend Bevy, but that's more just like because that's what I use. Bevy does have the ability to compile for like WebAssembly. Yeah, WebAssembly. You can compile for WebAssembly, which means you can build an application that can run in the browser. And then you can like host it on itch, and then people can just like go to the itch page and click play, and it just runs. Like it's just a thing. Like Bevy has a template that's already built for that. Yeah, so Bevy's the engine that I'm using. Can link it for you. This is Bevy, but that also implies that you want to write in Rust, because I don't like that. Bevy's written in Rust, but so Bevy is like a framework more than an engine, but it has like a bunch of pre-built plugins. So all the stuff that's been made in Bevy. No, so the idea is that you don't need anything like except a host, obviously, to deliver it to the player. So the idea is that let's see if I've even got it open. So each. So these are all games that have been submitted to the Bevy Game Jam, and the idea is you just go to the page and you can just run it. So itch is hosting the files, but like there's no server backing it. It's like as long as you can get the files. Horrible. But yeah, like it's just like a static site. Or static site, like yeah. So itch just hosts the files and sends them to you. It's not like got a database behind it or anything like that, or like a server running any code. It's just you go to their website and they send you the files, and then you run it locally. There are like templates that you can set up. Again, like if you go to look at the actual Bevy Jam page, they had like a template for setting up, and that one of the template things was that it automatically compiled for web, and it also automatically hosted it on, like sent it to your itch and like updated it whenever you did like you pushed a version flag. Like there was like when you did git commit with a version tag, it would automatically start a task that compiled it and uploaded it to itch for you. And then yeah, you just go to the website and you can play it. But yeah, it does require that you program in Rust though. So that's a deal breaker for a lot of people, but I personally prefer it. So anyway, so we know that this math is correct. We know that this formula is correct. So the next question is 2x, so 5 divided by 7. Right? No, 7 divided by 5. And it needed to be twice that number, which is effectively saying 14 divided by 5. Right, so we can say 2x divided by y plus x. Slowly mine crypto from the web page. Honestly, very unethical. I don't think that's ever going to be worth your time, but and also is considered a virus and would probably get kicked off itch very quickly. But yeah, so honestly, just make a fun game, and you'd probably be better off selling it than trying to mine crypto in it. If you made a game that kept people interested long enough to make money doing that, you'd just. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is if you made a game that was interesting enough to keep people playing it that long, like to actually make any kind of reasonable money doing that, you would be better off just trying to sell the game or just offering membership, being like, hey, like support me on like donate. Like the idea is if you can make a game addictive enough to do that, then like you just sell the game. You don't need to. The idea of like the crypto scraping shit is one, crypto was worth a lot more and took a lot less compute when that shit was kind of popular. So you actually could just have like a web game that didn't even need to go viral. Just a few thousand people would make you enough money to make it worthwhile. The other option is just tell people that that's what you're doing. Then it's no longer malware. But if you're just like, oh, I'm gonna stick it in there, it's like no, just like charge people for the game. You don't need to be sleazy about it. But again, yeah, as I'm saying, if you made a game that was interesting enough that you could actually make any kind of reasonable money doing that, then you just sell the game. Like, you don't need to like exploit the fact that everyone's using it. It's the same thing as like a lot of like mobile games do it, where it's like they intentionally make the ads bad so you pay for it. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is if you tell people you're doing it, then it's not necessarily the same thing. But being like, because that's the saying, it's like it's the alternative. It's like, hey, ads or let me like slowly mine crypto. Yeah, so if you have it on your website prominently, like, hey, we don't run ads, but like we also do run a script that mines crypto. I don't necessarily think there's anything ethically wrong with that, but also again, like, it's a thing that like, yeah, if you made any kind of reasonable money out of that, then it kind of implies that you could just be selling whatever you've got. Like, I didn't say if you were doing it to screw over the bot, that's different again. But then you'd want to probably put some kind of bot detection in so that only does it if it thinks it's a bot. But that's again my morals and ethics being like maybe don't do that. So this is okay. Wait, that's other y. Oh, that's interesting. So you need to know what this number is to get to this number. So this number, the 2x divided by y plus x. So y minus x equals the number we care about times by 2 times x divided by y. So then y minus x divided by 2x over y equals the number that we want. Okay. I wonder if there's like a Wolfram Alpha thing to do that. Wolfram Alpha simplify expression. Okay, so I want to say that it is y minus x divided by 2x divided by y. Well, that seems more like it. So Wolfram Alpha is like a weird website. It's not AI. It's like just like a logical form thing. Like I don't know entirely how it works. I think people can like just post things on it, but like it's for math and it does like stuff. So it's not solving this with AI. It's solving it with like a logical reasoning thing that like can rearrange all the formulas. So it's saying that this expression here, which I wrote out, turns into like when you write it in formal notation, y minus x over 2 times x over y, which is correct from what I'm thinking. Which then it's saying that like the simplified thing is that it would be negative x plus y times y divided by 2x. And it's got all these fancy plots. And it's got the expanded form, which I think it's y squared over 2x minus y over 2. I don't think there's a version that doesn't have any division. Its roots is y equals 0 and x does not equal 0 and y equals x and x does not equal 0. But basically this is what I want is to, this is the input, which is y minus x is 2x squared. So the idea is to get as many divisions out as possible and just make it all multiplications. So that'd be that one, which is negative x plus y times y divided by 2 times x. Because this uses 2 divisions, this uses a squaring, which is multiplication, I guess. So y times y minus. So this is so this is an addition and 2 multiplications. This is we don't want to use that one because that uses 2 divisions. So this is a 1 multiplication, 2 multiplication. This is 3 multiplications. It's worse. 1. It's 2 multiplications. Yeah. Okay. So it's negative x plus y. Maybe that's what keeps throwing me off, is because I keep forgetting that negative x. Wait a second. Isn't negative x plus y the same as y minus x?
Maybe. Maybe. Y minus x. Times y. I don't know why it seems to think that negative x minus y plus y is optimal. Maybe addition is faster than subtraction in floating point. I actually don't think this cares about floating point, but I'm just thinking like why would negative x plus y be preferable over y minus x? And again, the only thing I can think is that to make it negative x, it's literally just one bit being set, and then addition might be faster than subtraction, but I don't actually know. So the formula is our y from live 3 is that yeah, that's math for you. Yeah, it's something that crypto miners doesn't get right with me. Okay, so negative x plus y. So negative x plus y times y divided by 2x. Okay. So that means that this is just for the y value. Oh god. Well, it's not like this one's any harder. I wonder if it is possible to be simplified. X minus y divided by 2y. Back to here, and go x minus y divided by 2y. X minus y over 2 times y. Okay. So x minus y over 2 times y. So it's going to go equals x minus y divided by 2 times y. I believe is what I was using before. Now I have to check all my numbers down here. So x equals 4 minus 1 divided by times 0 0.5 times by 100. Sure. Without 50%. So then you become y, which is 1 minus 4 times, that's not correct, y, 1 minus 4 divided by, wait, was this formula? Move this up here. Like that. Like that. Like that. Which is, okay, so you are you are negative x, so negative x, which is 4, negative 4 plus 1 times by 1 divided by so negative 4, negative x plus y times by y divided by 8. So negative 3 plus 1 is 1, negative 3, so wait, I'm timesing by 100, but 100 is not correct. It's times by 1 because it's divided by y times divided by 2 times y, which is times a half times 1, which is 1.5. Right, and then this is 3 times 1, which is 3 divided by, or negative 3 times 1 divided by 8, which is negative 0.36. Okay. All right, now let's do this one. So this is 7. Okay, copy the two numbers down. Do the math. Okay, so we'll leave that bit. Paste these two numbers in. Right. So we have our x and our y, and we say u equal that, and u equal that, and we go, okay, so I want to use that formula. So this and this. All right, so we say that x is 7 minus 5, which is 2, divided by 2. No, wait, what? That doesn't feel right. Okay, 7 minus 5, 1. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. X. U. Wait, no, that's not the same thing. This is the formula. Times 0.5 times 5. X minus 1. What did I get wrong? X minus y times 2. X minus y. X minus y divided by 2 times y. 3. 5 minus. I feel like I'm not supposed to be multiplying by y. Am I supposed to be dividing by y? Maybe I have to wrap this in parentheses. Yeah, okay, that changes the math apparently to y. Okay, interesting. But if I well, the issue with that is that if I uploaded videos consistently, then the answer would be maybe. But also not really, because the issue is that like, I don't know if the reason that some of my videos are doing somewhat reasonably is because they're the only video, as in like if I made lots of them, would they cannibalize each other's views kind of thing. So a video I made like a year ago has made like $150 in that year, or like $100 in that year, which is like not very much money, but it also was like a couple of weeks work that like if and like the amount of money it's making isn't going down, it's continuing to be pretty steady, where like a lot of my videos it's like I'll make like $10-15 in the first week or two of the video going out, and then the video basically goes down to like a couple of cents. So it's like, oh, if I uploaded a video a week, I would make like $10 a week kind of thing, which is not very much money. But some of my videos make like a stable income. So the idea is like if you had 100 videos that made $100 a year, now you're making like $10,000 a year and not doing anything. No, it's like so. I'll show you like the videos. What I mean, like, so I go to a studio. Annoyingly, someone keeps copyrighting all my videos, but it's more the old streams that I did. I think I had lo-fi music, and it keeps like blocking them. So first off, streaming definitely not worth it. Go to content. So we'll go to analytics. We go like revenue. My streaming revenue is kind of atrocious. So I make like $16 a month off of YouTube. But like as you can see, like this day I made $3. But that's also because I did a stream that was like 12 hours long and actually had like consistent viewers the entire time. And probably there's another thing that triggers this, which is I have a YouTube member who gives me like $1.50 a month, and their video, like they turn up in here on that stream. Like there's one stream that makes like an unreasonable amount of money compared to every other stream, simply because it's got like that person became a member during that stream, and then like every month that stream gets assigned that money. But the idea is that so this video here is like one of my only videos that, like, as you can see, the views are pretty stable and the money is pretty like consistent. As in, like, if I'd been doing if I'd made one of these a week, then I would have made $10,000, about $5,000 over a year. Like, if they all stayed stable. The issue is that there's a good chance that if I made one of these every week, the newest one would be going up, and every other one would just die as soon as you know what I mean? Like it would cannibalize the views. Like the reason that this one is doing so well is because it's basically the only how to start video that's up to date ish. It's still a year out of date and I need to make another one. But like the idea is I feel like as soon as I make another one, this one will stop getting views and the new one will get the views. So it's not a one-to-one. Where's the other? Like, and as you'll notice, like this is a video that I made that was somewhat clickbaity, and I like that it made like but almost all of its revenue came from like that first bit. It's still somewhat stable because it's still like the entry level Bevy thing, but like as you can see, it made way less than the video that's like a tutorial on how to start. And then after that, like the videos drop off immensely. And so I would maybe make 4 or 5 times as much if I actually consistently uploaded, but it's not a thing of being able to be like, I can make a good judgment call, because the idea is that like if I went off the fraction of money I make from videos already, then like No, but also if I uploaded videos constantly, I think my channel would probably grow a lot quicker. And you also end up with that weird feedbacky thing of if I was uploading a video every week, there's a good chance that each video would drive people to the older videos. Whereas at the moment, it's like a lot of my videos are really out of date, and people aren't finding my channel and then going back and watching old stuff. So like if I was doing a new thing every week, it might drive certain videos, especially like my big like tutorially like how to start videos, would get way more views because my new videos keep pushing that. Like I guess I closed it, didn't I? Yeah, there's like I can quite clearly see when I started streaming, not because the streams make a lot of money, like most of the time, even on like a good stream, you make like 70 cents, but because it drives YouTube to push my channel in the algorithm, as in like people that dropped in and watched like a few seconds of the stream are now more likely to see one of my videos when they're just doing other stuff. So it's like, even though the stream itself didn't make very much, it like basically doubles the amount of views that I get on my videos, and therefore doubles my revenue just by the fact that I streamed. And videos do the same thing, but like on steroids of like, if I uploaded a video, it would get like 2,000 or 3,000 views in a week. But then the 2,000 or 3,000 views on that video will also lead to people in the sidebar getting at least 500 views on other videos, and that. It's the same as I also have like a weird like one short. Let me reopen my studio. I have one short that has nothing to do with my channel. Like in my shorts, I only ever post like shit that it's not really relevant to the channel. It's like why it's in shorts. But like for some reason, no, go to analytics and look at it. Because it's this one video. It's the only short that I've got that I do have a Bevy short in that still gets somewhat reasonable views. But this is like the only video that consistently gets more and more views as it gets older. Like I don't know what happened, but for some reason this video like basically went from like when it came out it got like a few hundred views, and then it's just at some point it just started getting more. So it still only made 40 cents, but like again, 11,000 views for a short is really low. I just find it odd that this is like the only short that I've got that consistently gets more views every like month. Here's my other shorts where it's like this one, it's basically steady where it's just consistently getting more and more views. But the other one is like it didn't get any views, and then suddenly got a bunch of views, and then suddenly it got even more. So it's like weird. But yeah, as you can see, like this is when I started streaming like every day kind of thing, where you can suddenly see there's a really big uptick. You can really see the hours watched, but subscribers all over the place. But like the amount of revenue I made kind of doubled here because you like about 20 cents a day, and there's like up to 40 cents a day. And it's not just from the streams, because the streams are making 7 or 8 cents. It's because everyone else watches other content. And again, I don't know why this one stream is at $3. Something tells me that something happened on that point. We can open it in more detail. So what happened here? Rewiring the SDF. Yeah, so as you can see, that one stream, the green one, is $1.80, which is that it just so happened that on the day that my stream was successful, which is the pink one above it, the refactoring the inventory system, I happened to also be the same day that that subscription renewed. So I got $1.80 from the reoccurring monthly subscription and 77 cents from 12 hours of streaming. And then the next closest video was 12 cents. Yeah, you can see that because like if I go back to my streams, I really should just be programming. It's getting if we go to content, we go to this content and we go to live. So there's a 12-hour stream, which annoyingly it's 11 hours 55 minutes because I actually streamed for 12 and a half. So the YouTube cut the first fucking hour and a half, the first like half an hour off, but because they don't let you have more than 12-hour VODs. But if we go to the analytics on this is like the most profitable stream. It still says 33 cents, but I think this is actually incorrect because on the day that it happened, it said 77 cents. And even on that other chart, it said 77 cents. So it's probably more that like it's just not calculating it properly. That or other shit was happening on the same day. No, wait, this is inventory help. What was the other one? It was refactoring. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. This is this stream, and this stream had 2 or 3 people that were there for like hours. So yeah, your watch time will make this more profitable because if we go to a stream that like where people are dropping in and out, so like this one had 500 views. This stream, it's an 8-minute fucking stream. This one bugged the fuck out, and then YouTube like killed the stream, and I couldn't restart it. So yeah, this one has like 170 views.
I'm going to look down analytics on this one. It'll be like 18 cents, and 12 of that was from live. And these are what I would consider good streams for me. Whereas I have like streams like from back before I like did the restart, like my voxel streams. I'm pretty sure these are at like 10 or 11 cents. Yeah, this is like 17 cents. So they don't exactly make very much money. I don't remember. Let me task manager. It's like a 13th gen Intel thing. An i9 1390 KF. Yeah. Apparently YouTube doesn't like people going over this kind of stuff, but I feel like that's more of like a like urban legendy thing. I mean, I'm not big enough for fucking YouTube to care. And the other thing is, I feel like anyone that was big enough for YouTube to care is also so big that YouTube's not going to do anything about it. It feels to me more like one of those urban legendy things of people being like, I don't want to tell you how much I make, so I'm going to claim that YouTube will have a problem with it. Yeah, I don't really know Intel either. It's just like a lot, when I got it, I was doing gaming and AI stuff. So this is back before AI was a big thing. This was like I was going to make the AI because it was like for image classification and stuff like that, where it was all kind of new, not this, oh, you need millions of dollars to make an AI. Well, it's not so much that waste their resources. It's one of those situations, like it's like how in America they have that whole thing about don't tell other people how much you make because it's a taboo thing, but it's like it's actually because it means that you can have some people earn way more money than other people, and they don't actually know, and people don't tend to have a problem earning less than their co-workers if they don't know. So the idea is that like YouTube doesn't necessarily want you telling people that actually, depending on the type of content you make, you can make way more money. Like technically speaking, I make way more money per view than other channels, like a gaming channel, because I make content, educational content for programmers and software and that kind of field, which makes my revenue per 1,000 views significantly higher than a gaming channel would, because a software engineer is much more likely to actually, spend money on the advertisement than a child watching a Minecraft Let's Play. And they, for a while, they didn't like the idea of you being able to go out and be like, hey, actually, if you make this content, it's worth way more, because then it immediately devalues that content. Yeah, exactly. The AdSense and that. So the idea is that like they don't. I personally don't think YouTube has a problem with it because it literally doesn't matter to YouTube anymore. It used to be, and I feel like personally it was more that the YouTubers didn't want to let people know that they were multimillionaires more than it was a because like you'll even see it now is that there are some YouTubers that like they are unreasonably wealthy, and they still do that kind of thing of being like, oh, that's a bit expensive. I want to say Doug does it occasionally where he'll be like, oh, that it's a lot of money, but then he like goes and goes like, but like it doesn't actually matter because like I make lots of money, so I don't want to unnecessarily spend lots of money, sort of thing. But it was just for a while there, people didn't realize that like YouTube, like the big YouTubers like PewDiePie and that were making millions of dollars. And then there was also the fun thing of like PewDiePie being like when he was the most subscribed person on YouTube, was like proportionally making very little money compared to his YouTube channel size, because he had like 100 million subscribers and was averaging $1 to $2 million a video. And the thing with that is it's fine because PewDiePie was putting out a video every day, and at that time I believe it was something like $6,000 or $7,000 per million views. So the idea was that PewDiePie was making thousands of dollars a day. And that's why they didn't talk about how much they made, is because they were making thousands of dollars a day and it was PewDiePie screaming at a monitor. And then things have changed. And I think it's like people now realize how much money they make. So it wasn't YouTube saying don't tell people. It was YouTubers saying they don't want us telling you because they didn't want to tell you. I play through cell phone games where you earn money, and I just... Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like I've made like $1,000 or something from YouTube over the course of like 5 years. I probably have more because I think my Patreon, after I shut that down, still has like $400 or something on it because they told me they couldn't send it to my account and I haven't been bothered fixing the account so they can send it to me. So it's just sort of sitting there. But I turned my Patreon off because I ethically disagree with the company. But it's one of those weird things about like I've made a reasonable amount of money, and even more with Patreon. Like, ironically, I still have made more from Patreon, I think, than I ever made from YouTube, and I only had like 4 patrons. But they make so much more than AdSense. But again, if I uploaded consistently and all the time, I would probably make like way more money from YouTube. It's just one of those I don't, and I would love to, but I just don't have the motivation for it. But as here, their money, I wouldn't recommend getting into YouTube for the money. I would recommend getting into YouTube because you want to make some form of content. Like I started making videos about Bevy because there just were no videos about Bevy. And it was a nice plus that because there were no videos about Bevy, my videos consistently get views. But I would not recommend going out of your way to do it, if that makes sense. Divided by yeah, exactly. Like my YouTube channel wouldn't even cover my YouTube Premium subscription, to be honest. But like the idea is that again, I'm not. I would make the videos even if they weren't paying me, and also I'm making that money even when I'm not uploading videos. I'm saying I make as much money from the week that I upload a video than I do from an entire month when I don't upload a video. Just because when I upload a video, that video gets so many more views than when I don't upload videos. Which is a pretty obvious statement to make. It's like, but there are some channels out there like that when they upload a video, that video will continue making thousands of dollars a week for years. Like Veritasium in that way. It's like when they upload a video, the video will get like 100 million views, which means that they made like hundreds of thousands of dollars the day it uploaded. And then they'll get like a million views a month for the next however many years or even more, which means that they're making like $6,000 a month off of that video, and the video is done. Like it's not costing them anything anymore. Yeah, some of that is like, so I've been told that there's a bit of a like YouTube has an issue with niches in that like a lot of YouTubers will be like, oh, I was going to just dump everything on the one channel, but then I'm going to split it into 2 channels because YouTube fucking penalizes you hard for not being in a niche. Like if you upload sporadically all over the place, YouTube just does not recommend your content. And the idea is that like it will recommend your content to the people it thinks likes your content. But the issue is if you upload like all sorts of like variety content, then effectively YouTube will stop sharing your videos because from YouTube's perspective, your variety content is that they showed this video and to a bunch of people that were watching your content and they didn't click on it, which means that, oh, they actually don't like your content. When it's like, well, they didn't actually know it was your content because it's just different to what you make. So the idea is that like a lot of people are like, oh, I have a gaming channel and a not gaming channel, so that YouTube stops trying to recommend my gaming videos to my not gaming subscribers and then effectively penalizing the video because YouTube didn't understand that I upload 2 types of content. Which, it's just what you do, I guess. I don't know why this is on. So now the bag is in the right place, but like, why are you not in the right place? You should be up here. Why are you down there? I am unclear. Um, uh, 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 mm, mm, mm. I don't think these numbers are correct. That's what's going on. I need to children all these things so it's easy to find them. Okay, spawn item, phone. Honestly, I feel like this can probably go. I don't care. This can go. This can go. Right, so then we'll be like test. So we need to be like commands dot like test inventory dot spawn item. No, can I just call spawn dot commands spawn name new fill. My game is like an old game that I own on Steam. That like it's really outdated and written in Flash and has a whole bunch of things that I don't like about it. So I was going to like I ripped their assets out of their game because it's a Flash game, so it's just in a folder. And then I'm effectively just rebuilding the game. But like I'm re-implementing it just because I want to. Insert but yeah, it's like a survival game from like the 2000s, early 2010s. I think I want to say it's 2012 because it's written in Flash 13, and something tells me that like they probably started in 2012 and then in 2013 updated to Flash 13, and then like got stuck there because like some of the mechanics very much feel like tech debt, where they're like they did it one way and now they're stuck. It's not, trust me. The fun thing with tycoon games, it is something like that I've never really got around, is that you don't have to make like the full game as much as you just need to make really interesting systems that play off each other. So like, I've always wanted to make a dinosaur tycoon game where things like Jurassic World Evolution, they just have some hard-coded shit that happens. Whereas what I would want to do is do it so that like similar to Roller Coaster Tycoon, how it does it, where like guests, when in some condition, get some thought. And my way of being like, so what you want to do is build a park where like you put the water near the fence so that the dinosaurs come to drink, and then they, so they spend more time near the fence so that people are more likely to see them, so the guests are happier. Where the idea is like, you could play the game without at all considering that, and you just make small pens, or you could do it like where, so the idea being that like the systems are dynamically where like the guests have to be able to see the dinosaurs, but you can go about that like you could build viewing galleries, or you could put water near the fence as like there's no actual reasons, as long as the condition is met, which is like, the guest, 10 times a second fires out a ray, and if it's a dinosaur, it gets the thought, oh, I saw a dinosaur. And then the idea being that like you could do all sorts of just weird different things about trying to for example, like in my brain is going to sleep. I have been streaming too long. In Jurassic World Evolution, there are traits that you can give your dinosaurs, and the traits just do something. Like high thirst just makes their water go down faster, and they take more damage from being dehydrated. And the perk gives you something, like it just makes them, like, I think negative perks just make them less dominant, and positive perks make them more dominant, or like maybe it's every perk makes them more dominant, just as like you want more perks, but you don't want bad perks. But anyway, like the idea is it just tweaks the appeal, but it doesn't actually, like, there is no real penalty to having a high thirst dinosaur because there's no limitation to the water. Like you can just put water in its paddock, and outside of occasionally it might get stuck and die. But that's more of the game failed because the AI was dumb. You never ever will have a dinosaur die of thirst because it had the high thirst trait. It'll die of thirst because the game bugged out and it didn't go get water. Same with high hunger. Like you'll have a high hunger dinosaur, and technically this means that like if it's a high hunger carnivore, it'll hunt and eat more animals in its pen. But the thing is that the fucking carnivores will hunt and eat everything in the pen, even if they're not hungry. So it doesn't really matter. But my thought was, I wanted high thirst to be a penalty in the sense of it makes their thirst go up faster, but it's not actually a penalty because that could mean that you could put like water near the fence and they come to the fence more because they're thirsty more. But it does mean that you need to consider like if you end up with high thirst and shy, you can't put water near the fence now because they're going to come into the fence too often and mean they're going to get see the guests too often, which is going to. So it's like if they're high thirst, that's fine. If they're shy, that's fine. But if they're high thirst and shy, then you've got a problem. And the idea being like about building the. Yeah, that's not a tycoon game. That's that's just an idle game. I've tried to build my game as well, which I want to build an idle voxel game where you basically like from my perspective, like something like Factorio is also what I would consider an idle game, where the idea is that you build a factory that builds pieces so that you can build a bigger factory. Is what when I refer to idle games. But like, that's an idle game, not a tycoon game. Tycoon games are about like running a zoo or running a theme park. Like tycoon game is about like running a shop, something like that, where like the idea is to like manage money, not like something like an incremental game. So the main difference between an incremental and an idle game, just for the clarity of it, is an incremental game number goes up. An idle game is not necessarily like number goes up, but more that like progression in the game will at some point require you to effectively leave the game running and go away. Like incremental games, you can have like incremental games where you click the button until it unlocks something but you can finish the game in like an hour. There's like an archery one where it's like you shoot arrows and you get the upgrades, and the upgrades come really quick, and you can actively play the game. Whereas idle games are more like you do a thing and then it's like, okay, come back in like 6 hours when you've gained enough stuff. Like no matter what you do, you're not getting this done quicker than a certain speed. Like you actively playing might be quicker, but like it's not happening. So like the cookie clicker, even if you actively play cookie clicker, it takes something like a literal year to finish, because even with everything unlocked and maximum ideal gameplay, you're effectively like waiting days for things to be like accrue enough. Most of the time. But yeah, no, I don't think it would be that like shyness, like they would die of thirst because of shyness. I'm just saying, like in my structure of it, like the dinosaur would be stressed way more, and therefore like because in like this is the other thing that I dislike about Jurassic World Evolution. If there's a hole in your fence, and the dinosaur like they've kind of fixed it with like they somewhat fixed it with the second game, and I think they actually fixed it with the third game. But the game had an issue where if there was a hole in your fence, then one, all your guests would be spooked because, the dinosaurs can get to me. It's like, fucking dinosaurs, like they'd have to go all the way across the park at a tiny hole and all the way back. So in number 3, they basically did like you can actually block off the hole in the fence with a bit of scenery. And it's like, if the dinosaur can't actually get to the guests, then the guests don't get scared. Whereas in 1, if they weren't actually fully enclosed in a fenced area, they would get upset. And then in 2, it was like, if they could get, there was no way to block the guests except the edge of the map and a fence. So you could have like a not completely encased fence as long as it like you'd have to leave the map. Like you could fence off a corner of the map and that would be fine. But it was really hard to do unless it was specifically encoded into the game, because you couldn't build fences too close to the edge of the map. Otherwise, so it had issues. But the idea, like what annoyed me was as soon as there was a hole in the fence, even if the dinosaur was fucking nowhere near it and also completely content, the dinosaur would beeline for the fucking hole in the fence and start eating guests or just start attacking people. And so what I wanted was something more along the lines of like, if the dinosaur is stressed, it will try and get away from the stress and therefore may find holes in your fence. And the other idea would be that like fences, you'd need to do maintenance on them, which would be just like hiring maintenance men. But the idea is that like a fence can have a hole in it because it's like lower than 50% maintenance. And a dinosaur's stress level is like directly proportional to like what level of maintenance it can overcome. So the idea is like if the dinosaur's perfectly content, then you could have like 1% fences and the dinosaur would never try and break out. But if the dinosaur's like really stressed, then even like at like 50%, the dinosaur just breaks through the fence. And the other thing is you wouldn't know the fence was broken unless you did something to reveal that the fence was broken. The idea being that you could have like an entire section of fence that was missing and you wouldn't know unless you had enough maintenance people going around and fixing the holes in the fences, or looking for holes in fences, I guess would be a better way of phrasing that. That's yeah. So like the idea being that like I just disliked that they were like, especially because in 2 they added like not environments, but like territories. So the dinosaurs would, as they roamed around, would expand their territory, but they would still beeline for a hole in the fence, even if the hole wasn't in their territory. So like my annoyance with it was just like purely that like the AI was doing a bunch of weird shit that was because it's a game, and it's like, yeah, but like it's a simulation game, so fucking I don't need the dinosaurs to break out every time there's a hole in the fence. Because it didn't even make the game hard, because it was like very rarely okay, good night. Yeah, but the I was talking about the shyness would be that like if you had a shy dinosaur then like around people, and a high thirst dinosaur, it would spend more time around people and therefore would have just a higher level of stress and therefore be more likely to break out. It's not like it'll not drink, because yeah, you know, survival will mean that like it drinks. It just means that it'll constantly be more stressed, and that may be too stressed and therefore it escapes. Yeah, but this one's, it's like from what I remember, Lemonade Tycoon was just a idle game. Like you didn't even click start day. But then again, I don't know. Maybe there's lots of Lemonade Tycoon games. The one I remember was literally just an idle game where you clicked Lemonade and then you could like click marketing thing, like, and then, but it was just an idle game. Like each time, like each Lemonade stand did really nothing but make the number go up. It just made money. Money was the currency, as opposed to Cookie Clicker where cookies are the currency. I feel like I've got it backwards, man. Why is this bottle? Was it thinking something? Yeah. So like that, what I mean is like, it's not that you couldn't do that. Like it's more just that when you say like a tycoon game, it is actually like a very specific like type of game, not just an idle game with money, but it's like a specifically like a management game. And it almost purely comes from the fact that they were like, it was what it was called. Like we go like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Apparently there's a third one. Go with the good ones, please. So like Roller Coaster Tycoon is like literally like you build a theme park and the AI, like the guests are all got the little AI that they do the little thing, and the idea is that you're running a theme park. And so that's what tycoon games were when I was a kid. So you had like Zoo Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon, City Skylines, and apparently Factorio is similar, but that's just similar games. City Skylines I would call a tycoon game. So the idea is that like it's more about like it's a management simulation style game where the idea is to like run an efficient business more than it's like idle and incremental games are like you can't really fail, because in Roller Coaster Tycoon, if you don't make your guest happy, or if you fuck up and like forget to put toilets in, all the guests will get upset and leave, and then you go bankrupt and fail. Whereas in an idle game, you don't have to do that. Like if you're just clicking make money, like yeah, there's no strategy or anything. Yeah, I'm just talking more about like, yeah, if you want to make a tycoon game, it's the simulation is what makes it a tycoon game. Yeah, you just want to make an idle game. There's literally no difference in terms of my thing with the tycoon game is the tycoon games can be more difficult to make, but also like way cooler when you get them right, because they do that like weird situational thing, I guess. So my brain is going to sleep. I fucking you know what I mean? Like, so in an idle game, you effectively And the hardest thing about idle games is balancing the amount of time. Whereas I feel like a lot of idle games these days are literally just trying to make you pay for the game, so they actually want it to be unbearably grindy. Whereas some of the older ones, like Cookie Clicker was just the first, and Cookie Clicker was fucking weird. So Cookie Clicker having like the ridiculous grind is more to do with the fact that Cookie Clicker, like I started playing that back when it was kind of new and like was like I was in school and shit like that. The thing with Cookie Clicker was that it, over the course of years, got the updates that it got, which meant that a lot of the updates were for people that had been playing the game for like 6 months with nothing to buy, got an upgrade. So they had something to buy. So it was that whole thing of being like, a lot of the pricing is, it's kind of like weirdly scoped, like it's spaced really far apart, because at the time it was the like sort of, this is how far people have made it, let me add a new thing, which then like makes that number really easy to get to, which means that you had these situations that until they added the prestige system, it takes something like 2 weeks to get to the first prestige if you don't like, you know, min-max the game. And it's because the first prestige was kind of just picked at like an arbitrary value that you could get to. And I think even then, the only reason you can get to it in 2 weeks now is because a handful of new buildings were added, because the prestige was set like so far ahead of where you could get to. But it's only because they added new buildings that you could get in the meantime, and because of how the Cookie Clicker balancing works, every new building, effectively, like as soon as you get to a new building, it makes every other building completely redundant, except I think curses are about the only building that don't, because curses do this weird thing where like there's a bunch of perks that you can get for curses that make them better for every other item. And there was like a mod you could get that told you like basically like how quickly something would pay itself off and like what percentage of your income was coming from that thing. And it's like, it would be like 10% of your income would be coming from the most valuable thing, and the other 90% came from curses. And even that required you to actually have the curse upgrades, because it was something stupid like the first one's like you get 0.1 more cookies per second, or every 10 seconds. It must be 1 cookie every 10 seconds per non-cursor item. But then like the final upgrade that you could get for the curses was like something like 10,000 cookies per second for every non-cursor item, which and then I don't know, one of the final like biggest, strongest ones is each cursor gets 10% of your cookies per second that don't come from curses, or something like that. Like it was some absurd like multiplier of multiply, which made curses basically like super OP because they scaled. They were like the only thing that scaled with your cookies per second. And it's all changed since then, I think. But like it used to be that curses were like up until a certain point, you didn't buy any curses, and then you got a certain upgrade, and then you spent everything on curses, because you were basically buying other things because they buffed your curses, not because they were good. Like nothing else even put a drop in the bucket compared to what your curses were making. And then they had all sorts of weird things, like there's the meta thing where like you unlock a JavaScript engine where it allows you to make a version of Cookie Clicker. Like wait, and it's like it's got a lot of story to it, but the idea is that like effectively there's just a certain number that they decided they needed a new item because that's where people were getting stuck, and so they put a new building that makes every other building basically worthless once you get it. Like it will take like hours to grind from one building to the next, and then as soon as you buy that building, it's like 15 seconds later and you can buy the next one. And even then, the buildings have exponential scaling, so you'll be doing that for like 15 minutes, and then suddenly you can't afford to buy them anymore because they're like, it takes like 20 minutes to get like enough cookies to buy the next level. But yeah, Cookie Clicker was again built over the course of many years, so a lot of its scaling is kind of fucked. In that, you know, you couldn't just add a new item that was a certain fraction more expensive, because otherwise everyone else would just buy millions of them because they already had, you know, trillions of cookies. Same as all the prestiging stuff was added to just like effectively reset people's accounts so that you could balance the game a little bit better, and then also give them perks. So it's like a reason, because when the game first came out, people were like blue screening their computer because they were basically getting high enough of a number that like it was using an F32 or something, and it was overflowing and doing all sorts of weird shit. But yeah, again, the game has weird balances, I guess what I'm trying to say. I don't know why some of these items aren't working. Like, why do you not work? I need to find the can. Tin can. Now all the items are underfilled. Makes that much easier to collapse that away. Why are you in the wrong place? Is my... I think you're the wrong one. Must be the other one. Be you.
it's clearly negative 50, but I think that's actually what it's supposed to be. So the x is correct. The y is supposed to be negative 50. I assume. So you're 2 by 3, and you should be 25 negative 50. I don't know what I'm getting wrong. So I'll have to double check that maybe this math is just wrong. Maybe I fucked something up. So what is it? It's 2 by 3 which then turns into 3 by 2. I'm gonna let the AI and pretend like the AI got the right numbers, but it didn't because it's so 0, 2, 5 and negative 0.5. Right, so let's work out where these numbers go wrong. So first off, I want to check that this is still correct. So the x is equal to your x, which is 7 minus 5. 7 minus 5. Correct. You need to be 0.2. Okay. 7 minus 5 times... right, no, you're supposed to be... So you're 7 minus 5, which is 2, times... it doesn't feel correct. No, because it would be divided by, sorry. It's... why are you putting an S there? What the fuck? So, sorry, it's x minus y. Okay. So, did I get that? So then it's 5 says 10, so that's 2, yeah, 0.2. Which is what I have here. X minus y divided by y times 2. Yep, okay. And then you're apparently negative x plus y times y divided by 2x. I gotta fill this in. So you're negative 7 plus 5 times 5. Right, it's y, yep. And then 2 times 7. 2 times 7. So that would be negative, so just invert it. So it's 10 divided by 14. Yes, okay, so that number's correct. Well, why is this one wrong? So you become this, which means that, so we need these two formulas up here. Like so, get rid of the first part. Right, so 3 by 2. So x is 3. So 3 minus minus 2 divided by 2 times 2, which is 4, which equals 0.25, which I believe is correct. So I'm unclear why it is doing this. So x being 3, so it's negative 3 plus 2, which gives us negative 1, times 2, which gives us negative 2, divided by x, which is 2 times 3, which is 6. That's interesting. Well, it's supposed to be 0.25, comma, negative 0.75. No, 0.5. Right, that's what we concluded. That's what the can goes. Yeah, that's what the can goes. Unless that math is wrong somehow. Yeah, there's negative 0.25 and negative 0.5. Which is interesting. And then you become 0.2 by that, and you become 1.5 by negative 0.37. Which is interesting. Right, so negative 1, negative 2 divided by 6. Negative 2 divided by 6. Something tells me that something in here is supposed to be a negative 33. 0.33. Right. Something tells me that something in here is actually supposed to be a 1 and I'm somehow bumping it up to a 2, maybe. Okay. So what's the other one? We have another one that's not working properly, which is the 2 by 2. Yeah, you. Okay. Annoyingly, you must be one of the batteries that's not inside because all the other batteries aren't actually randomized. Backpack, empty bag. A bottle, no, tin cans. So the tin can, there's one up there, or is there one down here? One of these. This one? Okay. So 0 is correct here. But you are supposed to be negative, no. Negative 50. So the 2 by 2 is also supposed to be negative 50. Okay. So 2x 2 is supposed to turn into 2x2, which needs to turn into something needs to be minusing a half then, I guess, because for the 2x2 to turn into 2x2, I guess we can just do the math and see what it comes out with. I feel like I just need to put this underneath so that I can more easily copy paste it. Y. So get rid of that one, get rid of that one. Comment these two out so that I can do this, do this, do this. Okay. So we need to fill in these numbers. So I guess we just replace all the numbers with 2. Right. So you quite clearly become 0 divided by 0. 0. Which is, yeah, what it's supposed to be. Now you're negative 2 plus 2 times 2. Here's the issue. Negative 2 plus 2 is 0 times 2 divided by 2. What's the other formula? Y minus x, which is still 0, divided by 2, y divided by x. So these numbers being well, actually, I think the irony is that they probably are actually correct. It's probably that the algorithm deciding where they fit is incorrect. Like you're 2 by 2, and where are you placed? 26 and 2 on the y. Yeah. So I actually don't think you're supposed to take up this space. Because, well, maybe you are. You rotated 90 degrees. Yeah. My suspicion is actually that rectangular things, because the same as this is wrong. Well, it's actually not. It's going up that way. Actually, that makes sense because you should be getting stuck. Maybe. No, yeah, I think my fitting algorithm might be wrong. That's what's happening there. So it's like in inventory and then down in fit. One of these, when we, I want to say it's shape actually. Shape. When we call shape bounds, it's a self.orientation. Which is in shape collision. When I multiply by orientation, I need to commit this because if I break this code, then I'm going to be really annoyed because I'm not going to know how to fix it. Working on correct offset. All right. My thinking is that when you multiply by an orientation, they both do the same thing and they both do the same thing, which means that it's just this apply that is wrong. Right. So you just return yourself and then 90 degrees. So, because I think this is the issue, is that it is going from 0, 0, 1, 1 to 0, 1. I need to have it like print out. I guess we do tests, don't we? Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a rotation test, apparently. How does this not capture this particular situation then? That, or I've got this math wrong. Anyway, let mute box 3. And so the box 3 is going to be min is 0, 0, and then max is 1, 1. So that should be our battery. And then we need to say box times equals 90 degrees. Assert that you are 0, 1. Uh, 1, 0, which is what this is doing. 0, 1, 1. Yeah, because you see that it's rendering over here. Like it's not filling these spaces, which makes me think it's here because it's 26. So that's 29, 28, 27, 26. So this is the correct location for it to be. This corner is correct, which means that the issue is that it should be its minimum should be negative 1, 0. And its maximum should be 0, 1. Which I find interesting because that's saying this is wrong. Maybe I had it wrong the entire time. But... Right, so when I rotate you 90 degrees around center, you don't move at all. And then when I add one to you, you do that. Then when I say box 1 times 90 degrees, your minimum, I feel like this is the wrong number. probably what's going on here. I don't know, we'll find out. Okay, so then we're going to say box 3 times equals 90 degrees. So when you rotate the box, this is 180 degrees. 180 degrees would be from here, rotate again, which is that your lowest point would be -1, -1, and then your highest point would be 0, 0. Wait a second, no. -1x, 1 and a y. Because annoyingly, I keep forgetting this fact. Oops, let's revert that back. Is that down your minimum is no. Your minimum will be 0 and down 1 in the y. Right, this is your lower point, which is it's up 1 in the y.
Yes.
Is your minimum still 0, 0? I guess, maybe? No. Wait. Yeah. If I put it here, it would be like 0 plus plus. We put it here, makes it 0 plus plus, which is incorrect, but like this is doing it correctly. This is where it should be. Wait, no, because you're positioned here. So you're actually correct. You're rendering correctly. These are incorrect. So if you're placed there, when rotated 90 degrees, your low should be at 0, 0, and your high should be at 1, 1. And when you're placed here, which this is -1, right? So when you're at 0, 0, it's very confusing because I keep thinking this is plus, but this is actually plus this way. So if you were here, it would be plus, plus, plus. If you're at 90 degrees, you're placed here. It actually means it's this one. Right, here. You're at 90 degrees. Which is minus 1 on the y, but still plus 1 on the x. Right. Yeah, right. This is your 0, 0 position. No, this is your 0, 0 position. Plus 1 on the x, plus 1 on the y, plus 1 in the y, plus 1 y, right, so you're here, plus 1. I'm getting so confused. Your minimum here. This is what it's doing.
I don't know. Oh no, blinking carrot. That's never fun. What the? What are you doing wrong? So I think what's happening is that this is in the right spot, and then assuming that my orientation code is correct, which it very much might not be. Then I'm very much struggling with what this is supposed to be. Okay, I'm mentally picturing it. 0, 0, plus 1. When you rotate it 90 degrees, plus plus becomes 0, x minus 1. And 1x. Okay, so that's what it should be when it's rotated 90 degrees. 100%, 100%. We want to also assert. So when you rotate 180 degrees, your lowest is -1, and your highest is 0, 0. Then we rotate one more time, and we're going to say that your lowest is -1 on the x and +1 on the y. Right. So now when we run this test, this should pass. We want to do one more rotation, and then we want to assert 0, 0, and 1, 1. Right. So that works somehow. Oh wait, why is this not? Okay. Which I think actually means that this is correct, because when you rotate 90 degrees, it's 90 degrees counterclockwise, which means that you become. Whereas these are these four, you become these four, which is interesting. Because why do you work? Well, first off, where are you located? You were located at 12 on the x, which is 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, okay. 12 is that this here, and then 18 down, which is 2, 4, 6, 7, 7, and then your 12. Okay, wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Yeah. What? Well, that's interesting. Because it looks like it's in the right spot, but according to that math, it's not. What? No, it's 18. All right. 2, 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 means it's this here. Yes. I actually have no idea what the fuck's going on, but
So this is where it's centered. So why the hell do you end up being wrong? Is it an even by odd? No, because these work. There's a one with. I don't get it. So like by that logic, you're off by it. And did you say you were 33? That's that phone battery. That's that one. What's that other phone battery? 0. Negative a half. I need it. I do not understand why it works for certain shapes but not other shapes. And why would 2 by 2 be special? The only thing I can think that why 2 by 2 and 2 by 2 and 2 by 3 are special, but like 1 by something and but more importantly, for some reason, what are you 5 by 7 and you're 12 by 14. So the fact that this even one works throws me off. Because I was going, oh, maybe it's an even thing and it's actually like because if you're off by a half, then you're off by a half. But this one's off by a third. But then this one somehow manages to cancel it entirely and it's off by exactly the right amount. Yeah, I don't get why the 2 by 2 items are the only items that cancel that to 0. And it's not that it's just even numbers because like you don't cancel that to 0. Wait, what it could be? No, because the backpack's wait, backpack. Yeah, the backpack's taller than wide. I was gonna say like it could be that it's taller than it's wide or something like so it only the backpack avoids it because the backpack isn't taller than it's wide. But no. Yeah, I gotta go eat. So I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you for tuning in. I might continue working on this tonight. Usually I try to avoid working on stuff off stream, but like this is just not making any sense and it's not clicking in my head. So I think I just need to work on this because otherwise I'm just gonna be like all of tomorrow just staring at the screen doing the same thing. But thank you for tuning in. It's been a blast, and I will see you all next stream. Yeah.